alienwarearena.com.
And you're telling me an alien wore this?
Mute the stream before I get DMCA'd. Selfie time.
That they have all of their awesome products at smitegame.com/alienware. Use code SMITEAW when you're there. And while you're at it, go ahead, follow them on Twitter and Instagram at Alienware. Go to alienwarearena.com for giveaways and more to join their global community. So thank you once again to Alienware, because they are now giving us the gear provided to make sure that we have a really good Sunday. Also, happy Father's Day to everybody, or all the dads, I should say, out there. As we're celebrating that, hopefully you're going to get a good finals, at least from us. Otherwise, we're your dads now, and yes, that includes Taco. Taco, you're now a dad.
I'll be a father to the Smite community.
Let's go.
Yeah,
What's up?
I left, but I came back. You know?
Exactly. Like I did. Like you. Never mind. I'm not gonna get into that. That's a deep hole. I'm not gonna dive into. This is gonna be a really fun one. As you've seen this entire weekend,
all kicking off at the household.
Best of fives, lots of action.
We are
Yesterday,
here.
surprisingly, only 7 games total needed to be
here,
played.
and we are
there were
ready.
7 games to give us the Bolts and the Dragons as we moved forward. Leviathans knocked out. The Dragons have had the hardest path to finals that they could have had, I guess, save for maybe 2 games there from the Warriors yesterday.
Dragons have never liked making it easy for themselves, and even as Pandacat has mentioned in the previous interview from yesterday, they are sometimes their own worst enemy, and I think that that is something that also kind of symbolizes just how strong this team is individually, and the fact that they're able to mesh those identities so well together to look as strong as they do, so consistently. Gore, even when we see them having those mild slumps, it's not like they stay down there. They always have that bounce back aspect.
Now I've got my own worst enemy stuck in my head. It's just running on repeat. I'm going to get that one out of there and get a little bit focused up, because we're going to be talking about the Dragons here. This is something I was looking a little bit earlier, because, you know, the last time these two teams played, the Bolts were able to win. There was some fun on Twitter afterward. Everything kind of blew up in an explosion of just a 2-1 set, right? So let alone what we could see in a whole best of 5. But I decided to look back at it, because I was like, man, everybody, like, save for Herwind, everybody on the Dragons didn't struggle much against the Bolts last year. In fact, the Bolts won 1 game against this entire lineup, save for Herwind
the boys
last
are here.
Year. So they're already technically doing double
here.
the work.
Some team alterations, of course, taking place as well. I think that Herwind has always been a very mechanically strong player.
My father's
been
well,
just comes down to him being surrounded by a
hey
team.
boys, it is time indeed, dude. But let's go into TR days. Shlee, what's up, Vampus? Oh my god, all the boys are here. Yeah, good Colin, you got your sub. That's nice. Screws, what's up? Screws my mind. Oh, the fucking cavalry is here, aren't they?
But that's kind of expected for carries in the Pro League.
I mean, especially in this moment, you look at the Dragons, again, last year, what they were able to provide, what they were able to accomplish. This is a team that dominated pretty much every facet. I mean, early on, the first phase, maybe not as clean as they would have liked. Then phase 2, every playoffs they went to, and then Worlds up to the last finals. I mean, everything going so strongly in their favor. Unfortunately, Herwin's been the one that's been taking maybe the brunt of it, kind of the lightning rod for everything that comes through. But at the end of the day, all of the things that made this team so dominant still exist. In fact, we still see it pretty often. Yesterday, they didn't even break a sweat against the Warriors.
When so much passion is involved for their profession, it's kind of expected for tensions to run a little bit high at times. But I think at the end of the day, Gore, there is a ton of respect between these two teams across every single one of the members on each of these rosters. And while we do get to see the fun from time to time,
Bolts, baby.
ultimately, this is just more of a standpoint.
You just ordered a Bolts jersey and a Dragon jersey.
Especially
I'm playing
for the
both
Dragons,
sides.
they kind of just want to really reinforce the fact that this is a team that is not just looking
Boys
at
Night
winning
Part
the
2,
playoffs,
Saturday and Sunday for the boys.
This is something, at least what I'm learning from these highlights, don't let Hurtwind have Tiamat if you can avoid it. Of course, the Giannis was banned a lot yesterday. Mercury was banned a lot. The Bolts, they didn't get a lot of footage in the semifinals to look at. Lucky for them, there was a whole 5-game set on Friday to watch over if they wanted to, and I'm sure they did, to make sure they could come into this with as much homework on the Dragons as they need, because looking at the Bolts, that's where a lot of their success has been. I mean, you look at it yesterday, a lot of people I've been seeing talk about it. If Lasbra has a good day, the Bolts win, and that's just how it goes. The question is whether or not, Taco, will today be another good day for Lasbra?
And that depends, because it's not just going to come down individually.
Right,
to
boys. Okay, who have we got winning
all
this?
All the members on the Bolts to really be on their A game, because from what we saw out of the Dragons yesterday, Gore, and the quick work they were
Oni
making
jersey.
the Oni
I like
Warriors.
the Oni jersey.
Granted, I don't think that we saw the Oni Warriors at their best of the performance. Most people would probably agree
yes,
with that,
let's make
but
it bold.
I just feel as though the Dragons are definitely out for blood here on the Smite Battlegrounds, and I do.
What are the parameters for a poll? What do I do?
Keep that in mind. As Venenu also mentioned in their post-game interview, he understands that this is going to be a tough set, and he also just has
I've got
a really good
/poll
idea of a lot of these players' play styles as well, having been in the league.
Someone who knows Twitch can.
And the good thing about this, and I think this is actually going to be interesting, there's so many good matchups in this individual set that makes the full 5-on-5 interesting, but of course, we're playing up to it. Venenu is the one that we want to look at, and he was willing to pull out the Discordia yesterday. Looked phenomenal.
Yes, open the setup menu to do a poll.
Play lately has been
there's no setup menu.
Morgan feels like a must-win. Like there's so much to try and lock
predictions?
down for
I don't know.
just
I'm
the
not.
mid lane
I
here
barely
that the Bolts are able to run rampant.
The main message that I'm getting from both of these teams, though, Gore, watching them throughout the group stages and through their playoff phases so far, these teams just have players, especially mid laners.
I mean, I could do a straw poll, but we currently have 7 viewers, so you can
just about any guy
say
for any of these individual roles, and they'd be able to make it work, because that is just
it's not like there's thousands we need to exactly.
These teams are working with, so. Both of these teams have kind of seen a little bit of a reveal for some styles of draft, but you have to imagine that both teams are also taking that into consideration when they're going through what kind of compositions they want to try and run today.
My predictions were that I actually think
I also saw a Jean Quay highlight in here. I'm going to go ahead and throw it out there.
I always back the
personally
Dragons
don't
or
expect
something
to see
like
it.
this,
Maybe,
but I just
I don't know.
have this
They might
feeling
already
the
be in the
Bolts
call. They might be hearing it. I might be predicting
Baba Yaga.
A Jean Quay.
Holy shit! Did you do a straw poll for me?
That'd be a fun one to just have someone stream only mid lane perspective, see the head-to-head. It'd be really fun. But you know what? We've been talking a lot about the mid laners here, so why don't we bring in not just one, but both of them, Hurtwind and Venenu here from both the Dragons and the Bolts. And guys, since you're both here, you know, all those strategy questions, how you deal with your opponent, I'm going to throw those out there.
Already 6-2.
I'm just going to ask you both the same questions, and I'll go to Venenu first here. Just,
Ride the lightning.
Is there anything you want to say to Hurtwind before the game starts, man?
Dan is in the minority.
It's going to be a fun set. I mean, you know, both teams, the best teams in the league right now.
You've got to vote in there.
And I'm excited to play against them. And playing against the best of the best is always fun.
Do
always
it, you
learn
pussy.
a lot, and I'm excited.
All of it's out.
Hurtwind, same to you. Any words for your opponents here?
I mean, I guess just the better team win. It's honestly just been a long time since we played against each other, since all that beef went down. I mean, and part of it feels like it's faded. I think other people have held on to it maybe more than me, but it's still a little bit more exciting, I think, than
not faded for
game.
Ven.
There's definitely going to be some trash talk at the end of the set one way or another, so you can look forward to that.
Lightning's in the air, fire's in the air. Either way, both are going to be happy. I also want to ask you guys, especially because we're in this position, you know, a lot of people are coming out. You two have a very vocal following, both the Bolts and the Dragons. So, again, back to you, Vin. Is there something you want to say for the people rooting for you today?
We're going to give it our all.
Look at that G Fuel mountain. The pyramids of Giza got nothing on the G Fuel tower.
Excited to see it. Hurtwind, same to you. Anything you want to say for all the Dragons fans out there?
Yeah, I mean, just thanks for the support, guys. I mean, there's been way more support than I would have ever expected. You know, hopefully we can kind of reflect in the effort that we put forward to in preparing for this match and the rest of our matches and make you guys proud. We appreciate it.
What a rousing
awesome.
speech.
Thanks to both of you for coming in, hopping in, and having the words for us. Good luck in your games.
Gore is trying his best.
Gore's
giving them so many chances.
And let it get going.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Awesome. Well, hey, they sound kind of focused, if anything. It was one of those moments where it's just like, what Vin are we going to get? What Herwin are we going to get?
Nah, Vin's a post-game shit
as of right now. Wait for the trash talk.
Hey, I was wearing that
jump
yesterday,
I can hear
Taco,
Panda Cat's Twitter account now going off saying, look, you got to be brave enough. You got to put it out there up front.
So
be willing to eat your own words.
I just find it particularly hilarious.
Do any of you guys actually drink G-Fuel? Because surely that stuff is like actual poison.
Venenu and Herwin are, honest to God, two of the nicest personalities
so
behind the scenes.
Cowboy versus Pyramid Boy.
It was hilarious watching that whole Twitter
the Leaning Tower of
And
G-Fuel.
even talking to them like individually after the fact, you know, they're both kind of in the same boat of like, oh man, did not want to deal with all the like exterior problems that came about from that. But they both obviously,
the Norwegian
I think
equivalent.
when it comes to playing the game professionally as well.
Calorie bomb. Yeah, I'm not surprised. That stuff is just like.
That, again, those tensions are going to run high at times, but ultimately you're both in the same playing field, and it's just about who gets the better set.
Gamer fuel.
Well, this is going to be a little more interesting. Again,
I've got my gamer
fuel
right here.
A
fresh glass of water.
Picks and bans this weekend have been a different beast to try and tackle. Like you said, both of these teams are, I want to say, very cerebral when they approach this game. So really good, not just at
exactly.
This
stuff like that
approach,
is it's just basically big marketing con.
Picks and potentially bans that we haven't seen up to this point. But I won't be surprised if there's a game 3, potentially game 4, game 5, where we're seeing things that we haven't.
Do you know what?
Seen
I actually
all
think
year
I had a jump it exactly like
a
Gore's.
lot of teams have
Imagine
really
being Gore
been
matching.
heavy focus towards eliminating a lot of those front
that
line
Sam just
picks.
you know, I think Dragon's just gonna play 4v5. Oh, the sleeve is coming on. That's how you know it's legit. Okay, I take back my prediction. This is the Dragons. Sleeve is on, man.
On that Giannis when they've had their opportunities.
What's that thing people do?
Given sets, but I actually would like to see a little bit of direction towards the jungle, and you know, have a deeper
time to tweet already. The shit post is
start. Make sure
start.
to get that sleeve up there tight. But you know what really complements the sleeve for me here, Gore? The jersey.
Oh, great plug from Taco. She's getting a commission.
Drip or drown lifestyle between these two teams. I'm actually a pretty big fan of both of the colorways that have taken place, and you two do it at home.
That's one of those things. I think the Dragons color scheme.
Oh,
even when
I'm
just outright is my favorite.
Streaming,
I like
I'm still shit posting. I can't.
Does not mean anything about anything else. Just the colors I really like. But I will also say,
two sleeves. No, that's
in fact, I'll even plug it. Not only shop.smite.
That was actually banned by the league admins. They thought they can barely handle the one sleeve mics, let alone merch.
But also,
well, Genetics wasn't streaming when I started, so I've literally just got
merch already. You can tweet
I
us
imagine I'm just like.
I'm sure we'd be more than happy.
He's only been alive for like mere seconds
during the finals today.
You know what I would like to see is
pictures.
Yeah, man, BBM's transformation is insane, and it doesn't feel like he's stopping anytime soon. He's just getting more and more.
For sure, happy Father's Day again. Can't say it enough because they are awesome. We all love our dads, but.
The Barra beard as well. I feel like, do you remember young Barra? Also clean shaven, so smooth, and now he's like rugged.
There it is, right there. How cool would it be to see them get?
And he's got the ninja headband. Not sure how I feel about that, but you know.
Go a long way.
I also like eventually.
Also, I feel like all their rooms look like they're in just like
themed sleeve. Well, I guess if we make it for one, we make it for everybody.
Empty
but
room
you gotta get
there's
the
like no
sleeve.
furniture,
No way
nothing
is
on the
Mike
walls.
gonna be wearing just some other brand. We can't have that. We gotta make sure we outfit him.
Yeah, Barra beard, man.
I'm sure it's gonna be happening anytime soon this year. In fact,
yeah, I'd love to see him do like a Hulk smash.
The closer we get to the set, the closer we are to that cool merch. Either way. Closer we
with the sleeve and
set,
everything.
Or these picks and bans, the closer we are to better Smite. This is where things.
I feel like Jake is always on the verge of like just falling asleep in picks and bans.
This is just going to be a complete.
My man is just kick back, like, look, make your bed, Jacob.
About maybe looking a little bit more towards that jungle focus, and immediately both of these teams,
casual monitor in the background, he doesn't need it.
Gilgamesh in response from J Dragon.
Also, what is up with this curtain arrangement? Is that a towel over his window?
And while Fafnir, Amir, Moja,
Giannis,
those have all been relatively popular bans against both of these teams, I feel as though the direction shifting towards
this is where Jake does
mid
his thing where
jungle
he's
is
sat back and like
the
flicks his
way
chair
to go,
forward like
just
wham.
because you want to try and force something
Blackout
new,
curtain.
and
That's
you
not a
would
blackout
definitely
curtain. That's a
expect
towel. I know a
any
towel when I see.
pro
Why do
team
they play in the
is usually
dark? I
going
don't
to
get
come
it.
into a given match with a loose draft in their mind.
Yeah,
And
Jake in his little
general
gremlin
consensus is
basement.
usually, okay, well, if
Open
they
your
go this,
windows,
then we're gonna
boys.
go
Haddix is in
this,
the
and if they
dark
go
as well.
that,
I mean,
then
that
we
is
take
proper
this.
gamer
It's
focus.
really
That is.
cool just to see
Glare.
how much
I have
of
so
a
much
shift
fucking
it
light
has
coming through
come
my
down
windows.
to
There
in
is
this
no glare
finals
on my
because
screen.
Soul, Raijin, Discordia, Tiamat.
Yeah,
The
that
pressure's
is classic
definitely
Jake.
on the mid lane, that's for sure.
Also,
I
Jake
like
has
this,
one
though,
of the
because
GOAT
I was looking at it a
gifts
little
of
bit
this
earlier, and the
entire
Soul
season
specifically
of
is one
him
of the most picked
dropping
things
from
the
that
Dragons
ceiling
have
in
had.
the...
Giannis, though, not banned out
Win-
this time around, not even scooped
Look
away.
at this.
That is something. If this Fafnir wasn't locked in, I was going to
71%
go
win rate.
into a whole tangent about how Jake's Ares has been
Gilgamesh
great at
first
dealing with
ban.
it,
You
but
love
they've
to
gone
see
for the
that.
Fafnir here.
This is a wise
And
response,
Circuit,
though, from the
Circuit
Dragons
destroyed.
immediately locking in
This is
that
good
Circuit
from the
because there
Dragons. This is
still
good.
some loose
Circuit
flexibility
destroyed the
here. There is a
bolts.
chance that
The
Circuit
bolts
could
destroyed
be
Dragons with
for the
Circuit last
score,
time.
although I would definitely anticipate that to be an
Imagine
early
this at the beginning, a few weeks ago,
secure
you said that
Sam,
Fafnir
just
was the
given
first
the
pick.
fact that the Bolts already
That is
made
mental to
a
me.
shot his way with that
Wait,
Fenrir ban,
Yamoja
so
isn't picked. Yamoja
I
and
do think it's
Athena
an interesting
weren't
strategy
banned,
for
and
the
they had a
Bolts, though.
Fafnir
They
first
seem,
pick.
and that's the cool thing about a best
The
of 5 as well,
Harianas is
Gore,
here, the
that teams
harness.
are willing to experiment
Did
just
it
to
get
see,
cold
does
in the
Harrywin still
studio?
got the Giannis juice?
I mean, this is the first
The
time we
Giannis
get to see
juice.
it all weekend. It has been banned
Disco
against them. It
banned as
better
well.
still be
They
there,
really
else all
are.
these
I'm just
other teams
thinking,
are gonna feel
okay,
very
so
foolish
what this
about
is
that
Jade
ban.
saying,
Of
right,
course, I'm
Bolts,
expecting
what have
it.
you
It would
got?
look
Because we're going to ban
phenomenal
what you did
last year,
last
and
time,
that
which is
was before
Gilgamesh
everybody
Disco.
else was
We're going to
playing
ban that and
This
like
is gonna be
make
an
you have
interesting
something.
one, and
Interesting,
how do you
they
reply?
banned
Again, this is
Soul
where,
and
I started
Raijin
thinking of
over
Jake, and
Janus.
Immediately my mind
They
went
said,
to Ares,
we
but
don't
he's got
mind
that
him
Fafnir,
getting
so
Janus,
maybe
that's
a little
fine.
more
We'd
difficulty
rather play
locking
against
down the
Soul
mid
or
lane.
Raijin.
Is there someone
Just
else
really
like that? I mean,
interesting,
maybe a Soul
'cause
laner? King Arthur's still available.
I'd rather
Guan
see
Yu
Hari on
was
Raijin, I
very
think, but
popular for Haddix yesterday as well. Now
Janus.
that that's locked in,
Genuine.
is that going to be good at handling the Giannis in the backline?
Bolts just seem very
Yeah.
team fight driven right now with their current composition.
Merlin.
And Merlin being
This is a
added
good
on
team
top
fight
of that.
comp.
So
This is
gonna be one
good.
heck of a showdown between
This
the
is not
Merlin
a
and
great team fight
Giannis.
comp yet.
Definitely
They've got
heavy
two pick
flavors
gods.
of mid lane style, but the Merlin
reckon
is certainly
Danza.
going to complement this team fight style.
Oh, they
of
banned
play that
Fenrir
Fafnir
already.
and Guan Yu have
Maybe
already
Mike's going to pick.
introduced. A lot of
But Mike did
lockdown
10 pick
potential
Ymir.
as
I think
well,
Mike's
which
likes to pick
is
late.
wise from the Bolts, given the fact that there is so much mobility
Huge
just
brain.
from this top 3 out of the J Dragons.
Well, Danza Burrow there.
So that's so
gonna be
interesting that
locked in, the
Yamoja
final top
hasn't
3 pick
even
for
got
the
to this
Dragons.
point yet. That's
Like you
insane
said,
to
I'm
me.
really excited for the Merlin Giannis. That has a
I've got
lot
Jaffa
of
coach.
weight
Got
behind
time
it.
to be
The
alive.
interesting thing, I mean, all of the picks that we've seen skyrocket to the top, you know, your Chirons that have been
So what do
very
they ban here?
high and
I'm banning
prominent right
support.
now, completely ignored. Neither team really leaning
It's
towards
like, I don't
it.
give a
But
shit.
your
If
Anhurs,
you've
your
got Cuckoo,
Heimdalls,
you've got.
I
I'm
mean,
just going to
your
ban
Jingweis, like all the stuff that
Cuckoo,
we've seen Vera
Arthur,
play
all this kind of stuff.
up to
Yeah,
this
you ban
point.
Ymir.
Still getting ignored with
And Yamoja?
both the solo lane and the support already locked in. Theoretically,
And
here
Ares,
for
maybe?
the Bolts. I anticipate more.
Actually, this comp doesn't really mind
jungle-specific
Ares too
bans.
much.
The Raven, now the Jingwei banned out by the Dragons. Ymir, and probably something else towards
What other
Mike
support?
about to get banned away.
Could
I need a
potentially
list
be
of gods in front of
Sobek,
me.
although
Oh, Sobek,
J Dragons
the
haven't
crop.
really had the most success whenever they have gotten the
Mike
Sobek
doesn't
in
play
their
Sobek
favor,
much,
and
though.
Ares
I wouldn't
not
say Sobek
exactly
here.
an ideal pick for this J Dragons
I would say
competition
Yamoja
either.
or
Wouldn't
Athena.
mind seeing Mike flex a little bit more towards
I don't think Mike's going to play Athena.
possibly a Xing 10 could be
Could
a
be Xing.
solid pickup towards
Serb,
here
yeah,
for
Serb
the,
is what I
the
would have
J
banned,
Dragons
that's right.
just to try
I would have
and
banned
maybe
Serb.
counteract some of that lockdown potential that the Bolts have already opted
Rat.
for. The Ratatosker,
Sam does like rat.
though, is looking like a fine okay Ratatosker. He's willing to just go.
Oh
do
shit,
or
yeah, you're right.
die
I didn't even notice
situation
that.
for
It's
the
a fucking
solo
solo
lane,
rat, isn't it?
potentially. And
Unless that's a support
granted,
Circuit,
there
but I
is still
doubt
the
it.
possibility this could be Ratatosker for Sam, Circuit for Polar Bear Mike. And I think
Yeah,
the main
Serb is
reason
what
why
I
we
would've
don't really
picked.
see any sort of Chiron priority for the Bolts
Well,
is because they don't
Fenrir
really
was a
have the
support
top
god
pick
for a while. Do you
where
remember? And then they
this
really...
hunter, you generally
shit, sorry.
know Panic-Cat's either
yeah.
going to be looking for that Panzaburu, it's going to be looking for the Hou-Yi, or even a Heim, since we did see that
already
flex
picked that,
out of
mate.
him yesterday
Um,
as well. I just don't think that
I don't
Bolts
think they're
have
going to pick
placed a whole
Ares.
lot of
This comp does
priority
not...
into
Ares does
locking
not
the
want to
pick
play
for
against this
Baron
comp.
because
Guan shits on
J
Ares,
Dragons
just
have
ults it.
shown time and
Fafnir has too many stuns, too much control.
Now the Bolts locked in this Erlong Shin. They tried this yesterday in game 1 versus the Leviathans.
This is a really good draft,
Didn't go that well for
This
them.
is a scary draft.
Not clean game for the Bolts. They were able to come back from it, but now with Chiron around it, Merlin, Guan Yu, Fafnir.
Yeah, I think Serb is the pick here, right? Lots of healing for him to help with.
Yesterday,
Mike loves a bit of Serb.
changes that is
maybe it is
going to
against support, I
strides.
really,
Do you think
really
this is
doubt
be a big
it. But
swing in their favor, or is that something that the Dragons
oh, it
will be able
is.
to handle pretty easily?
It is.
The only
it's
question
solo
mark I
rat.
really have is for
Circ
that
support,
Erlang
Merc
Shen
jungle.
and how
This is a pick
effective
comp.
Lasbra is actually going to
This is a
be
pick
on this
comp.
pick, because
Triple
he did
assassin,
look a little bit lackluster
squishy.
up against the Leviathans. Granted,
I've got game 1
wasn't
bolts
exactly
here.
the
I much
greatest
prefer this
composition
comp.
for an Erlang to fight into, but the Erlang here paired
This is
alongside
a
the
slow
Fafnir and
comp.
Guan Yu,
This comp
again,
is
gorgeous,
slow. This comp wants to be fighting it
complementing
like
very heavily
it's got
that
good early game
team-fight-focused
fight-ish,
style of
but
play.
it's going to win
Content could
fights
also
around
be
20,
extremely
25
nice for
minutes.
Merlin
This
and
comp
the
is going to start
Chiron,
winning
but
straight
this is
away.
an incredibly
Other than Janus
aggressive
and
comp
Merc,
out
but
of the
I was going to say,
J-Dragons,
Janus and
and
Merc don't
I
want to
do
fight straight away, but
believe
Sam does fight straight away with Merc, so this is basically them saying, we're going to beat you out straight away, and we don't think you can play well from behind, so we're just going to get ahead. We're gonna, this is going to be over in 10 minutes, you know. So they're going to be focusing the support.
I definitely like the idea, though, of this
Fafnir is a
support
really
role.
tough one to
Mike can
support.
just play
I think they're going to
heavy
try and shut down
aggression,
Lasbra. This is,
especially into
I
that
think we're going to see
Merlin. It
Mike
seems as though
and
the
Sam
J-Dragons
chase
are just
Lasbra around the
intending
map.
on trying to kill Venenu off cooldown.
I don't see
they're
how
able to
this
get it.
comp
They've
kills a
been
Guan. I do not see how this comp kills
historically a very
Guan.
fast-winning team. The fastest win this year is held by the Dragons in 18
No,
minutes,
yeah,
47
4 fizz with
seconds.
only
Look, if you get
Janus.
3 assassins, you're looking to play the clock here and make sure things even work for you.
So interesting to me that they'd rather ban Sol
if you open
and
FinoK's stream,
Raijin than
there's
Janus.
a chance like once every like 3 weeks you're
No, I
gonna
don't think
see
Barry is.
Ratatoskr
Actually,
solo, maybe
Barry will
even
get.
more often
Sam
than
does
not,
love
honestly.
camping
It is
solo
a decent
with
matchup,
Merc.
though,
Sorry,
Guan Yu, because
ADC.
you have that Acorn Blast to stun out during the Talon with Sol.
But
Your
I
dash
think
is relatively
I give this
effective
game
in
to
creating
Bolts.
some space
I
away
don't
from
think they're going to
Guan
win
Yu's
quickly enough.
dash, and
But
also you just
Bolts are
have
not
your
good
ultimate,
at playing
the
from behind. That is
semi-global
definitely their
aspect
weakest
from
bit of their
J-Dragons,
game.
especially when paired alongside of that Janus. It's going to be difficult.
They're very
for
good
the
from
Bolts
also
to
right. This triggers
necessarily-
me.
they
Awesome
might
Jake
not
dot
necessarily
dot
be able
dot.
to gauge which direction the
408,
J-Dragons
3
are
characters,
actually
and you got 3
coming from
dots.
when they're entering these team fights. And
Erlang into
this
the
is a
yeah, that's a
very
good point.
strong
Erlang does have a
competition
good
from the J-Dragons if
comp
they have
into
the
Janus.
execution, which I do think this team is capable of, to look for those picks early on.
Now, this is where things,
Yep,
like you said,
correct,
looking for picks
Valks.
early on.
And no one
Erlang,
does that.
You know, kind of peaks or starts to get good around that level 5 mark. Is he going to be able to compete? I mean, with a Ratatoskr, a
Right.
Mercury, like Mercury's a
I'm
little
off.
more late game,
See you
so
later.
maybe that helps balance out the jungle a little
I'm
bit.
out of here.
This is more so about PBM on the Circuit and how much he's
EBM
going to be able to
Circuit,
restrict
that
this
is
Erlang
rogue.
champ,
I said it
because,
early
again,
on,
you
but
don't
kind
wanna
of
deal
more
with
just to
the
cover my
anti-heal
bases. I
aspect
didn't think they'd
against
actually
that
pick it.
Erlang because he
Has he
loses
played Circuit
a
this
lot of
season?
that early
I need
game
Gore's
presence
cheat
if
sheet.
He's not actually able to live through that sustain because there is plenty of burst. Janus is arguably the weakest burst factor here for the J-Dragons in the early game, but when you have portals, when you have speed
God
boosts,
damn.
slows are incredibly effective against Erlang Shen.
Right, boys.
And there is a good amount of interrupt, despite the fact that it's coming
We need
from
to keep an
3
eye out for the
different
tower
assassins,
boy himself.
all of
If he
that interrupt
even
still plays a part
creeps
against
near
likes
the
of a
tower
Merlin and
line,
Erlang Shen.
Well,
if
let's
he
talk
even
about
looks
objective
at the
burn,
tower
because that
line,
feels
I
like
want to
it's
see you
very
on Twitter.
heavily in favor
I'll
of the
actually, I'm
Bolts
gonna
here.
get my
Like, we talk
screenshot
about
button
just
ready.
Merlin alone
And the
what he
second
can
he walks
bring
on the
when it comes to
tower,
Gold Furies, Fire Giants, things like that. But then you
The
add
world
that
would start to
coerce
hit my
up
mic,
there
that's probably really
from the
loud.
Fafnir.
I don't remember him
feels
playing
like as
Circuit
long as
in
if they can
forever.
coast through this early game without losing too much of a lead, that
And
Furies
really
Fire
interesting. I
Giants
wonder
might
whether
be
it
on
was
the
going to be
table
Sam
for the
Circuit,
Bolts
because Sam
pretty
has
easily.
played Circuit.
And I guess
And I wonder
what
if they
the
just didn't
J-Dragons
like
are really
the
trying to
support
combat here,
picks
because, sure,
after
you can
these two
have
are banned,
great
or just into
objective
this
burn,
comp in
but
general.
Can you play around objectives if your carries are constantly getting picked off?
Or was this the
Because
plan all
it is
along?
not tough for the J-Dragons.
Because I think they
with
picked
two
Circuit just
semi-globals
basically to
and a
take it
full
away
global,
from
plus the
Laz, and they
Dagger
figured, okay,
rocket.
we could sort it
They
out
can
from there.
just
But
cut the gap almost instantly.
you know, as much as I like
It's
flex
not
picks, and I see them as a good
easy for
idea, at the same
Merlin
time,
and
I still
Chiron
think I would
to
rather
live
see good
through
players
this
just pick their
level of
good picks, you
dive.
know?
And so if the J-Dragons are actually
How does this
effective
Rat
in just
match up into
utilizing
this?
that Ratatoskr, that Mercury, and the Denza
Rat
Brutals,
doesn't really
and
do
they can
much.
just
It can
base
cancel
on
Guan's
hurry
Tower
or
of
bet on
Salt
hurry,
in a
just need
fight.
taxi surface out of trouble.
Quite good into
and
Merlin, actually.
again,
Rat
I
is a
wouldn't
nightmare
say
for
the
Merlin.
J-Dragons have weak objective control because you have to factor in that Sam's likely going
But I
to
don't
go for
know, man.
crit on
Yeah.
the Mercury, and Mercury arguably one of the best assassins for burning objectives.
But the
And
thing
this
is, I
one
just
of those
don't
moments
really
that
think
it feels
people
like
talk
not only is there
about
our
counter
Para
picks and stuff. I
and
don't
Vin
think counter
in a little
picks
bit of
really
trouble throughout
exist.
this game,
Like, there's
but
players,
maybe even
teams
more
with good
pressure
matchups,
onto
right?
Haddock's
But there's
on
no
the Jake
like, you know,
to perform above
oh,
and
this god
beyond
counters
to
this
try and
god.
make sure that space
I mean, there's
is
like obviously
because
one
it
or
sounds,
two
at
scenarios.
least from what you're
but
saying, that the Dragons, and you
you can obviously
highlighted it
draft
really
better
well,
around
they
it. Don't
have
get me
so
wrong.
many ways to
But
close the
like
space
these
there
three
and
picks
get
gods
into
are
that
clearly
back
exactly
line.
where they're
A
going.
lot
So you
of
could
trouble
say, well,
for
why
him.
didn't
Plus,
they
you
counter
had
pick
mentioned
them
not
in
just the
comparison?
crit
Because it's not
percent, but
easy to
Sam,
just like
especially against this
counter.
Chiron, loves the same lane ganks. Like he will just run down at you, ult however long he needs to chase you down. It feels like there's gonna be a lot of focus potentially over in that duo lane.
And that's why the G
Yeah, people think of it in terms of like one god gets countered. Like I remember people telling me before that Thor gets countered by Thanatos because Thanatos can cancel his 3. It's like that's such an like okay, he shuts down one ability, but like there's so much more to that matchup than that.
Almost nothing to escape there.
Anyway.
Unless you're insanely
exactly.
quick in
Not rock paper
reflexes.
scissors.
Typically, the
Get into
training
game, boys.
cleanse is never going to come
Jam.
into effect fully. Maybe you can hope for the ultimate, but even then, there's certainly a lot of pressure that can.
I'm not
be
sure
applied
about ride
here
the lightning
from Sam and from.
Is that a good
Mike.
phrase?
Even if Haddix and Awesome Jake are aware of the transitions.
Finish your sentence, Sacco. We've got to get in there.
Well, we're gonna learn a lot in game number 1 here, but let's go down to Dave and Aggro to take us through the set.
Well, the time has finally arrived. The Phase 1 playoff finals officially kicking off, and it's the Olympus Bolts up against the Jade Dragons. My name's Dolson, and Aggro's with me. Doug working the camera for this
horrific emblem circuit. They're going for a first blood. They both got horrific emblem.
Jade Dragons and Bolts played earlier on here in season 8.
Are they going to go for any cheesy invades?
We're able to take the win out of.
Or is Mike just
what an
interesting
interesting strategy here, Aggro. After what we saw the Dragons do yesterday. Now the Bolts had a fantastic set. Don't get me wrong. But so much of what worked for the Dragons yesterday was this duo lane matchup.
I do think Rat Solo has been really underpicked. I think it's just one of those things where there's just so many good solo laners at the moment that it's like.
But I think the Bolts recognize that the Dragons draft is really good at shutting down Lasbra. I think that's
exactly.
The whole plan.
They're going to chase Lasbra around the jungle for a while.
Has got to be taking Lasbra off these comfort picks. I mean,
they're basically gambling that we can shut down Lasbra, and this team doesn't have enough without Lasbra.
Coming out of that ban phase. All of
that's
those
their thinking,
gods that Lasbra plays a lot of course,
which is interesting.
Well.
That was always
that
was always how it
Lasbra
used to be with
which we saw
this team.
Pretty heavily in that Leviathan set yesterday, both for him.
But Erlang had a really bad set, and that's against Gilgamesh.
Then they have all these picks that do well against it. Serket absolutely loves going up against Erlang. It's one of her best matchups. I think Mercury has a pretty good matchup there. I like Rat in that matchup.
I don't know if Merc's matchup is great into Erlang.
Recognize that and picked the Chiron because they honestly need the cleanse for Lasbra to be able to do what he wants to do. And be that
Haddix and Ven. Yeah, I just do not see how this comp kills a Guan. I do not see how they kill a Guan at any point.
Because I think the Jade Dragons are very cognizant of these two guys for the Bolts.
I think this is such an exciting matchup because every individual lane has a bit of story coming into this one. Of course,
I guess you say Circuit all into Merc into bot.
These two teams matched up.
But
the duo lane so important for both of these teams. And then a lot of the conversation I was reading. A lot of the discussion before this matchup yesterday, and I tend to agree with some of what I read, and it's that a lot of this hinges, you feel like, on Sanford Soccer versus Lasbra. Lasbra showed up so big for the Bolts yesterday in a few of those games. Needs to continue to do so, doing things like this, find the engage, find the beads off of Freewind, continuing to find that pressure, especially when we know what Sanford Soccer can do on the Mercury. Haddix won't find the solo kill, but jungle's going to be pivotal here.
This is why you're not seeing much Rat solo, because one, Arthur, Cuckoo are so strong early and they never really fall off.
And I think so much of it has to do with their mid 3v3, in particular Lasbra and Venenu really stepping up their play. Lasbra has found a lot more consistency. We've seen that this high end from him throughout his career, but oftentimes it was just too few and far between.
I think the difference between them, between Lasbra before and Lasbra now, is that.
But for me, I think Lasbra's been enabled to look to
is the fact that the rest of the team has stepped up.
Due to Venenu's raised level of play. Ven has played
probably
the best Smite in his entire career. I think so. During the back end of this phase, and that includes his phase 1 or his season 4 Worlds MVP, where he was really playing well for that E United team.
Oh, Aggro is just taking the words right out of my mouth.
More of an initiator and leadership role on this Bolts team than he was back then.
I've got a drop.
I've been very impressed with
Thanks,
his
Mike Game.
play. And if Ven is going to keep that high level of play in this set, I think the Bolts have a really good shot.
And this Merlin has been pivotal to some of that great gameplay there for Venenu. So a fun matchup.
Yeah, I fully agree with what you're saying. The point is that
and Hurrywin's Giannis. So high expectations, I think, out of the mid lane for a bit
they
of
were
fireworks.
always so reliant on
Lasbra
as the win condition, but now Lasbra isn't the only win condition anymore. It takes so much pressure on him to let him do what he wants to do. Like Haddix and Ven are winning games with themselves alongside Jake.
Gives Lasbra the chance to work in grab that blue buff invade, small advantage over in the solo lane.
And we haven't seen Sam hit
Rat
level
doesn't need
5
to
quite yet.
backsplit,
That's going to be the mark for me.
Oh,
because he, on
did
this
they invade
game,
Hadix's
he
blue?
has
Sorry, I
been
missed it. I
so
was
consistent on hit
looking at
5, get Sonic Boom,
stuff.
hit a lane.
Did they invade his blue?
Which lane that's going to be.
Invade.
He's been really good at keeping teams guessing on where he is. Watch for the Bolts to get really deep wards in this matchup, knowing that that's where Mercury likes to gank from, coming down the lane more so than coming
doesn't need
out
to
of
back
the
to his
jungle like a
acorn.
traditional assassin.
Is that what you're saying? Is
Soccer's
that
on the left-hand side of the map here, positioning
is this so? That's the double flurry production protections one, isn't it?
Barracuda may be privy to something going on.
Oh, look at Sam!
In harm's way, so San Soccer will complete the back here, and avoiding early issue is going to be pivotal here for the Olympus Bolts, because so much what we talked about in this dual lane matchup, the Danza versus the Chiron, so much of what the Jade Dragons did so well yesterday.
Unfortunate that Sam has done so well on this pickle season, because now everyone knows exactly how they're doing
that
it.
Early pressure, so that's so pivotal here for the Olympus Bolts to be able to do.
I mean, Barra knows that he watched the set yesterday.
Fino is a haste, I think.
Saw what
I don't know.
everyone was going through.
I think they did the different start at the beginning where Solo's blue, but I don't know. It'll be just a wave by wave thing.
You just got to sit behind that wall. Make sure that Sam doesn't have an angle, because he has been so accurate.
Like if you look at gold, Hadix is actually like 300 gold up, 200, 300 gold up.
For Awesome Jake. If a skirmish breaks out, there'd be immediate support advantage, but early damage. The
Dragons do not do well when Fino's getting bullied, and Fino is getting bullied right now.
Run to Lazarus, Polar Bear Mike pushes him away. Sonic
This
Boom
is an awkward
flies
fight for the Dragons.
Soccer,
This is
but it's
really
only
good for the
found one
Bolts.
PBM
Might
taking
should be
damage
dead
on the
here.
back end, and the Olympus Bolts looking to collapse
That's a
in
dead
on the
Michael.
PBM, and first blood goes to Hadix.
I like the idea from Mike. You got to
See,
kill Lazbra.
I really don't like this rat pick, right?
Because a
Because
little bit late, but that's just how that play sort of
because
developed.
so how
Murray's
this is
gotta
right.
find
I'm
a
going
way
to mute
get the
aggro
damage
because
off
he's
for
in my
space
ear a
and
bit.
time.
Right. So when you're having these sort of like runaway comps, the thing that they tend to hit is a bit of a brick wall. When they're snowballing, it's going really well, but then they hit team fights and they suddenly find that mid might be behind, ADC might be behind, but you suddenly can't kill the solo laner. You hit this big beefy solo laner, and Bolts play through Hadix a lot at the moment, and Hadix is always like the ultra Chad in lane getting ahead. So you might have this big pick comp, but like, what's a Circuit and Merc going to do when the Guan is running at them? And usually, because Dragons snowball and then win games because they snowball, and then Fino K comes out of solo like a level or two up and also carries team fights. Whereas now Fino's behind and he's getting bullied by the Guan. He doesn't have that same frontline presence. So
I'll tell you.
Just means that Mike really
so
wants
tough.
to
It's gonna be
neutralize
tough.
Lazra in particular. That's where I think
like you can shut down Lazra, but I don't think that's the win
Urlong
condition
Gen
against
does not
Bolts
deal with
anymore.
well, being slow.
Not a bad idea.
Affects his 72 transformations. It makes
Yeah,
it
no
so he
AoE
gets
on this
auto
team, is
attacks
there?
on you, and that's where the vast majority
It's
of
all
the damage
single
comes
target,
from.
basically.
I'm a little surprised to see it
Kuki
on
would have been
Jake, because you look at what Sam's going to do.
very
He's
simple
slow
pick here, I
immune
think.
on the Mercury when he pops his 2. Hurry isn't going to be around you long enough to really get
Maybe that's
affected
just a
by
bit
that.
lazy analysis to
Maybe
say,
it stops the
"Cuckoo,
Danza all
cuckoo."
in, and that's why he's going for it, but I'm not a huge fan of it in this matchup.
Sanford Soccer's underneath the tier 1 tower, was charging the ultimate Barracuda, playing safely on his tower line here. It's what you have to do when you don't know exactly where Sanford Soccer is. Deep ward only on the red buff right now for the Olympus Bolts, so this is just Barracuda, I think, reading the ebbs and flows of the game so well.
The thing is, I would
Panic
normally
a little
say,
bit more
how does this Dragon
hanging
comp
out in
ever
the
win a
middle of
team
that
fight
lane, not hanging
against
back at all.
the Bolts?
Sensing
But
that
they are
maybe
very
where
good at
Sanford
just pressing
Soccer
their
will be.
buttons. See,
Still pressure, though,
Fino
from
is
the
losing
Olympus Bolts
every
over on that
blue buff here.
Another one gets stolen away.
A lot of trust in Barracuda and leaning on that veteran experience over
Yeah,
here in the
this is
duo
good.
lane,
It's
because
good that Barra's not feeding
they
here.
clearly
All he has to
not
do
wanna
now is
help
not
on
feed
his
because
side
they are
of the
putting
map.
a
They wanna keep
ton of pressure
going on
there.
the right, and Barra hasn't misstepped yet.
Yeah,
Could be
that's
collapsing
exactly
on
right.
the
They've
Jake.
got pressure on the
taunt is
right,
through,
just
but
don't
Jake
die on the
only
left,
able
and that's what he's
to
doing
leap
very
out to the
well.
left. The
This is
transformation
good.
comes
This is
in,
good.
but
They
then
kill
Sonic Boom, the
Jake.
chain
This
to
is
CC,
good.
and way
This is
too
what they
much
wanted to
damage
do.
into the Bolt.
Big taunt by
Dragons grab
Lazra.
one, but on
Big
the back
taunt.
end, no, Hurry win.
But he's dead as
Massive
well.
damage as Barracuda pulls back a kill. Lazra
I felt like he was trying to go through the
dashed on
portal
through,
there.
and Panicat grabs the double.
This is
Man,
good
a
for the
huge taunt
Dragons.
in from Lazra. What an engage by him, but it's just a little bit too early from Barra on that Chiron. If he just holds his ultimate so that he can hit multiple shots off that 3-man taunt, then I think that goes a little bit better for the Bolts. It's a 2-for-1.
Yeah, no,
for the
I was thinking it looked like he was
Dragons
trying to get
falling,
through the portal.
And I
like-
think the Dragons did overcommit
even
onto
toxicated.
Jake in that moment. How many ultimates did they use on him right there? 4 ults in order to just make sure they're killing Jake probably isn't worth it. But if Jake
Then
just
a
has to do a
slightly
better job
hurry,
of getting
yep,
his,
true.
his horrific emblem off in that
True.
moment, maybe that would have been the difference maker.
Right.
But overall, I mean, the Dragons definitely got away
Jake died with his
with a pretty risky play to dump that much into the support, get 3-man taunted, and only lose 1. They should consider themselves lucky.
Keep an eye on Find Those Blue up in about a minute or so.
For the Olympus Bolts because PandaCat had the double, and sometimes that's enough to get this.
Yeah, Harry is like a single target picker on a team full of that with Merc and Socket. That's what they do already. So like, you know. I guess his job is just to lower HP pools if someone comes in and smash him up.
Ultimate, the Sonic Boom we haven't seen used across an entire lane just yet.
Make it easier for Sam to ult through and just like someone's already dead.
We haven't seen full-on lane engagements, just teams collapsing in around their own buffs.
I think once Jake gets his sovereignty online, it's like, you know,
mess around with this right-hand side just as
they are going to have a miserable time of it.
Barracuda, the Dragons are doing the same for Final K, understanding
good invite into the purple.
In this game. That's not
they have just left Barra on an island, which is correct, I think. Barra just has to survive. He's 2 levels down on Panda.
As expected,
they're going all in on the Panzer Burrow. Good adaptation from the Jaguars. You notice how they went to this side of the map once and they lost. So they're like, fuck it. Now we fight over here. We got a kill over here. Now we fight.
As PBM gets
nice port from Harwin there. It's a good little way out if needed.
So both supports with some form
You're not going to see them on this side of the map for ages. Final gets his blue. Okay, this is, and he's getting solo farm. This is good. The Dragons are coming back here.
They allow Final K in order to get the blue, in order to defend this red buff, and that's the right call from the Bolts. You're not getting a massive lead. You're not killing this Ratatosker and getting your mid and ADC behind by losing purple and red is too scary.
If he's not got one yet, something tells me he's going to get a
on this right-hand side. So I like the Bolts.
I reckon he might get on the anti-heal ones, like the one where you absorb while he was healing or something like that.
Lasbro's over here on the right, but he's been
could be Bambus Hammer. Yeah, very possible. There are a ton of really good starter items that are good like at level 20, but you don't buy them because you want like Bluestone first. But he's managed to get through the laning phase without needing Bluestone. So now he's got pick of the draw. You could even get something like fucking Spartan's Flag or something. Sunring Axe, Hero's Axe, yeah. Nikon Circuit, I know. It was first pick as well. I don't know if you saw it was first pick. And so everyone was like, oh, you know, Sam, Circuit, and then they picked Rats. They're like, oh, here we go, you know, Rat solo. And then who are they going to pick for Mike? And then they locked in Merc, and it's like, oh.
Okay, has to use the ultimate to survive.
Okay, now Haddix has solo kill potential.
If you choose to really chase
Haddix is so good in lane. And he's playing one, which is just depressing.
So still bully potential. Normally around this mark, you're seeing some damage go one way or the other, but both solo laners tend to be able to stay in lane pretty successfully.
How many games do you reckon this set's going to go, by the way, guys?
To force Final K out of lane.
Again, Sam on his left-hand side, just consistently on
purple. Whoever you have winning, do you have him winning 5, 4, 3?
He's letting himself get invaded. He's letting
in 1?
These waves go underneath tower and accepting that that's
Look at this. Lasbridge is here on cooldown. Ult is down. I said kill potential is here.
Does not have his ultimate. He'll swirl and he'll dash.
Yeah, that was
but will
weird.
He survive? The pin does not connect. And that's the escape route on out. Hurrywin sends through space and time on over to the right-hand side of the map, but doesn't connect for anything. Just there as an insurance policy.
Yeah, just in case. And he's got the Chronos.
I think it'll be at least 4. This will not be a 3-0.
Maybe didn't really need it, but better safe than sorry in those moments.
Leap in.
Oh, we eating Jeff
here, but Polar Bear Mike engages with a leap of his own. PandaCat a couple levels over his counterpart.
They really have just abandoned the right side of the map. They are all in on this left side.
All the Bolts collapsing in on this red buff, sensing that the Dragons want to put some pressure
Where did the straw poll get to?
On left, and you have to wonder that
9 whole votes.
You start to look towards maybe an early game Gold Fury for the Jade Dragons. He got a couple levels over Barracuda, maybe force the issue on the left a little bit more.
Agreed. I think they're likely waiting for Hurry's ult to come back.
It's funny you say that, Vampa, because they have Barra's teams have historically been terrible adapters.
Sooner rather than later. The main concern that I have, though,
not always. These are the same draft picks I had yesterday.
The composition that the Bolts have built
but now
is that Hurry is going for the same build that he loves and that a lot of players, Giannis players love. But you are so late to get your pen in this build. And you've got a warrior in the jungle. I know Lasber's going to build most of the damage, but he's still a warrior.
Here's an experiment. If we go on Smite Game Chat, will we see the message, Rat no boots?
Who is going to be building anti-heal for the Jade Dragons? Probably not. Sam doesn't want to build it.
No.
He's going to want to go regular.
Incredible
so
scenes.
Maybe he goes the Shadow Steel Shuriken. He's willing to do it.
Oh my god, people have moved on.
Flexes it here.
I'm so proud of them.
Panda doesn't want to go anti-heal. Final K is
Look at this. Not a single one.
But no onk for him.
Oh wait.
Mike gonna go onk and just not
Sorry,
have blink
I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon.
I don't really know the plan to handle this Guan. come team fighting time, and that little bit of sustain from the Chiron, and the little self-healing that Fafnir gets. I think the Bolts have got a
you can't see what I'm typing. I thought it was being funny. Right, no boots.
Because I don't think that there's an easy player for the Jade Dragons to outright kill him. Giannis can't really do it. And they're not building anti-heal for when they don't kill him.
Bonus pendant is bad item.
We've already seen it in sets this weekend how important that Guan Yu healing
Smooth brains.
So it's definitely something to keep your eyes on.
Oh, here he is.
Finally, Stanford Soccer finding a gank on the left-hand side, chases down Barracuda in the rocket to confirm it. It's the play that the Dragons love to make.
Sam is low here, though.
Have they bitten off too much?
Is Jake going to try and slow him? Because if he horrific emblems him, he's got his 2 to walk out of it.
Stanford Soccer uses the beads, but now Jake locked down. Jake leaps away, but he's on the wrong side of the map, and PBM grabs the kill.
That was literally almost frame perfect.
Jake definitely with
actually, back.
Some bad decision making there to try and go for that.
Someone said original right joke. I did not see that.
Kill in the pocket
or he is actually atrocious.
Dragons, and they use very little in order to confirm it. It's just a
Wait,
did you? I guess he got Sam's beads, which isn't too bad, but not enough to be willing to give over that much gold in experience over to the other side.
Where is he?
That just feels bad for
the
entire game.
Yeah, for 14 minutes you played it perfectly.
Yeah. Not letting that happen. And then one moment you step too far.
It wasn't really much of a fight. They so Sam ulted down the lane, caught Barra. Barra dashed him, beads and dashed out. Sam dashes after him, and literally the frame the beads runs out, catches the end of the dash, flicks him back.
They just had the damage to be able to burst him through that at that point.
Good point.
Yeah.
Maybe tier 2 is where he needs to be hanging out.
Yeah, and then Sam was super low, so Jake rotates in to kill him, stuns him, ults, but gets baited, and the rest of the team clear him up. Bolt steal! No, wait, no, Bolt, that was Bolt's actual thing. Bolt steal.
On the left-hand side gets Lasbro Venenu low, and they'll have to back away here.
The rocket.
Looking for a little bit more from the mid lane.
Big ult!
Lasbro
sidesteps it, that was really slick, and now Sam's dead.
This
feels good for the Bolts, man. Big 2.
Yeah. The last one will not be enough to kill Mike, but Jake
Mike's got Chalice, that saved him. Mike's Chalice just saved his life so hard.
Jake had last time. Lasbro will look to close the gap, and Jake will grab the kill. An aggressive call for the Bolts.
Pays off.
Man, such a good call, because Haddix was just there far before Final K was, and they could just use this healing.
That was my Among Us impression.
Tread, and
Sussy backer.
Punish us for it. Hurry got a fantastic ultimate off in order to really chunk down Venenu, but he didn't have his soul gem done. That might have been enough
once
to
again,
first kill Ven all the way if he would have had that soul gem proc, but without it,
can you play Among Us in the break? I don't know if I even have it installed.
Final K ults from just out of range.
I haven't played that in
months.
months.
Had just started to coalesce. They just started to group up because of Sam's ult.
It's not quite the same when I'm streaming it, because I just go and murder someone.
Behind red buff, if Final K is able to get there just a little bit sooner, if he would have left half that wave.
Lasbro sidesteps this ult here. Watch this.
Look at how grouped up everyone is. This is a huge rat ult that is just waiting to happen, and instead he's stuns Haddix, and that's all he gets out of that.
Yeah,
rotation.
I don't like this rat here.
I think Fine's got to be there a little bit earlier and really make the Bolts pay for that grouping.
And hey, little
Sus for soccer team. Sam for Sussy backer.
Absolutely. Around the end of that,
I feel like that was quite a good impression of when the round starts.
Game number 1, the Olympus Bolts have brought it back despite early discrepancy on the left-hand side of the map. Barracuda now closes that gap as well, just one level behind Panda Cat.
It's rough when you do that.
Check out the build for PBM. He does
on rat.
Blink on
yeah, I fully agree. This has been probably since he started in season 6 the worst stretch of play from Fine.
Disengages with all the mobility,
which isn't really saying a lot, because he's like he's been at an amazing level for so long that it wouldn't take much for him to not be his best, but he has looked a bit sloppy, I think.
Panda Cat and Hurry, and just his whole goal is to neutralize Lasbra. He is just playing Shadow Lasbra in these. Yeah,
exactly.
Fights.
I'm not saying he's like fucking bottom tier.
To help kill him. You've got
but he's been insanely consistent.
You've got your last breath in order
the last
to help
2 years. So
Lasbra's gonna have to be wary of where that's coming from.
That's a massive swing here in this game as the Olympus Bolts grab about a 1,500
but he picks that rat into Guan. Guan was picked at that time. So
still 2 levels for Panda Cat, so there's still an advantage here on the left-hand side, but Barracuda kept plenty safe.
It's gonna be that moment
Fury down for
where he has we're gonna have these big team fights, and we're gonna have to see some big ults to show like this is why we picked this god.
For those next big objectives.
So if Mike is not gonna be the initiator, who is for the Jade Dragons? Because they don't have a blink
Yeah, true. It's still 4 Bolts are only 1k up. Like, it's not the end of the world here. But I just think this Bolt's comp team fight so much better.
The Rat ult is very telegraphed.
I don't like Mike on Circuit. I really don't.
Having to initiate all of these fights and just kind of waiting around until the Jade.
See, that was Circuit 2 into Janus 2. Look at his.
That's going to be the question.
Admittedly, Harrowwind has like no pen. He actually has no pen in his build yet. He's going to go Mirrored in next and then start building more pen, and that's when the build is going to come online. But
go to a less optimal playstyle. Hitting frontline as Erlong.
Yeah, there we go. Apprentice stuff. Tier 2 Mirrored in coming on. Oh, we've got the Merlin with breastplate. I think that's a really smart breastplate pickup here.
To really stop what
for Fizzman, he's just not getting hit by Janus. That's really good work. Witchblade on Erlang. Jake's in for Janus is quite nice into Fafnir. In fact, you can do that. Put a portal under his feet. Ooh, big ult. Mike's dead. Sports are off the field. Sam is going to die here. Sam's going to die here, right? Lasbro. That's what played that fight very well, I think. Good ult from Barrow. They don't not here. No, everyone's here.
The ones limping away because Haddix is up and he can heal you.
And he's got the healing shield. How do they kill Guam?
Keep this siege going because
how did they ever kill Guam?
Top mid carry for all these teams is Haddix and FineOK looking like they might find a re-engagement here, but instead it's
Panda doing? What's he back here?
Forward. The Olympus Bolts not wanting anything extra. They don't get the tier 1 tower in mid.
Yeah, had shield Guam.
Real close though. One wave crashes into that, and the Olympus Bolts.
He's going Pridwin, I think.
In that time, it was Mike who didn't get his relics off on that dive. If he's able to get a horrific emblem off in the midst of 5, the cursed Onk, you can end up
turning shield, and then he's going to start getting more and more HP with Hero's Axe, Sundering Axe.
Right after hitting that last
the man is not dying.
Is a huge deal
that was a good defense.
That makes that fight much harder for the
Porting out
Dragons to
Barrow
really
definitely
come
helped.
back into. It was a good ult from Sam. FineOK got into the back line.
Well, I disagree. Sam's got to do something, right? Because otherwise he just doesn't ult at all.
Took next to no damage in that fight, and that's a testament to how good their front line is.
Yeah, it's funny they don't have any. So Sam's going to build.
I
imagine Sam's building that anti-heal shuriken here. Probably a Wind Demon, but maybe.
Jake goes back and finishes up the frenzy.
But
that plus
you'd expect to see some sort of anti-heal here.
Quickly, but it's the Dragons on the Primal Fury, and it's the Dragons.
Oh, I don't know why I thought Jake saw that. That's such a free Primal.
And it looks like that's it. There was a big.
Where were bolts? Where were the bolts for that?
The Dragons happy.
That's a horrible
take the
miss.
Objective and back off.
And look at how little damage Jake took for jumping in there and being right in the thick.
But yeah, they need some anti-heal pretty soon.
This composition.
I really do think Fine's going to go the anti-heal.
Particularly
starter
well,
at level 20.
especially right now with where they are on the builds. I mean, Hurry's
he might just buy it like now and then finish it off in a bit.
That'll give him his first.
That's my prediction.
Now 21 minutes in, and he'll have.
Exactly,
10%.
they're just saying
that's it.
How Barrett. This is his first 10%
an
pen.
Obsidian shard, maybe a Charon's coin, but I'm more of a fan of Obsidian on Giannis.
Then breastplate, yeah. There's one of them that does damage.
To still sell your boots.
No, that's no. I'm thinking of the sigil.
40% mark, or buy a power pot.
Yeah, exactly. 50%
anti-heal. A little bit too difficult for them to knock down these tanks anytime.
Both of them are good,
Sam's working towards Wind Demon or maybe Shadow Steel, so maybe he will be lacking in pen.
But the problem is that Ankh is good for the team fight, but it's the out of heal fighting. Even though it's been nerfed by Brawling, it's very strong.
Has gone for the Acorn that gives him
no, it's still 20. It's only Benevolence, War Flag, and Watcher's Gift, whatever that's called, Sentinel Split.
So I think Fine is actually built very intelligent.
Yeah, that Janus build just like ends a fight.
A little bit
like,
better
if you hit an ult on someone and then 2-2s, they die. Maybe that's what they think is going to kill Gorn. Ult into double 2.
I mean, you just that prot shred will
There has been some serious farming this game.
That's that's like
21 minutes.
Hands
20.
It helps, but it doesn't really do that much for you.
I hope it doesn't.
Rat's nearly 20. Janus nearly 20. How are you ahead in XP?
101.
There's the shadows. There we go. There's the first anti.
Here in this game.
This is good.
It is. A Shadow Steel Shuriken picked up now.
You know, they're in a much better spot than they deserve to be at this point from how this game is going.
Anti-heal is needed, and
they've made themselves very difficult to beat.
Crit somewhat well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's cheap. It's not as bad as it used to be, but
I'm surprised
what
Haddix is building here. I'm not sure what this is going into, but if I'm him, I'm just building Spectral.
But this means is he not going?
Because I feel like the only way he really dies is Merc getting like a consistent beat down on him.
In order to get those huge power spikes.
Actually, maybe not Spectral, but maybe just some more actual physical defense than like a Void Shield or something.
That awesome Jake, can push this team forward around objectives, could do Pyro or FG so quickly.
I will say, though, I don't like the fact that Jake has not upgraded those starters.
Better late than never.
In his gold income. I mean, he's got a full item over Mike right now, sitting with that Pridwin.
That's my boy.
I still really wish that he would
have you been, Roldy? Have you been watching, or are you just
so impactful when
coming in?
And it just
been a bit of a tense game. I feel like it's really about to take off in the next few minutes.
Secured by the Olympus Bolts. Hurrywin sent through space and time on in, but didn't connect
yeah,
onto
my thoughts are still the same. That I think
all their actives ready to go here.
Bolts should win these team fights, but the team fights have been closer than I thought, admittedly.
Towers gonna start to get pushed in here as the Jade Dragons rotate on through mid. You wonder how aggressively the Bolts can try to play these next couple of minutes. Hurrywin doesn't have through space and time, so the ability to push up, maybe feeling a little better.
I'm not sure about that fight. Taunting a Merc is not what you want.
Lasbra wants nothing else. Haddix gets taunted on in, and it's a leap into the backline by PBM. Cavalry Charge answers that one out. Mike stunned up, pulled back in, nearly taken down, but there's not enough damage until there is, and Barracuda finds the kill.
Huge
and look, Haddix at 75% health after getting
one of their
fucked
primary
over.
Engagers in this Mercury, and now Sam doesn't have the beat.
No, it was good. It was good engage, but it was just making me laugh watching him. Oh, did I just see Bumba's hammer on? It's Bumba's hammer wrapped.
You don't have to worry about Lasbra's dive in the
I don't know how I feel about that. Good,
Mike's on the
good for that. Very bloated item.
Plus,
good stat-wise.
He doesn't have his relics because that time he got him off, but the rest of his team was nowhere near.
But I don't. It's going to be Bumba's hammer in a second. You did cool it, Shlee. Well done.
Very small lead, very aggressively, and it's paying off for themselves here. Just about 2,000 in the lead.
Sam is just playing with him.
Before the kill.
He never actually ults
that. Onto the tower there as well. Mike will be back up in the next 3 or so seconds, so the Olympus Bolts don't have much more time.
Yeah, Bumba's is good, but they're not losing these.
Here in mid, but
they're not losing these fights because Fine OK isn't hitting big auto attacks, you know.
And Hurry's got the ultimate, so you know that the Jade
They're gonna have to team fighting at some point. There is no choice. You will end up team fighting. Like when they strip at fire, team fighting is gonna happen. That's a big dash in from Vino, was he?
Now that chin size are done.
Ooh, he's gonna take a lot of poke for that.
Got pen for Hurry.
Oh, Frenzy popped in Fine OK. Will
just gonna die.
Enough of the damage, take it up into the sky.
Don't know what he's dashing in there for. Hero's Axe Squad is online. I repeat, Hero's Axe Squad is online. Look for those big fat shields in the team fight. It's a really big upgrade.
You don't want this Ratatosker ultimate getting burnt defensively.
No, you don't. He's got a little bit of CDR
Panda's
there
build is going to really do a lot of damage to
It's going to be a while before that ultimate is back up. But it... Whoa, Sam's looking for Ven.
Good reactions
nice
from
Ven.
And
just a little bit of a miss
there
from Sam. Yeah, it does. I'm sure Ven flinched too. You got to keep
Alex just plays so consistently well.
Pretty easy to get close.
Who does he remind me of? He reminds me a bit of Benji in the way that he plays.
Do get some big power spikes
like where he's just always doing the right things, you know. Not necessarily massive, like huge mechanical plays. He's just in the right place at the right time. And he has that, yeah, exactly. He has that feeling of inevitability. Like, what am I supposed to do about this? He's just throwing at me, and I'm just dying.
So now he's not going to just get one tap, but all of his shutdown potential on Lasbra is still there.
Well, no Frenzy, but Coerce will help it. This FG does end up going through. Lasbra's taking a bit of damage.
They do all their big initiation, use those as cooldowns. Look, they've got 4 cooldowns. 4 ults on cooldown.
Looking for that engage,
and everyone's full HP.
Dragons would respond.
And the Dragons used 2 ultimates and got a whole lot of nothing.
This could be a free fire giant, you know.
Sustain Lasbra back up.
There's a stun over onto Polar Bear Mike, and the root is
jumps away from the portal. Here we go. Here's the team fight. Here's the initiation. Good from Fino. This is what they want. But where's everyone else? Lasbra's low. This is what Dragons need. But fight's over. Heals are up. And Bolts win the fight.
I just think the Bolts, you see the strength of their draft right now. Frankly, I think they outdrafted the Dragons in this game. The Dragons, I like their idea. We're going to keep Lasbra honest. We're going to keep him off his comfort picks. And we're going to try and pick something that we can engage with.
Wow, the Bolts start up the
this
fire
is risky,
though.
Sam 1 steal coming in.
That has not been reset. No, sir! The Dragons steal it away. The Olympus Bolts.
Let's see, top left. Top left.
Neither do the Dragons.
Does that make you look?
Dragons take it. Made you look from Sam for soccer, and the Olympus Bolts thinking twice.
And you know he rolled a crit on that as well. 564. He doesn't have that much crit chance in the build with just 2 stacks on the Rage and that
That's
Shadow
how they
Steel
do it.
Shuriken.
Don't need to out team fight them if you can just steal fire.
At that point, I mean,
Ooh, look at these crits coming in now. Now doesn't it just feel like the?
Maybe they should be taking that.
Doesn't this just feel like the tide has just turned? Now you've got a late game Merc. He is not far away from Deathbringer right now.
Did Jake not use the frenzy?
He didn't.
That's
still there.
That's where you've got. That's the.
This is the thing with Merlins. Merlins have such bad secure, and he gets out as well. That's insane.
Makes the play.
And then Panicat on the back end gets a pretty big taunt.
Yep.
And keeps it.
Yeah, who needs to do fire? We can just steal it.
So the Bolts don't even get anything in. And
Samuel for soccer, man.
This game is now found. Earlier on, I mentioned the Bolts doing a lot with a small lead.
Sam is not far away from Deathbringer. When's he back in? He's just backed. Has he just got Deathbringer? I think he might have just got a Deathbringer.
Dragon's now able to rotate over, grab a Fury on the back end.
Get these graphs out of my face.
On the back foot.
And you've got to keep concerned about their ability to get into this
Deathbringer's
backline.
online.
As much as I think the Bolts did
Archmage, Gem,
outdraft
Hurry,
here for
nearly
the
got
Jade
Obsidian.
Dragons, the Dragons have that "Oops, I win" card. And
That is very true. They've got so many, so much.
we lose, or I guess Sam hit a really sick Sonic Boom, one-shot one of our carries, and now our tankiness up front doesn't really matter. Guess we lose.
Yeah, he had
and
Eye
that
of the
just
Jungle.
happens easier
Gemma
whenever
Focus,
they have a
whatever
Fire
it is.
Giant on their side. And
Lono's Mike. Lono's an underpicked item. You're not there to do damage so much. You're here for anti-heal and taunts and stuff.
He's just going to two-tap this Chiron if he gets on top of him. And the Bolts, I still love their composition. I still love what they can do.
What does Sam get now?
They've been able to control these
either
fights really well, and it
Bloodforge,
only takes one for the
Magi's,
Dragons to break out.
Titan's Bane.
Venenu,
But I imagine like a
Final
Magi's or a
Gear over here on
Mantle.
the right. That means Sanford Soccer, Hurry, and Panda are
Keeps those
looking
beads
towards
off
this
cooldown a
tier
bit.
2 tower. Hurry went on the back end, as you figured, adds in a little bit of percent pen into that build. So you talk about
That's what I
the
would buy,
win
but then
card,
again, I am
Venenu
a
or
bronzy,
Barracuda,
so.
who sometimes are through space and time magnets. They're going to have to position themselves pretty smartly here. Portal goes up. That's going to make the Bolts think twice about where exactly they position.
Yeah, he would want to win Demon, but I think maybe that's like the sell your boots
Suddenly
item.
the engagement is made a whole lot easier.
Beads?
Awesome Jake
That's Panda's
taking a bit of
beads.
damage. Panda Cat. First
Why did
reach
Panda
level 20
beads
here in
that?
this game, absolutely swinging.
Yeah, does not have the beads any longer though, because that hammer found home from Jake.
Not sure
and I think
about
a
that
little
beads.
bit of a panic beads in that moment from Panda. No carry. All the carries were in front of him. Maybe he didn't have eyes on Lasber at that exact moment, but I think you can react beads to that blink a little
Look
bit
at this
better.
lurking
Him not
from
having
Harrowin.
beads means
Harrowin
he's
here is
awfully
looking to come
vulnerable
through the
to
tower
dive
like
damage.
this, and
Yeah, can you tell the Bolts don't want to
big
give up this tier two
initiation.
quietly. Final K looking for the engage.
7-10
It's
split,
an engage
Sam.
Instead from Sanford Soccer, the stun is there, but the
He's
Aegis
out, though.
saves his life, and then the beads as well.
They're
And
winning these
Lasper's found
fights.
no one with the
How are
top.
they winning
Barracuda's
these
in his
fights?
ultimate, but he'll follow the Hurry win on the back end.
I think they've just got so much
Everyone's gotta
damage
lead.
now.
If you're the Olympus Bolts, 3 get out. Lasber in a bit of a
Oh no,
sticky
the
situation.
rocket!
Panda's going to be the one chasing. Beads used by Lasber, and I
How
just
are they
do not
winning this
think
game, man?
it's going to make a difference
That
for him.
Fire
Sam
Giant
doesn't have
Seal just
blink.
changed
Maybe
everything.
Lasber
Now
can
they've got
escape.
Fire.
Maybe you can.
Now it's like,
Nice
how do we
slow.
win these
Come
team
back
fights? You know, all
slow
these
from
comp
Hurry win,
differences,
then the pin on
but then
the
you just
back
get
end, and
hit
a
by
killing
an
spree for
1,000
Hurry
damage
win.
mage you look, and
30
1,000
minutes into this
damage
game,
Haro
the Olympus
Janus
Bolts,
2.
3 members left alive defending the Phoenix.
And think about how well these fights have gone for the Bolts. It's because they've been able to separate these team fights. They've been able to keep front line far ahead of their back line and use the length of their back line's damage to their advantage. Underneath that tower, it all gets messy. It all gets condensed, and it's much easier for your front line to get
Yeah,
bypassed.
you hear the
and then into the back line go the damage dealers of Sanford Soccer and Fine OK. Really intelligent dive there from the Dragons.
Oh, Final K is looking to go here as well. 8 seconds on Barracuda, 25 on Lasber. This is a
I did say, you know,
3v5 engagement.
Dragons are
Sanford
just good at
Soccer
pressing
eats
their
some
buttons
damage.
better than other
Venenu
people.
jumped on in the back
Hero's
line,
Axe there, did you
shielding,
see
keeps
that?
him in the fight, and he's able
And
to
now
turn some
Ven's
damage
can
in
turn
on the
around. He's
PM.
still got
Sanford
both
Soccer
actives.
will Haddock
Sick
in on the
defense.
chase, and
This is a
Haddock has
sick
got the kill.
defense.
That's 3v5, and the Bolts are doing the damage.
And Hurry's just hit
And
the
Harrowin just
eject
runs
button
away.
with through
That is a
space
classic
dive
Power Boy
in order to get
maneuver.
the rest out. He does get Phoenix, as you mentioned.
They got
But
Phoenix.
how about
Yeah, that's what they're
Haddock's
there for.
pickup here of the Hero's Axe? Keeps Ven feeling comfy, cozy in the backline right there. Doesn't matter that he gets rat ulted, that he gets rat stunned. Instantly able to help with that
Look at
extra
that,
shielding from
30%
this Hero's
CCR.
Axe,
I never
and
knew it
then
had that.
instantly hits the gas pedal into that front line of the Jade Dragons and able to punish
So
Sam
what is
for
it?
not
It should
having
give him a
his
shield
relics.
equal to what?
Panda, I
don't
think
know.
a pretty bad
Yeah, that is a
miss
rough
of the
Phoenix
Aegis.
loss.
Doesn't
And we
use it
have
until he's really low on HP.
we have
and took a huge chunk
seen
of damage by that point anyways.
what
the Jade
this
Dragons
side of
are
the
able to
map,
spring
Phoenix
towards that
going
gold
down,
lead
does
right
to
back
you.
into their favor.
The Dragons felt
Miracle
it.
steal from
They felt
Sanford
it yesterday
Soccer.
on the
Not a
Oni.
miracle if the Bolts kind of ushered him in.
Early
towards the
Fafnir
FG
ult.
there.
Group up for the
Frenzy,
coerce. I
not
hate when my carries
available
don't
to
do
get
this.
used. Good eye
Group up
there
for the
by
coerce.
awesome Jake. Haddox is
It's
taking
an early
some
Haddox
damage
ult
here.
though.
Venenu returns some in onto Final K as the Fire Giants respawn. Panda Cat back
This is
to
awkward.
base.
I don't
Back
like this
in
at all.
base, through space and time for
Although I'm not
Vermin
sure what
flies on
Harwin
in,
was doing
finds
coming
some
through there,
damage onto
though.
Venenu as Polar Bear Mike looking to chase down onto the back line.
But
It's
Venenu's
terrific
dead here,
emblem popped.
surely.
Final K
Wow.
with the re-engage and the Jade Dragons
Such
take
an
a
awkward
3v5
Fire Giant
and find
fight,
the
and they're
opening
also
kill.
grouped up.
But Fine's gonna fall. Unstable Vortex
big
hits
free
home for
Harwin.
Heroin, and now
Harwin's
all of a
stepping
sudden,
up big
the
time
Bolts
here.
don't have a backline.
And
the portal is
that's
full.
how you
Oh
kill
my
the Gorn.
God.
That's
Sanford
how you kill
Soccer
Gorn.
flies on in. It's a double for Hurrywin. My man is rampaging.
That must have been like
here in game number
1600
one.
damage.
Opera pulled in. It's 3 for the yard.
And here comes the
Awesome
rocket.
Jake, the last one alive.
Yeah, you
Wow.
can do it for
Harwin
30
build is
minutes,
online,
but
man.
eventually the
This team
hottest
just
is
has
going
too
to
much
come for
damage.
you
I
as well.
cannot believe they won
Hurry
with this
makes
comp.
it happen
I
on this
cannot
Giannis, but it wasn't
believe they're
just
gonna
him.
win with this
It was
comp.
PBM, the blinkless Circuit, got got a massive horrific emblem off, and then just stood there and waited for Final K to come help.
Fire minions walk on in and usher the Jade Dragons to win
just like that fire giant
#1
just
here in this set. I gotta
changed
say,
everything.
I like
That's an unbelievable set. My biggest complaint about Harwin all year has been.
All right, you're a hater, I guess.
When look at the drip from aggro. When you've got Lumberjack in at 7 and SPL at 8.
It works here yeah, sure, I guess.
Yeah, my biggest complaint about Harwin has been how when a team is losing, he doesn't turn it around. You know, he's good when they're good. He's bad when they're bad. That was good when they were bad.
I just love the
big first game. I cannot believe they won that. Huge.
The Bolts did it right for so long, but the Jade Dragons are just going to pressure you and force you to make some mistakes. And then just a great two-man game between Mike and Hurry on that Fire Giant defense. It sets up with a great through space and time that lands onto Ven. Mike gets a massive horrific emblem off. It's like watching a beautiful pick and roll between Trey Young and John Collins. Go Hawks.
D-Flan, what's up? Did you watch that game?
Reference right
that was
this
sick.
Time. It
that was a
wasn't
very good
Tom
game.
Brady home run or anything like that
for
those two. And talk about the steal from Sanford Soccer and what a shift
that
makes here.
You said it. We said it at the time, didn't we? It just felt like the tide turned. That was it. That was like the moment. D-Flan. Just got the end. It was a good game, man. That's the thing. The Dragons just kept themselves in it. At no point did it ever feel like they'd lost. They just kept themselves in it. Just like, you know, just lurking. That's the thing. Even if they're a bit behind, they were staying relevant. Do you remember they got those like 3 Gold Furies and stuff like that? Like Bolts just let it happen. And then suddenly, bam, what do you know? You've got a late game Merc online. Panda Cat Oboe Steel. That was rough. Damn, that was a good game. That was a good game. Damn, that's just game 1. We could be here for a long night. Marbles race time. Maybe Marbles a little bit later. Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, Jay, is they never really let themselves get that far behind. Oh, Shlee knows what's going on. Bam! How did you know? Right. Let's do. Diverse world. I need to send a message quickly, so I'm going to leave you to look around. I'm going to do a quick spin for you, and then you can tell us where we are. Ooh, looks purdy. I know what I would say here. You guys let me know what you say while I quickly send a message. Sorry about this. Okay, message sent. Where are we? What are you saying? Leeds, of course, that's in there. Looks Norwegian, American West, Nordic, Scandinavian, Canada. You say Norway. Please go to Driven. Well, we all know just to ignore about that. So the last place is going to be Norway. I would have said, yeah, either Scandinavia or Canada. Canada was my first thought. Could be Scandi, though. It's somewhere along this kind of latitude, don't you? I'm going to go Canada for pants. Go mid-Canada. Hey! It was Canada. Wrong side of Canada. Newfoundland. I've been to Prince Edward Island. Ooh. This looks nice. Look at this by the seaside. Oh. Clean roads as well. Damn, I kind of want to go here. That's a stop sign, isn't it? Kilometers. We're somewhere in the metrics. France, Canary Islands. I've never had Canary Islands come up on this before, so that's interesting. Greece. Thinking Spain. Once again, you thought it was Norway last time, so you very consistently know. It does remind me a bit of southern France as well, you know. I thought that at the time. That was my initial thought. There's just nothing on these signs. We're just kind of in the arse end of nowhere here. I'm just enjoying this coastal drive, you know. Just seeing the sights. No, it did actually look a bit like Norway. Kind of looks like northern Italy. as well. I'm just going to bung it in. Oh, where am I going? Somewhere around here. Ah, it is Spain. Ah. Yeah. Ah, well, what can you do? Oh, look at this. This is rustic, this is. That's a proper field. Oh, taters. Taters. Fuck you, I was right. That is the first one out of like 1,000 you got right. What language we in? Berrydale. Suck my valve. Berrydale. Does seem kind of this is a very British style of foliage. Did you guess Ireland? Oh, right, let's go with my chat. Let's see if I can trust you guys after all. I don't really care where in Ireland. Hey, well done. Northern Ireland, but same thing. Good work, team. Dan. Oh, look at these fellas. They're like a likely bunch, don't they? In-betweeners over here. Oh, nice bit of the world. Be waiting at a bus stop in. Hyper, what's up? Hyper. How are you, my man? Nice little shack. Who builds these things? Like, what is that for? We are in the arse end of nowhere out here, aren't we? You know, what do the signs tell us? Ah, Cyrillic. This is very sunny for a Cyrillic country, though, so intriguing. Does that mean we're in, like, Ukraine or something? Nice sunny Ukraine. Let's go, like, here in Ukraine. Bam! Ooh, that is not far at all. We like to see that. Jack. Holy fuck, where are we here? Ah! Sliding downhill. We're in the fucking rice paddies. How does a Google car get down here? Like, imagine just you got your little pile of sticks down here and the Google car comes driving past. Is this like an island nation? Bit of a shithole, isn't it? It is. Tidy up your mess, lads. Letting the side down. Brazil, Indonesia. Does feel bloody tropical, doesn't it? Lemon cake, god. Yeah, look at this guy. Dun. Oh, now we're through into the nice bit. This feels a bit more Asian to me, and I can't work out why. I just get Asian vibes from it. Maybe it's because I started talking about rice paddies earlier. But I could very much be wrong. Oh, that's a good sign. So I don't know much about the languages, but I think that's Japanese. I think we're in the Japanesey. We had a Japanese one a minute ago. That's Chinese. So they don't have China in this. So you don't have Chinese, which means that's a little like cheat code. If it looks like Chinese, but you're not in China, you're probably in Taiwan. Are you... you told me it was Chinese. Why do I listen to you? Why do I ever listen to that? God damn it. I should have learned. Yeah, that's on me. I've been stung by this one before. I should have learned. Oh, we back. We back in the P's and the B's.
Raijin could potentially come through. Bolts could also maybe choose to re-ban Raijin, let Hurry win, have Janus.
Oh, now they're banning Janus, though. They're scared of the Janus. So we're going to see Hurry pick Raijin. That's what they banned.
From the realm of possibilities here in game
and then Disco ban.
I was going to say they let the Janus through.
Or Merlin
bet. It wasn't like the Janus was controlling everything.
Don't you mean without the S?
The first 20 minutes of that game.
Or I am in spin.
It really wasn't until after that Fire Giant came through
Yeah, Lasbra's not getting Gilgamesh all set long. Circuit ban. Okay, so they don't want to pick Circuit. They don't want to play against it either. So that was all the sucking the Valknuts are getting. That's so accurate. You've peaked right there.
I like the Circuit ban from the Jade Dragons if they're not in that first pick position because
I don't hate that at all, Militiades. I don't mind when teams try something new.
Switch up onto the King Arthur, a wise choice. It's a lot more difficult, I think, to try and run something as aggressive.
Is that just for playoffs, or
this might be a little bit more of the conventional solo lane pick?
The Charther is here,
and again, wildly successful for them through phase 1, like an 87-some-odd% win rate for them.
Oh, sorry, that's pretty super loud.
Love this King Arthur. Haddix looked good with it. I believe most other teams had started to struggle with him towards the end of the phase. At least it was being handled a little better.
It looks so
I guess
sad.
Is a better way to work with it. The King Arthur looked good. It was just maybe the teams crumbling around him. Haddix, though, has always been able to stand up there. It looks like they're going to get the matchup immediately.
So where was the Cuckoo and King Arthur?
Throw your memes out there now, chat, and put them on Twitter. Anything, anywhere that you can put them. Because now is going to be potentially the only chance. It depends on how this matchup goes.
Lordy Doddy, we here.
Pick up here though for Sam.
Love Sam Pele.
Pele does a lot of the same things.
I just feel like Pele is so broken. I don't know why. I just have this feeling in my gut that it's broken.
Still great for cutting through to the back.
Yeah, this is a normal Kings draft. I don't really know what that last game was.
A lot of pressure as
I think
well.
they had no right to win in that last game, but they just, like I said, they just pressed their buttons better than other people.
I think it's
and that Sam steal was just
awesome. Jake and Barracuda over there in duo lane. They weren't really getting.
And I love that I called it as well. That's one of my proudest moments.
We're having some difficulty.
Bluestone. Oh, let's not break any metas now. Actually,
set up for his team.
Oh, let's theory craft a build right.
Could definitely pose a lot more.
Imagine if they go right. Bluestone. Hear me out here. Right, Bluestone.
And for those who remember yesterday, it was Game 3 versus the Warriors.
And then Cuckoo could go.
It was frightening to see what
Mystical
Sam was
Mail?
able to do with that
Maybe
one.
even
Now
Stone
the Jingwei,
Guy.
the Fafnir, that feels like a really Bolt's top 3 that has been locked in. All of them fit really well with their hunters, although Jingwei,
Fafnir
right now, like
again.
the quote-unquote best hunter, it feels like
Jingwei.
a few weeks ago it was easy. You just say Heimdallr on her and you were right.
I like the Barrett is putting a middle
to
finger up to this
Jingwei
Bluestone meta
spot.
and saying crit is still really good. Let's build the best crit.
She can also lean very heavily into the
actually, they might do Fighter's Mask.
Have sort of faded
that is true. Although I think didn't the Fighter's Mask have a horrible win rate yesterday? Like I'm pretty sure it barely won a game.
I have to believe that's what the Bolts are trying to lean into here with that Fafnir.
Yeah, Panda's rocking the ninja look.
Neither team.
I thought it was ninja for a second, but
having been priorities in this top 3 section, Gore, and I believe that that's just due to the fact that
with his braless wife,
kind of left their hunter.
Just that tweet.
Both left the hunter to the wayside.
Deathbringer Arthur is legit. Who did a video on that? Was it Yellow Shell or someone like that?
It seems as though they just want to swap the prioritization.
Yeah, I mean, it is a casual stomper.
A little bit of an edge, especially around those mid-game team fights, Gore, because
would I cast SEC games?
Pele's going to have as much of an opportunity at punishing a Jingwei.
Oh, and Kronos, of all things.
Too lazy to stick it out for a session. I like, usually, you're lucky I'm doing bloody watch party because this is not going to be a regular thing. I usually watch Smite like with it on the TV in my room and I'm just like doing other shit.
Something that we've
doing the work
seen
that I should be doing for you.
Xerus loves to run it mid. We've been seeing specifically the Valkyries run the Neath combo with that Kronos.
Oh, Kronos.
What merits does that have? Like, why take it down?
Kronos makes sense because Jade Dragons, they are playing for
does it make sense?
Focus. And if there's one thing that Kronos can be great at, it's avoiding all of the possibilities.
I guess Discordia was their plan with
a solid rewind, and there is
Gilgamesh. There's the Raijin as predicted.
From the Jade Dragons, especially now that they have that Raijin.
Didn't get to do any today, actually, but having family stuff all day, Father's Day. Tomorrow, though.
A lot of power in the Jade Dragon's composition.
This is what I mean.
Again, a Kronos, a simple rewind, and all that damage just falls.
You say that,
but
my Twitch VOD
is a pick that makes sense, and Kronos also excellent when it comes
actually
to
being uploaded on a second channel.
This Raijin, it's not something like we see Heroin kind of have to shuffle a lot. This Soul has been a very big
regular thing for playoffs.
Yeah,
maybe.
Has been very big for
the big event.
Raijin's there. It just hasn't necessarily been his go-to god lately. So it'll be interesting to see how he's going to pilot this.
You just noticed that it's
Father's Day. Where exactly he's going to be able to take it. But they're going to go back to the Erlong Shin here. I mean, you had said it at one point while we were watching that. You're like, man, Erlong and slows. It is the worst thing that you could possibly feel. But admittedly, Lasbra had a really good amount of setup.
There's the disco. There's the Discordia. I'm really surprised they banned Kronos. Why are they scared of Kronos on this comp? I guess double auto attacker with Fafnir, but
it's just that once the ball started rolling,
backers,
we started to see
do it.
those negatives involved with the Erlungschen, all of the slows, all of the interruption. And I'm seeing still a ton of slows interrupt from the Jade Dragon's composition. But if Lasberg can get off to a strong start like he did in game number 1, and the Bolts can actually
they're not picking you
on the big objectives like
zero
Fire
chance.
Giant for the secure.
0% chance.
Discordia might also be a little bit better for that.
Now, of all the things you can say, first off, just looking at that hover, I see the Dragon's logo over there. That very
Umoja.
Similar.
There it is. 10th pick Umoja.
Pose, even though you might say that's more Leviathans for Yormungandr.
10th pick. We had 10th pick Ymir yesterday.
I was actually going to say,
we've now got 10th pick Umoja.
Perfect.
What the fuck is going on?
The Bolts banned Raijin and Umoja every single game that they've played up to today. Raijin was still banned in game 1. Umoja kind of tossed to the wayside. Now both of them coming in for the Dragons. Feels pretty good for PBM here to get that.
Do you want Venom Kronos?
Sure,
I would
because
happily
it
have
still
Venom
plays
Kronos.
very heavily into the isolation thought process that this draft is sort of alluding
I think Umoja. I've been saying this forever. I think Umoja is like the most busted god in the game, and it blows my mind that she makes it to 10th pick. I guarantee at some point in this game I'm going to say something along the lines of Umoja's so broken.
Very methodically played out drafts for both of these teams, because there's certainly a lot of win conditions involved.
Never crossed your mind? Well, it better start crossing your mind real quick.
Stretch of the imagination.
Oh shit! How did the Wales game finish?
Depend on how well they're able to execute in the team fighting area.
This is another one of those drafts that just feels like both teams are coming out full force, right? Like there's not really like I look at this and I'm like, okay, where's the
but they made
link?
it through. Let's go.
There isn't one, like maybe the Erlungschen, but even then, after what we just saw,
and
no,
Cuckoo and Raijin,
so like they're both
and
Danzaburg, and it's about as best as you could.
This is a really good Jade Dragon comp. I think they've won this comp big time.
Both teams are definitely getting picks that they want. Gore, I don't think that these are gods that.
I think Erlang has looked really off the pace this year. I don't know why. Looked so good last season, but this season he just does not feel strong enough.
I'm curious to see what happens with the dual lane now, though, because Umoja Danzaburg has a lot of.
Like, I think Sam's going to run this game. I say that every time he's on Pele, but I just smell it in my bones.
If they're because Jingwei, she's one of the better hunters, obviously, for getting into the game after backing. But if you're consistently being
Erlang just scored it into Pele. What is it you like about this going to Pele? Because if I'm playing
like you said, being able
a route to her Bane, fair enough.
Necessarily help you
if I'm playing Pele and I see there's a Discordia in the team, I am like on that fucking W key.
This one feels like a coin flip going into it. Let's go down to Dave and Aggro and see how it plays out.
Olympus Bolts, even with a loss in game 1, probably feeling
when Erlang's in his 3, is he knock-up immune? I don't think he is he? He's like nothing immune. He just gets his shield on his turtle form. But
I think a win is so crucial for the Bolts. Of course.
So I know he's not slow immune. He's not really immune to anything. He's not. Yeah.
No, definitely not. I mean, game 2.
Then I wonder if we're going to see him
get
knocked up out of his attacking onto. Suddenly lose all your damage.
Games, which is obviously the caveat.
It is for, oh my god, my whole spiel about fucking. Oh, now I look a wanker, don't I? He actually did go fight his mask.
But evening up the series 1-1 is a big to get that momentum.
Okay, so there is real first blood potential in this lane.
Have gone with an interesting strategy, and I'm interested to see how the Dragons respond to it.
I think we should keep an eye on the health bars here.
We've seen the Dragons have this Danza pick.
Adix has 4 multi-pots up on.
Really safe hunter in Jingwei.
I know though.
And how is Barracuda going to be able to withstand that pressure? Will the pressure still be there? Will the Dragons
at least
switch
you're
up
honest.
their lane that they want to try and set?
Yeah, I know. I'm really going crazy on that one. What a mental prediction that is.
Can suffer from early dive. She can really struggle to get away from characters like Pele if falling behind.
Now we have seen some.
I say it pretty much every time Sam's in the game, to be fair. Oh, is it about the gun?
Lane there, but with the hunters, we've seen some death toll. Obviously, Bluestone has been pretty popular with a lot of the hunters.
Some people don't even build thieves anymore.
For Barracuda aggro, I mean, does that just kind of synergize a little bit better with the Jingwei? Keeps you getting that gold in your back pocket a little bit more consistently on a pick. You don't.
I really respect Panzer just constantly
pressure,
building this.
So trying to go with something that gives you pressure ends
I
up
call him
not
Panda
really
or Panzer. I think I should call him Panzer.
More gold is just
I respect
better.
Panda
So
constantly going on Danza, just like I think he's good. I'm gonna keep.
Gone away from the
I'm just gonna keep doing it over and over. Yeah. Fuck you, he's good.
That might not be great. But
everyone's fanning around with Kyra and stuff like that. He's like, no, Danza's good, and no one's banning him, so I'm just gonna keep playing him. Is that an invade?
getting the extra
Didn't even get the
gold
big
is
minion, he just got the signs.
And over here in the duo lane, you'll have Awesome Jake back on the Fafnir.
Yeah, I like Thebes as well,
Wild
but...
to me that PBM gets Yamoja last
10th.
pick.
Yep.
Yeah, I know, 10th pick
Yamoja.
Yamoja.
Pretty crazy to me.
Yep.
Yeah, lane bully, solo kill
Dormizer
potential.
called
He
it
is really a
a
panic at God,
coin
that is for
flip.
sure.
It feels like you're flipping the coin here, giving Mike a pick like this that late on in the draft.
And it's a little bit of a different look, but a similar game plan, I'd imagine, for Mike on this Yamoja pick in comparison to that Serket. All about trying to stop the momentum from Lasbra on these dives, make it difficult for him. No way for him
So
to
any interesting builds other than the Fighter's Mask? No, not really. They're both going Eye of the Jungle, which is interesting.
And that's it.
Can you imagine then we see some aggression from Mike early on here in this game? There was plenty with the Serket there and the Fafnir matchup. Quick pause before we jump back into the game here as quickly as
God, Aggro is dressed for the Russian winter out there.
The jungle matchup again here in this game, of course. We saw
Are those dad hats? Are those the official Smite Pro League dad hat?
We said had some difficulty maybe for the Erlang Shen in game 1.
You know, it is crazy how so you got like 16,000 views on this, but there's at least sort of like 5,000 on between like other people's watch parties. You got Haze with like 2K at any given moment, Frost with like nearly 1,000 sometimes. Like average on look as wide as Dawson. No one looks as swole as Dawson.
And he's looked unstoppable on it. I mean,
yeah, there really is the Arctic.
In phase 1 on this pick and just in general.
Swagger.
I think it's the right idea, again, similar to what they did in Game 1, trying
Check
to
this
keep
shit out,
Lasbra
right?
off of some of his comfort picks. That Pele is something that maybe his first god that he looked really strong on whenever he came back to the jungle at the SPL level. I think that they're really cognizant of what Lasbra's god pool is likely to be like and how they can neutralize it in these picks and bans. And it's the perfect situation.
15 people who rejected from other communities. Oh yeah, Watchy and Zap as well. Forget about them.
Sam can get it going and be that aggressor early
Sick.
on. The Bolts have gone with a draft that's a little bit more defensive early.
The league is just blown up this year. It makes me so happy.
Trying to really group up and utilize that strength in the mid game.
It must be really cold on this side of the studio. Nice and warm over here. Dave's just in a shirt, but this side, there's a big fucking vent right above his head.
Is that a game plan for Sam?
Oh, do you know why he's wearing the jacket?
Just ride it out.
He's got chills from the Hurry Indianas.
No, that's what the Bolts are trying to do.
Ride the lightning.
Exactly, but the Dragons are trying to.
Yeah, beat you to that one.
Eat the lightning?
Yeah, as you were typing that out.
You want to see the Zeus feeding people lightning on a consistent basis, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I want, but we're not going to see him today, I hope.
You hope you don't see him today.
Yeah, because then that player is just at a disadvantage.
Well,
yeah, Zeus, this is a very.
I said it before it came through.
A moment to pitch a Zeus upgrade, and he's going to take it. That's
right.
That's entirely my fault. I am
buff
curious,
Zeus, baby.
Yeah, buff Zeus. Hey, I'd be okay with that.
Hey,
I am curious though. Look, we talked a little bit about PBM, this Yamoja, the weight that carries with it.
Yep.
Jake on the Fafnir, we know is a pick that can work as we jump back into game number 2. Didn't look fantastic.
I'm just so happy the Barra's not building
going back to that pick here
Bluestone game.
I do. I mean, just
I feel like there are people out there who would do that.
A lot on our podcast that will be on later tonight at 8 o'clock, just for the record.
Really, during the Hawks?
That's right. Listen, man, I got to make it happen, just like Sam is trying.
Oh, there's a root in onto Sam. The stun is there as well.
This is huge. Oh, Yamoja. But he's dead anyway.
And Lasbra transforms, rolls on.
They got to kill Laz here. They got to kill Laz. Wait, why did he not get Mez there? Oh, that's big from Hurry. That just saved that fight super hard. Mike nearly saved that so hard.
And the Jade Dragons are
but Barra's just like, just give me my purple
You like that fight more.
That was sick from Laz.
Knowing that Sam fell for the first blood, just a little bit too aggressive without those purification beats.
Yeah, I'm not mentioning the gift to wars anymore.
Pele really wants to just farm hard until level 5. She can gank mid-level 2 really well with the knock-up. That can go well for you. But you need Blink on this character, and you need your ultimate as
that's really good for Laz. Like he's hit level 4, he's got a little XP lead.
And that's exactly what we saw. Insane peel from Mike.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe
with that Riptide. The
Erlang, it's going to be kind of like who initiates onto who, because I imagine when...
And let it get interrupted. That's the only way.
Also, when I talked about solo kill potential,
that
was
transformation.
luckily really panned out there.
And that's what nets him the kill.
And of course,
I think if Sam gets to initiate onto Laz, then, you know, it's just going to be doo-doo city as he ults him and, you know, easy money. But and in fights like that where it's a bit more awkward, you're not really sure who you're going on, or if he's like already gone in on Venenu, then he gets ulted, then yeah, you're right, that's good.
Over to 5, Sanford Soccer is yet to do so. Interesting though, and you know, maybe it is the call from the Dragons, maybe it's just how that moment ended up. we saw something very similar yesterday between Venenu and Lasbro with the
you don't want to be building beads, Pele. Though you're there, Pele. You're there to just win the game.
Control that Venenu's already shown us that he can play with this pick. I don't think can be looked over.
No, definitely not.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to want to just go straight on Lasbro every time.
I mean, Hurry's level 6.
So it makes you wonder if you're basically going to see. I imagine you're going to see when fights are going on, Ven and Laz are always going to be near each other because they're basically thinking,
level up, and that's not where you want to be up
oh yeah, you're right. Here's a level up on him.
Enough damage and can just afford to jump in.
Yeah, when they're fighting, you're going to see Lasbro and Ven watching out for each other really hard because if Sam goes on Lasbro, you're going to have Ven trying to root him off and vice versa. So it's going to be the job of whoever else is in that team fight to distract the other one. Might just to like disrupt them with the peel, or you know, the Panzer Burrow just like flying through, or Final Cage just pressing any one of his 8 billion buttons, you know. Tank Boots Cuckoo. Oh, holy shit!
It's a Riptide instead onto Venenu, and that's where Mike turns his eyes, and that likely means Awesome Jake.
Ben, you getting
same game plan. Lasbro's gonna invade.
You're awfully close to someone in jamming range. Goodbye. Hurry dead though. Surely.
Oh, Lasbro won't have the damage.
Oh, and now Sam's here.
And find the opening.
That's a bit of a weird ult though. It's a good rotation from Barrow. Where's? I can see the rocket. The rocket's coming in. Here he is. He's dead. You just see him on the mini map zooming along.
Arrived, by the way, a massive rocket.
He ulted that really early. I reckon that's a like max range.
Sam. And that time, I'm sure after the fight at Red, where Barra never showed up, they were like, hey, Barrow, we need you, buddy.
Wait, what's going on? Why is Ven just AFK here?
No, don't tell me he's going to die again. He survived. He's going to have to go back.
He is very lucky to be alive there. Very bloody lucky.
Oh,
no! Oh, no!
Turn
around, Barrow! Turn around!
Barracuda!
Me and Agra in sync go.
Sam's doesn't have much mana.
He's surely dead. Died to tower.
Sure does.
Samuel for soccer. Sam 5 football, man. What a man.
Because Ven just spent how long not farming?
Sam for soccer 2. Just wait till Sam for soccer 3.
Clearly the focus.
Absolutely is. Luckily for the Bolts, the goal.
Wait, I've got a fire tweet.
In the even territory, even a little bit over towards the Olympus Bolts. The XP not out of hand, but starting to get in that direction here for the Jade Dragons. Lasbro feeling comfortable enough to grab the Scorpion, the Greater Scorpion.
Oh, that's a good one. Sam for soccer? I hardly know her.
Take a bit of a deep breath. That was chaotic there in the mid lane.
That's such a shit show.
Dives to a great
yeah, that was sick. That was sick. I'm not sure what Ven was doing there. Why was Ven just doing his fucking AFK?
You gotta slow this game down around this
oh, your disappointment makes me so happy. Oh! It sustains my soul.
Let them. Yeah, exactly. Maybe they won't.
It's a hammer onto Sam and a transformation all in onto this Pele. The follow-up leap from Awesome Jake, not enough. There is a stun onto Hurry.
What's Jake doing here? He does know he's going to de-transform in a minute, right?
From over the wall, PBM sends the River's Rebuke. And now it's
now it's a big team fight, and now your ult runs out, and you're like, oh. Why is Jake just inting all of a sudden? Ooh, good dodge from Haddix. This game, man, this game is starting to... Wait, Bolts have a gold lead right now. Why did Bolts have a gold lead?
It comes into play pretty heavily whenever she's got enough fuel in the tank. And
someone explain that to me, how they have a gold lead.
Quickly on that fight, baits Jake into a bad spot.
Banana Skin is huge.
Trying to do a little bit too much right
yeah,
now.
but Ven is 2 levels down.
Whoa, Haddix down to half.
I guess Fafnir adds a bit of gold into it.
The tier 1 tower, but King Arthur difficult to dive here at this point in the game. Only has tank boots, but only going to get more difficult. On the back end of that, Panda Cat rotates over, steals away the red buff.
Yeah.
From the Olympus.
You did. You were the first Element. Well done.
Making a big difference here as
get a special badge.
Side of the
oh, ornate as well. Actually, yeah, that's a good point.
Awesome Jake returns with the hammer.
I wonder what the gold difference is. Yeah, he's 500 gold up on Panda. Damn. That's the Jing Wei thing. He's barely left lane. He had that one rotation in the mid lane there with barrels. Panda was also rotated.
And so far, it's made a big difference. He's got 100% kill participation already on this pick. We've seen the Dragons themselves struggle against it, particularly for Neil in that matchup. I think Neil really showed off how good this pick can still be. You know, I think Mike's doing the same. 1-0-4.
I just really cannot believe people are sleeping on Yamoja. Yamoja. Yamoja? Hardly know her.
Down towards the bottom of those networks.
Yeah, no. I'll stop.
Unfortunately, it's Venenu. And you'd think, look, you look at the gold up top. If you're the Olympus Bolts, you're
sorry,
thinking.
that one was
1 to 300 gold, depending on where the waves are.
That was really bad.
In the early game, you're probably feeling pretty good about it. Unfortunately, it's Venenu where...
Yeah, Barra's going to be their win condition here. It's time to stop, in the words of Michael Jordan. Stop it.
Exactly, and the
Get some
XP
help.
Is maybe the bigger deal. Now, the good news is, when you're playing Discordia, even when you aren't doing very much,
I'm trying to kick out all my viewers so I can go
help boost somebody up
go to bed.
at the very least on your team. Can't tell who has the Discordia passive right now.
Barracuda.
In this matchup. It might actually be Ben, just based on those on those effects, and it is actually Venenu. So this is worst case scenario,
right,
for him, is that you have the Discordia passive. And it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Now it makes.
Oh yeah, Disco passive on Ven. He's over 1k up. Jake is second on their player damage. Remember when I said there's going to be kill potential in that lane? Haddix is second bottom in player damage.
Maybe Haddix or Lasbra to make.
Lasbra's been a bit AFK this game.
PBM and Awesome Jake continue to hold the hands a little bit there.
I love the disappointment in the chat.
Who needs a little bit more.
I thought it was funny. Okay, fuck you.
Against his counterpart, and you imagine that trend continues on here. The aggression though from Hurrywind and PBM. Will they collapse in? After what we saw,
this feels like a quintessential Dragons game, doesn't it?
The Dragons were aware of that. They crash on in, try to find something, but now hello, Soccer turning around on the Lasbra. The knockup is there.
Oh my god, he nearly just turned that. Mike, if you had a bit more Omi, man. Laz is dead. It's still really, really good for the Bolts. The hurry is out. That was good for the Bolts, man. That was good.
That hammer for Jake. He still gets the beads from Hurry. So
oh, sorry. What were you saying? You have to sleep.
Maybe could have gotten the kill if that had landed. How about Sam reacts to the blink in, and I think he was trying to escape.
I'd like to see a replay of that.
He assumed that Lasbra was coming from bottom left side, and that's where the blink would be coming from. So he whips his camera with that volcanic lightning for the CC immunity. It ends up just headbutting Lasbra. Yep. Nearly got the kill with the help from Mike.
Well,
oh my god, they so nearly stole that. What is Jake's HP? That can't be more than like 6.
But Hurrywind is not hungry and will avoid the ultimate from Venenu. Awesome Jake barely stays alive. Now Fine, okay, somewhat low. Barracuda's here. Ultimate gets used from Fine.
Has Barra got the ult? Barra's got ult. Barra, go in, you pussy.
Fine, okay, will survive because Sanford Soccer and PBM are in to try to peel out for their solo laner.
That doesn't even work, Shlee.
Just barely, though. Good beads from Fine because Haddix had him in his sights with that overhand slash.
Backing away.
Yeah, they aren't because Barra's here. And
I hate when you see people do this, tanking to get like 3 or 4 more Hunter autos. Never works out. Yeah, look.
Because they don't have a whole lot of war
they always lose farmed it.
On this side of the map.
Yeah, get that Scorpion.
No one from the Jade Dragon's really interested in
that'll do it.
And I like the fact that Lasbra's gone over to the duo lane.
There we go. Soda Tower is finally going down. They've only taken Haddix like 18 shots.
Panda maybe.
We will never know if Panda's trying to fight him. We may never know.
Another quick pause here. Looked like maybe the Donza icon was backing away there.
Well, it's either that or Panda was hacking, and I don't think he was hacking. So I think well, he does hit a lot of stuff.
He does. That rocket is got a pretty high percentage rate.
I'm not ruling
Is the gold league gone? I hadn't seen it, but it would not surprise me if it's just totally melted.
Well, how about this though? It's been the continued trend now in this game from the Olympus Bolts where the individual numbers as far as kills go. I mean, if you really want
it could be all sorts of things. It could be technical problems. It can be a production side. It could be on a player side. Someone lagging out. Someone's game crashing. Comms going wrong. You know.
Gold-wise, right even with the Dragons.
And that's been one of the maturation processes of this Bolts team.
Hey,
really taking their game to the next level.
Yeah. I mean, they're not supposed to do that, but players definitely have done that. Fred's done that before. Yeah, that's why you don't look at just my game chat. Absolute cesspit, it really is. Put an insult to cesspit.
They've got a slight lead for Haddix on the right-hand side and the slight deficit for Ven in the mid lane, but even that is starting to close. Now Ven's only 5.
That is a low bar, though, for this chat to be better than my game chat. So you're starting to see why they've been banning out the Raijin, you know? This Discordia doesn't look nearly as strong when it's not paired with a Gilgamesh. It does just feel like the Gilgamesh was everything for this Bolt squad, doesn't it?
Completely out of control. But a 3-1-1
they just do not feel the same team without
already
it.
Feeling good Hurrywind after game number 1.
Right.
It's something you're going to have to be mindful of. Finding that Raijin and bursting him down quick enough to where you can't disengage.
Third item Wind Demon from Barra. He's really going for it.
Now, this is where Raijin really starts to hit his power spike anyways. Once you hit that third item, you start to feel like you're going to be able to 100-0 people.
Brawl is up from Sam. That's going to be a nightmare for
Hurry's been
Laz.
always one of those players that's willing to be aggressive. Not Captain Twig level suicide Raijin jump in aggressive.
All fairly standard in the builds otherwise, though. But yeah, like I say, respect to Barra for just going fuck it, crit's all good, let's do it.
A lot of times when you're this far ahead, it actually is.
That's the thing, Seb. That was always the case, but it's changed this year.
By getting all of your damage off and,
but
and
I guess
as much damage as humanly possible,
Dragons still think
kind of
that's the case. They still think it's all on
now,
Lasbra.
That doesn't have to be the case. You can just hit everybody from a distance and set your team up.
I would say that Hadix and Ven have won games by themselves as well.
So wouldn't surprise me if that's the direction he decides to go. Just trying to get in there and really use every
the jokes are not the best part, that's for damn sure.
As well, that Awesome Jake has been able to keep pace.
I still cannot believe they won game 1. That is insane. They had no right win in that game. Everything was going really well for the Bolts, and then that Fire Giant steal happened, and suddenly it was like, oh hey, by the way, we just lost a team fight, and we now have a Deathbringer Merc level 20 with Fire Giant coming. And Hurry's build got some pen and cool down. Panda just got that. So shit. It's not unexpected. Oh fucking hell, I'm so stupid. Why did I just... Yeah, it's pretty rogue. Mystical Mayor? Tank boost? What's next? Blue Stone Pen? I wonder if what starter he's going to go. He surely has to get A starter. Oh god.
I mean, take a look at the net worth. He's in a pretty decent spot. Only down
well, that comp was there to steal Fire Giants.
I think has done a little bit more in terms of his map pressure. Obviously, Barra rotating over to that right-hand side and getting that tier 1 tower was good for them, but Pana invading red by himself and just generally
I just think without Fire Giant, they don't have nearly as much damage on someone like
ended up with him having a slight lead, but that gilded
stuff
arrow
like that.
Keeps Barra pretty
but then you get late game where you got full max ultra build with you say who cares how tanky the front line is, but you have to care how tanky the front line is because you have a Guan horse charging at you.
He already got it. Mike has it too.
Mike has it as well. I mean, Barra instantly becomes a lot less
valuable. This is one of the very few items I saw coming before everyone else. I was like, this item's really strong.
I guess they must have been. And look,
in Arena, sorry, Assault and Arena, I guess.
Use it in games like this for Fine, where
or
for Sam rather, where he's going to be diving and trying
to
win
very
early spectral. Lasbra pretty often, and now you just don't have to worry about Barracuda a whole lot at all, and you can.
That's the thing. Rat Merc were getting bullied the whole time. They were ulting in and just dying. I don't think with the Fire Giant they have nearly as much damage.
For Soccer will keep him out of the taunt. On the 9 turns
like Bolts were winning that game right up until that moment.
Lasbra nearly gets.
Oh shit! I just missed it.
But Pele will live on, holds on to those beads too.
I always miss the good bits.
So important. Anti-heal becomes very important when you're playing up against something like this emoji. You get that mindset. Lasbra seems to agree. He's got Toxic Blade early on here. Venenu, the Divine Ruin as well, will help mitigate some of what the Dragons are hoping to do in these fights.
I definitely like that amount of anti-heal.
At Spectral from Sam is
super sold on. Just feel like
not sure how I feel about it, to be honest.
Getting consistent autos off in the mid to late game, but it only takes one.
Like I would think we would like to see one more item first before that.
At the end of the day, and it's fairly cheap, so all right, I've talked myself into it. It's fine for Lasbra.
We'll see if he can do it here on the PDM. Lasbra taking plenty of damage.
It seems to just like lose interest in him. Oh, because Hurriwan's getting destroyed in the background. That's why.
Would have made a difference on to Hurriwan, who has to escape over to the tier 1 tower in the middle.
This is looking good for the Bolts, man. They're really taking the sting out of the Dragons here.
Could have made a difference. The Olympus Bolts, they found their target. They wanted that Raijin, nearly got the kill.
Nearly. I mean, upgraded Sunder there for Jake. And how about Haddox not trying to blink in and save Lasbra from the melee damage coming from Polar Bear Mike, but instead just gets on top of Hurry very quickly.
I thought the Dragons were just going to start to run away from this game a bit, but they've really just put a little party pooper in there, you know, really dampened it.
Really good game 1 despite the loss for the Bolts. And now he's on his best gods in this King Arthur. So excited to see what he's going to do come mid to late game.
If the Bolts have shown us anything, it's that they will not back away when adversity starts to strike. And it had early on here in this game. But the Pyromancer yet again for the Olympus Bolts proves that they are here to play. It's a knockup.
They get Fino here. He's going to transform though.
Oh
my god. Oh no, it's happening. Oh, he didn't quite get the ult onto Lasbra then. I don't think he realized how much damage he had right there. Haddox dies off screen. What happened there? If Mike gets out here, then this is horrible for the Bolts. Oh, Sam's here! Sam's here! Huge knockup!
But they won't get him. Not just yet. Panda Cat rotates in.
Oh, the Bolts. This is awful. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible.
The tanks. Fido K and Polar Bear Mike just look like this tasty little meat running away through the jungle.
Oh dear me, is that an 18-minute fire giant? I think it might be.
All the way to the tier 2, and Sam
yeah, why dunk that many cooldowns into Fino? Fino could have killed Lasbro. Oh yeah, so Lasbro got low, and so Sam has hunted him down. Jake, what do you got for us here? They're just ignoring him. There's no way. That is an 18-minute fire giant, boys.
No problem with Jake trying to.
This is why I bet on dragons.
I mean, you've got to try and make it happen on that fight, because you just know that a fire giant dragons, when there's this much gold on the map for them to
it's
take,
almost like
difficult to come back
to quote Hazer, is Yamoja
but just an overextension by the bolts. Fine does such great work, man. I mean, he handles the 4-man dive onto him really
You think that Ven would have learned to stop chasing Fino K on Cuckoo, right?
Mike's in the right spot, and the bolts just cannot help themselves but try and kill these frontliners. When their composition, I mean, the spectral armors there and done for these guys mean that Bera's not doing that much damage. Ven is too far behind to really put a whole lot of threat on these frontliners. He doesn't have a whole lot of damage in the build at this point. Needs his 4th item in order to really get that big power spike. And the Jade Dragons are able to just come in and play cleanup crew. Sam comes in and hits a massive volcanic lightning. Panda Cat hits a massive rocket.
Warriors Axe, Cuckoo is online, about to get Sundering or Heroes Axe soon. Both very good items.
Where regardless of how slow the game has gone from early on, this Donza still
Jake's done the right thing. He's upgraded both his relics here. He's kind of got a core build online. Double relics. That's how you win fights. Good relic usage. So I like that from Jake. Giving himself a win condition
there.
Might
have gotten a little spooked, Barrett did, by the 3 spectral armors over there for the Jade Dragons. A little bit of a pivot towards the end of his build.
Dragons have 1 upgraded Sunder, but they've got a bead on Yamoja as well. So
most recent item.
Nice tweet. Yeah, who would have thought of that?
I think so too. Switching over to the chins, I mean, you've got 3 Spectrals on the other side, and used to be that crit was so strong that Spectral just kept you afloat against it, but the crit was still the best way to go. At this point, maybe this is the right idea.
Uh-oh, Final K's found Barracuda with a knock-up in the backline, but it's a follow-up stun.
Oh, that apple got so lucky. It bounced off,
he's gone, he is missing, and
it bounced off the Yamoja wall.
Rooted down beneath the tier 2 tower.
And the taunt as well.
Here, but now the front line mitigated for the
I was saying this game just, you know, it felt like Dragons were running away from it, and then it felt like the bolts were just starting to creep back into it and take the sting out of it. But then that team fight at their bloody back camps just, it felt horrible at the time, and now they're pushing the Titan at 20 minutes. That's how bad it looks.
From going down.
Jesus, boys, this could be a short evening.
Those cooldowns.
Somewhere out there, Jithins is cheering. And do you know what's funny? Is this really hasn't been the Sam show.
Now Barracuda on the wrong side of
I said Sam would run this, but it really has not been the Sam show. It's just been really strong team play. This is why Raijin was getting banned, man. That was pretty shifty. Look at this health bar.
I mean, Haddix and Jake were coming
Sam has played well, yeah, but it hasn't been like one of those games where Sam, look at that, Mike's pumped.
Let's
go, baby. I love when you can bring people and just go, let's go.
One fight, and the game just feels over from that position, and that's got to be so frustrating.
It's crazy, you're timing it horrible.
Weighing on their mental, because you know that this is a team that's been hungry. Remember, last year they did not perform that well outside of the playoff events. This is their first year where they're really considered that top-end team in the SPL. They've made it to the finals against the team they want to beat. They make, what, 2 mistakes game 1? Lose the game after looking really good for 30 minutes.
I really can't help but feel this should be 1-0.
Game 2, they
but now it's 2-0.
Mistake and lose the game off it in 20 minutes flat, and now they know they've got to win 3 games in a row. This team's
Seb, you've ordered your food to sit down for a nice evening watching Smite. You have to just sit there, like, just rewatch it.
You even got Venenu back to relevancy point in that game, and the Jade
I wonder when teams are going to start banning the Panzerburo, because he's making it look so strong.
Will they win it in game 3? Stick around and find out.
He looks so comfortable on it. So comfortable.
Hey there, Smite fans. Aggro here.
Look, oh, those shoes, Aggro.
The SPL just keeps getting better.
That is criminal. Can't be having that.
And in Season 8,
right, boys, I really need to piss.
Their game to the next.
I'll be back momentarily. We back. No, thanks. How are we doing? Whoa, what's going on? Reverse sweeping, I'm going back up. I go looking like a car salesman. That's so accurate. He really does look like a car salesman in that. Oh, you guys are so nice. Oh, you guys are so fucking. Oh, so you came pissing back. Pissed my way back here. The propulsion from the piss just sent me flying back. Right, what are we doing? we had Tower Boy. We now have Piss Boy. Right, is it time to guess some Geo? Geo guesser. Wait for it. Dun 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 dun. Geo Piss. I want some music on. It feels awkward just like this. Oh, I know what music I can put on. Oh, what a great idea, Dan. Thanks, Dan. Let's put on. Banger. How many countries have I pissed in? Ooh, probably a lot, you know, because you always piss in airports going through, don't you? So, what is this? It's my childhood. Actually, I didn't really play much banjo as a kid. You know, should we do a battle royale? Bronze. I'm a bronzy. Even in Geo guess I'm a bronzy. Right, boys, where are we? Oh, this looks like Midwest USA to me. Actually, I don't know where in the US. Oh, those red houses. They're Norwegian red houses. What would you guys say? Oh, I guess US. Oh, everyone got it wrong. Sweden, no, is it? So it's going to be Finland, maybe? Because everyone's going Scandinavian. Some are getting it right. Probably Canada, yeah. Nope. Finland? Yeah, it was Finland. Ah, I should have gone with my guts. Ooh, this looks awfully English to me. Does it actually? No. I guess it's a bit too kind of small town. Go back. What does that sign look like? I'm happy to say that's UK. Oh, is it really? Let's go kind of shit. Maybe that is England. Yeah, let's go UK. Yee. Oh, I didn't even notice they're driving on the left. Didn't even pay attention to that. Do you guys know where this is from? Am I going to get DMCA'd for this? Oh, I did say banjo, didn't I? Yeah. I literally did say it. We are driving on the right. Ooh, what is this? It's a Zob. We're Eastern European here. Back East Sac. I don't know this at all. Oh shit, everyone else knows it though. Eastern European. Someone says Poland. I've got to guess. Hungary. It was Hungary. I didn't click quick enough. No. We need a new song to celebrate our loss. This song was a fucking banger back in the day. Now, you have to guess where this is from. I'm not going to say where this is from. Jesus Christ, where is this? We're on a literal mud path. Yeah. No, I'm happy to hedge my bets. I'm happy to take one wrong choice with you for a lifetime of correct choices otherwise. Where the fuck is this? Does anyone have any idea? I don't really have a clue on this. Yeah, Schlee's got it. Schlee knows what this is all about. Where the fuck is this random ass dirt track? Wait, there was a house back there. That house could not tell you any less information if it tried. It feels wrong when Schlee's not the one saying leads. Running out of time here. This guy's about to win. Try and get around the front of this thing. Any words? Something like this. Should we just bung it and say Russia? Not Mongolia. Kazakhstan. America. What the fuck was it? Ukraine? It was Ukraine. Oh, so Russia was close. Hold up. Are we in Picks and Bands yet? Oh! Who is that? I don't know, but... Wait. Am I missing... Is that Papa Dolson? Oh my god, it's Papa Dolson.
Well, I think I already know the answer to this question, but are you feeling prepared? Look, Mom came in with a great interview. I think you're already doing
Can't be
well
missing this.
Are you prepared for a big Father's Day interview?
Sure. I mean, well, you got to know your ma is awesome at everything. She outdrives me in golf. Yep. She beats everyone in games, especially Cards Against Humanity. So I'm trying my best. I have a few years of DJ experience from college, so hopefully that will pull me through.
I think it will. Look, you're doing great here so far. Now, as I mentioned yesterday on camera, and as some people at home know, you definitely know, I'm between apartments right now for like a month. I'm back living with you guys. Are you more excited for me to be home?
Ramsey.
Or okay. I didn't even get to finish. You're more excited for Ramsey to be home. I'm not surprised.
She's cuter than you.
Hey, that's fair enough. Like, you won't catch me disagreeing with that one. I have to rib you a little bit before we get into to some more fun stuff here. Why did you make me a Bengals fan? Why? That's a serious question. Why?
Because I had to teach you about commitment.
Yep. Okay.
Good times, bad times. You had to stick. No matter how good they are, bad. You gotta stick with commitment. Plus, they have the best helmets in the.
They do have some great helmets. You're right. You're absolutely right. Now let's get into to some brass tacks here. First
Even
of all,
chat know this is.
I have no idea where you are. Where are you sitting in the house right now?
Well, Dave, since you're not here, I decided to commandeer your setup.
You're on my computer.
I love how they answer like, "Well, Dave," with everything. Listen here, Junior.
Don't press Control H or whatever on your browser.
Whoa.
See all this stuff. I retried. It was kind of slow this morning, so I plugged in a bunch of wires. These are left over, so I don't know what the heck to do with them.
Right,
so hopefully you can make some sense out of those.
Yeah, I'd like to. Well, look, it looks like you're sitting in a very comfortable Maxnomic chair over there. That's mine, but do you know where you could go to get a chair of your own?
I absolutely do know where you can get a chair of your own. But first, let me say something, Dave.
Oh, has he got a rhyme as well?
No, I put together about 20 chairs while you were gone today. Yep. They're all in the garage. But my advice to you is, yesterday you were putting them together with a saw.
I was.
Plus, you scared the heck out of Gore and Taco. That was not good. So use a socket wrench and a wrench, and you can do it. But needforseat.com, promo code SmiteMax. In fact, I'm going to pick up one of these for work. This thing is
That's smart.
Awesome.
Yeah, once you get your desk in the basement back, I'll let you.
That?
Yeah, kind of runs in the family. It absolutely runs in the family.
How do you like my Kanga?
I do like your Kanga jersey. A throwback to some Paladins days. Thank you, Dad, for plugging the chair here for us. Final thoughts from you. Any messages out there to the fathers on Father's Day?
Well, Dave, I absolutely love being a father. I have 2.5 great kids. I mean 3. I have 3 great kids. I have a wonderful daughter-in-law. I couldn't ask for anything better. So I wish all the other fathers out there. I hope they feel as lucky and as fortunate as I am, and have a great day.
Yeah, right.
Because every other day is kid day. We gotta have one.
You know what? I appreciate being the half great kid that you have there at home, Dad. Love you. Happy Father's Day. Once again, that's
too, Dave.
Maxnomic.
What did Hindu tweet?
code SmiteMax to sit like my dad and I are comfortably sitting here for this wonderful interview. Dad, go enjoy the rest of your day, and I'll see you later.
All right, I'll plug these all back in at some point.
Okay, thanks, Gore. Take it away.
I fucking love that.
Dave, thank you so much for that. That was fun to watch.
Appreciate it, Dig Dog.
But I will say, his mom gave us the best tagline, and admittedly we should use it more, which was the Maxnomic for your rear, Alienware for your gear. If that isn't one of the best lines that anyone could have had for ad reads, I can't think of it. But either way, Dave and his dad showcasing exactly how well those Maxnomic chairs can stand up to about anything, even the embarrassment of the embarrassing nature of your parents, or maybe the embarrassment of your parents. It depends on what you're doing. Either way, that was game number 2. I forgot there's a set. There's other things going on.
I abandoned my GeoGuessr glory for that.
A little more concise in game number 2, Taco.
Dawson is a chair salesman master. I reckon we've got time. We've got time for one.
Everything from that point forward just feels like their control.
Well, Gore, you're talking about fun, and I think that for the Dragons, they are having fun.
One last one. Oh, it was Columbia, and I got it.
The scoreline of the set overall definitely deceiving for the action that's truly been taking place
boys.
here.
So, that was worth so much more than Geo. As soon as I saw it said Olsen at the end, I was like, wait.
This was very much
couldn't really be, could it?
Kind of was expecting to happen when you look at just how much
this looks like Singapore to me.
Dragons were bringing in. So I think ultimately for the Bolts, if they want to
in my guts, this says Singapore
into a contention for the best of 5 series,
maybe not.
They're really going to need to just maybe look to prioritize a nice, solid mid-lane pick for Venenu that doesn't have to really have as much dependency on the team peel, because when you have 5 different members of the Dragons just trying to gun you down at all points of the game, it just gets incredibly difficult to farm.
Yeah, I was right. I got it from the blurry screen. I'm pretty happy with that.
Started to progress more towards that mid-late game aspect. There was just no means for Venenu to really keep up from the amount of pressure that was constantly being applied.
And it just, again, once they got ahead, it
kind
of feels like it just kind of essentially snowballed into itself. And they played it well, like you said, Venenu 0-3 there, Jake 0-4. Not a lot of opportunities for the Bolts to really look too great. Panda Cat, though, 5-0-4, PBM 1-0-11. I think they only got 13 kills, so being part of 12, he was definitely a huge driving factor for them.
Also would like to see Lasbra maybe steer into a more aggressive jungle pick that can actually try and
be back in this, boys.
What Sam has been leaning
Dawson's
they all had the same mission.
Parents are fucking jokes, man.
Just get to the
I thought it said Miltiades for a second then. Let's move a bit further forwards. Mandalori Battlerstain. Oh shit, my camera's dead.
They're going to be suppressed in items. And
I didn't mean to change that actually. What the fuck is this? Sometimes petrol stations have their names of where they are. That's one thing I've learned. It'll say like Shell, bloody blah. Where are we here?
That's more often than not we saw
Spain? Looks pretty Spanish.
Close.
We're in the northern hemisphere.
And while there was, I think yesterday I'd mentioned it, between second place, which is the
you know what, the only one you did get right pretty much was Spain. So, well, hey, when it comes to Spain, man, you're a new man.
As well as the Warriors, there's about $11,000 difference between just those games. There is more than $20,000 on the line for this one, Taco. A lot, I think, of pressure there for the Bolts. Maybe even more so for the Dragons. They're sitting around. They're like, okay, cool. Well, just one more game. Admittedly, they've got a little bit of time. The last time, I'm going to take us back in time a little bit to January.
Reykjavik. That's got to be Reykjavik, right?
Actually, like ages ago, even though it's only June. It was a 3-0 for Ghost Gaming over the Renegades after the Renegades had a really, really good run during Worlds.
When it comes to Spain, man, you're just a new...
Look.
Is his pantry just full of bread? That's what I'm starting to imagine now for Barracuda, man, because it's either bananas.
Sorry, changing my camera battery is a
That's the healthy diet, right? That's all you need.
On occasion,
there's potassium in bananas, and there's carbs and bread.
But how do we always find him when he's eating the bread? Like, he's always just eating it.
Wait, is Barrett eating bread?
It's the always eat diet. It is definitely something that you can do. If you're only eating slices of bread,
and I'm missing it,
depending on the slice of bread, you're gonna see how weird I am about calories. Depending on the type of bread you get, about 70 calories. So how many of those do you need to get to 2,000?
Oh shit, we're back. I don't know.
A few hours worth of bread.
Bear's also an incredibly tall guy, so that would definitely be a lot of bread.
Cozy.
He certainly eats his weight in it.
Anyone recognize this?
By the looks of things on a daily basis, Might have to ask Destiny
language.
To chill out with the bread.
Show me the language. We're in South
Either
America,
way,
I do
getting
believe.
into game 3. The bread's going to have to do a lot of work
Bus
here
is
for
always
Bear,
helpful.
and the rest of the bolts.
Where's the bus
to make
gone?
sure things can kind of level out for
There was a
them.
bus
They're
here a second ago. Is it gone?
2-0. And what could be the final game, Gilgamesh,
I think it's
Tiamat,
Greece. I'm not
Sol,
saying Greece,
Yanis,
that's
now
for sure.
Raijin, 3 mid laners now knocked away by the bolts, but Fenrir.
They usually, they usually have like email addresses and
Fenrir
stuff
could
on.
be possibly locked in here for the bolts because it would still make a very
Sapopemba?
strong flex pick option. I don't think it would be wise
CRO,
to leave it
CROCL,
up
what does that
for the
mean?
J-Dragons. If they weren't already down 2-0 in this series, Gore,
I think we're in
would
South America, but
definitely
I
say,
don't
yeah,
know
Fenrir, fair
where.
game. Still look to prioritize either the King Arthur again for Haddix or the mid lane pick for Veneno.
Why do I not know this? It should be obvious by now. There's so many things. I'm thinking kind of Mexico, or maybe like Middle America, like Guatemala and stuff. I've got to start guessing.
With Fenrir being on the board, it's kind of just a forced
Argentina's been guessed. Has Mexico been guessed? Mexico's been guessed. Oh, it was Brazil. I didn't realize that's such little time. Anyway, too little time for this anyway.
Well, and it's something that worked and has been nice to Lasbra. I mean, you were saying something maybe more aggressive, especially more proactive. Like Fenrir can get in the game and get affected. But there are going to be some issues with Fenrir early on, and that's that. There's some ways to deal with them. Some gods maybe don't deal with them as well.
Look who's back.
But there's Ymir getting locked in. Danzaburo, which has been treating Panda Cat more than fine. Especially, like, it's one of those things, very small taunt in the kit. I can't count the amount of times that I've seen it be the difference between a guaranteed kill.
Why do I feel like he's gonna start getting banned every game now? First pick Ymir. They've tend to pick their support pretty much every single time this whole split, and now suddenly they're like first pick Ymir.
The walls, the limitations that Amir is going to introduce in a lot of those jungle fights is definitely something for the bolts.
I guess it is hard, yeah.
I'm very glad to see the Emoja though as the answer back, because if you have one wall from the Amir, granted, Emoja might not have hers on.
And it wasn't Spanish, by the way, Val. They don't speak Spanish in Brazil. They speak Portuguese.
To just counteract some of that isolation from the J-Dragons, because the Bolt can also look to limit the mobility from the J-Dragons.
Really? That's
here.
insane.
And it's not like Amir, and Danzaburo, don't get me wrong, he definitely has some options.
I was saying the other day that on one of GeoWizard's UK ones ages ago, it was in my village, and I was like,
crucial here for the Bolts if Awesome Jake is able to have a fantastic showing.
Well, we get the Merlin as well. It feels like some more or less signature picks. The Emoja is something that Jake didn't play a lot of
people are insane.
last
People
year.
who are good at
Necessarily
GeoGuessr
looked
are
great
so
on
good.
last year, but did bring it
Like,
into
they're
his wheelhouse
insane.
and has had
People
a lot
like
of
me are
success
not
on
those
it more
people.
recently. But
Also, how are the
Ymir,
audio
Danza,
levels?
we
Are
already
the
mentioned how
casters
those
too
fit so
loud?
well
Am I
with the
too
players.
loud? Is them too
Mercury,
quiet?
the thing that has been banned, maybe the most from Sam since he played it a couple of weeks ago.
Is this too loud?
locked in
Yeah.
once again. And other than having him banned out in the game,
I wait
how do you
30
feel
minutes
with the
away.
Mercury?
Mercury would be a lot more scary here, Gore,
I'm a tad
for the
quiet.
fact that Yamoja and Fenrir are already on the board here for the Bolts, because again, Yamoja has the ability to throw up her own wall.
You're now like
that
right next to my
riptide
mouth, so
crushing
hopefully that should be a
wave.
bit
And also
deeper.
Fenrir, I like the idea, because Fenrir can brutalize Mercury's ult.
Fenrir can
As
brutalize,
long
that's
as you
for
don't
sure.
get caught out from the start, if you start to brutalize from behind him when he looks for that sonic boom, you're going to be able to follow him the whole way through. And you have to
Wait, is that
remember
true?
how
That
much
probably is true,
damage
isn't
is
it?
actually involved
I've never
with
seen
that
someone do that, but I
brutalize
bet
as
that's
well. And
possible.
it does have some AoE
Brutalize following the
depending on how close Sam is to the rest of his team. So
following the sonic
slight chance
boom.
for splash
But you are
damage
right.
as an
She was right. You don't have to be
after effect here.
behind him, so you don't get.
Bolts, I think, probably were expecting the Mercury lock-in from Sam, just because it has been such a signature staple pick for him. He has had fantastic showings the whole way through, every single time he's gotten this god in his wheelhouse. And I think
The emoji, sorry, not emoji. The Merlin looked good game one. I liked the Merlin game one. Sam's off. Sam's out of here. Doesn't need to play it.
Not trying to give Fino
It's an early Osiris.
very strong option, at least for punishing the Fenrir.
And they still ends up with that Osiris that we
Triple
saw
Harrowin
really well
bans.
yesterday, though. So it's one of those things, especially like a lot
That
of
is
targeting
really
towards
interesting.
Haddix,
Who's
the
scared
Baron,
of who?
Target straight up along with the Ratatosker towards Finoke. And he still picks something that he
Did you
feels
see
good
Gore's
with.
tweet about his
And
shoulders?
especially after
Man's
he
in
was
shape.
able to
Look
win
at him.
against this King Arthur
What a
last
beefcake.
game. He went for the Cucullin then.
The
but
Cartha. I
it
didn't
feels
think the
he's
King
pretty
Arthur looked
confident that he's
nearly
not
as
gonna
good as
have
the
to worry
Guan.
too much
Oh,
about
Guan's
Haddix.
been banned.
And it's not like Haddix has been having a quiet set by any means. It seemed quiet from the solo lane, but that's just because so much of the focus has been taken
Not,
place
not
over
sure I
the
liked
mid
the King
lane.
Arthur.
Hasn't
I mean, King
really
Arthur's
given
obviously a
many
good pick,
opportunities
right?
for Haddix
Is he
to
really
be that
0-4?
centerpiece for his
That can't be
team. Like we
right.
have seen him in the past being a more
Move
standout
cam, move
member,
cam.
kind of
I always
carrying
forget.
through through some of the weaker team fighting aspects.
Yeah, I was about to say that, Roldy. I was like, you know,
a little bit of concern here for the Bolts.
Who's scared of who here?
Game
He's done 4 in playoffs. Jesus.
I think the Jade Dragons have been really focusing in on, and while Fenrir and Yamoja can and same thing for the King Arthur, they can technically provide that, but it's not going to be as consistent of pressure as that.
I'm shitposting. If I go
it's
quiet, you can usually just assume I'm shitposting in the background.
First phase. We're in the playoffs, so how did King Arthur perform through all that? I don't care about that right now. All I saw was 4 picks throughout this weekend and a 0% win rate for him.
I cannot believe he's at a 0% win rate.
With the Scylla coming through at the very
that is
end,
insane.
With all of the bans that went towards Heroin's way in the top 3, kind of makes sense that he then goes to another god that he's played a few times at least.
I can't believe I'm shitposting. I always thought, you know, oh, it'd be good when I'm on stream because then I'll stop shitposting every 2 seconds on Twitter. But instead,
holes in the Dragons composition.
I'm still shitposting just as much as ever. Just at your expense, because I just ignore you for a few seconds.
Steps towards adapting towards what they've been seeing some of these other top-tier teams in the SPL run, and these do seem fairly foolproof of compositions, but the one thing I am taking
I'm laughing at my own jokes. I'm so tragic. What's wrong with me?
On objective play,
dude, I've got that Crash Bandicoot in my head so hard. Scylla, you love to see that. You love to see that.
That's going to be the struggle, right? It's just getting a hand on the wheel at this point. They have a lot more options, and like you kind of highlighted, specifically Fenrir, Yamoja, I think give them that push forward that they were really kind of missing in Game 2, but if they start to fall behind, I get a little scared of Mercury. I think rightly so, get scared of the Danzaburo. Ymir for PBM has been such a signature pick. Is this where the Dragons close it out, or are the Bolts finally going to fight back and at least give us 4 games?
Because of how close games 1 and 2 have been, Gore, I really want to believe that there's a chance that we see
I'm back.
Game 4 here. I know Polar and Mike Dad's probably not going to be too happy.
You love to see that.
But,
you like Scylla into this comp? Scylla has a good time into King Arthur, I find. The root really shits him down. The stream did nothing. Yeah, finally. Yeah, you're right, actually. 5 tweets within the last hour. That sounds about right.
I do have to lean towards them.
Just can't help myself, you know.
But I would not be surprised in the slightest if we see that fight back potential.
Just can't resist it.
Especially because now the pressure is on for the Bolts. It is about as do or die.
My eBay
had mentioned that except for elimination,
bids are ending.
Game 2 is the most important.
Actually, I put. Do you ever do this? I put a bid on an eBay thing, and then immediately regretted it, and I was really glad I got outbid. Have any of you guys got Bear Dynamic headphones?
And if they do it here, they're gonna have to do it 2
I want to get some DT 990s, but I don't know whether they're going to be. People say, "Oh yeah, obviously they're not good for streaming because they bleed out the side." But I feel like I've got such good noise cancelling at the moment that I might pick it up. I could get DT 770s, but I've already got closed back headphones. I mean, they're not great; they're just kind of wireless ones, but. If none of you have them, I'm probably just speaking total gobbledygook right now. I think Tyne's going to be the team to beat moving forward in the season. I mean, they look pretty damn good on the. They've been Ghost's biggest challenge, Jade Dragon's biggest challenge so far. They've stepped up so much,
I think they came up with a really good draft. I mean, it says a lot about Hurry's level of play that. He eats 3 bans to lead the draft. It wasn't even 3 bans across all 5.
It's funny. When I did my preseason. Oh my god, you're right. 10 beads. Have we ever had this before?
He ends up on the Scylla that he's had really good performances on. And how about somehow?
I've never seen that. I'm screenshotting that.
Panda keeps getting Danzaburo.
Yeah, people have got to start banning the Panzaburo, man.
But throughout the whole playoffs. I was going to ask at what point, regardless, we had very specific conversations around the Danza and the Chiron matchup. It seems like just.
Do you know what time it is? Shitpost time. Just can't help myself. I'm sorry.
Later on in the game, we'll see if it pays off. Barracuda able to stay relevant there in game number 2, despite the way that the game went. So I think getting the Jingwei back from him, definitely something to look towards. Awesome Jake on a different.
I just think.
For the first time
I think.
Set, though, Aggro. He'll get the Yamoja.
Danzaburo suits Panda's playstyle so much, right? Like.
It's one of his signature picks, but hasn't really.
I feel like. What do you guys think of when you think of Panda? I kind of think of Rama for some reason.
Less of a initiating support and more of a follow-up.
We live for shitposting. Wait, what did Hazer tweet? Don't tell me he's beaten me to a funny tweet on the beats thing.
The pace of the game down a little bit. Obviously we aren't in comms. We don't know what happened in that game to Chase. They really lost the Bolts the game, but I think trying to go.
Why do I not see Hazer's tweet like when I refresh?
Rather than dive oriented with that Fafnir, might put Jake in the right spots in these team fights.
We're hearing one of the players had to reset their PC, so we'll get
Oh
them back
dear, that's
going to
be a big fat break then.
As quickly as possible. The desk referenced this game individually because of both of these drafts is a bit of a coin flip. With the way that these teams have been playing, with how one mistake has made the difference in game 2 and like 1 or 2 mistakes in game 1 has made all the difference. Do you echo that mindset? Do you think this truly is?
Is there a reverse sweep coming in?
Coming out of the draft, at least.
Probably not, because I just don't think that you can understate how important the mental state is coming into this. And even if the Bolts come in with a better draft, the way that the Dragons have won these last 2 games, I think, does have to weigh on the mental of the Bolts, and that the Dragons should come in feeling very confident.
Oh, I only just noticed that I'm still here.
Feel the weight of the situation a little bit more.
How'd you guys like the jazzy shirt, by the way? I feel like you guys deserved a treat, you know.
It's on the Bolts to really.
Yeah, do you reckon Aggro's gone and bought like a motorbike as well? Trying to reinvent himself.
Because I think the Dragons are.
He's got his jacket. Maybe he's gonna like, you know, grow his beard out.
I feel like this has been, you know, obviously they're down.
Go on a road trip around Route 66. That's what old men seem to do when they get.
Over the last
and they start balding.
So far today, I mean,
actually, all the casters have annoyingly good hairlines. As someone who is clinging onto the hair they've got.
Have you seen that?
Love the shirt.
You move like a jaguar. Yeah.
Whoa.
It's an untraditional look at what has otherwise been a very successful Bolts team.
No, I think that's a good.
Can't I say oh, thank you so much, my man. I really do appreciate that. I don't know why chat sounded so weird. Did you hear that? It sounded like they were like 2 of them playing over each other. We love the shirt. Thank you so much, my man. But seriously, this is a serious note, and I want you to listen and take this to heart, right? You said you're 18. Start saving money. Stop spending it on Twitch streamers, especially on me.
It's just that, I mean,
save it.
So quickly. It was 20 minutes.
Put it in a bank account. Chuck in an echo chamber. It really was. Chuck in a Pringles can.
If they can get back and just understand.
Hey,
yes,
you're welcome. I personally gave you those drops. I crafted them and gave it to you. Because I don't listen to you because you're wrong. You listen to me because I'm right. That's just science.
And I don't want to cross any bridges before they've been built or even we've arrived.
No, I am genuinely really not. It scares me that young people spend hundreds of pounds on gift subs. House deposits are expensive. Cars are expensive. Spend it on that. Not spend it on me.
Concerned about that mental flappability, or maybe it depends on how they lose. If they lose.
Nope, doesn't matter. I'm not concerned about it at all, because if it were Worlds Finals,
yes, are they really going to 3-0
this? 2 years in a row.
Are they really going to 3-0?
They've won every playoff event last year. They've been here, done that. When it comes to this sort of stage, I wouldn't be too concerned about their mental, regardless of the outcome of this game.
No, the J Dragons, a team whose mental
mask. Fino's loving the mask.
I don't know if that's the way that saying goes, but I'm gonna
oh, you're right. Thank God for that. I could save my puking for once. That's good.
Has been throughout this set so far. Lasbra will pivot for the first time.
Roldy, you have been repping it from day one, so I bet you're loving life. Vamper's crying in the corner.
That's a matchup where this is one of the first times I think that Sam's been on this pick.
Vamper has been the ultimate Bolt stan this whole time. He's been let down. Well, you never know. There's still time. He's still time.
Has been really focused on getting Haddix ahead. Bolt's been playing heavy solo side during this set, and the J Dragons have done the opposite. So where is Lasbra going to be? Is he going to be playing duo side now in a matchup onto Danza, where Danza, I believe, the 3 will break the Brutalize, as it is a pseudo stealth. So that matchup doesn't
you merely adopted the solo lane. I was born in it.
Ymir,
molded by it.
You don't necessarily want to be around all the time, because he's got so many ways to put you out of position all of a sudden. Ooh. And the Scylla is pretty difficult to gank as well.
This is something we've
seen
expect to find this set. The junglers.
I'm not gonna start Bane posting.
It's actually been the Bolts really driving pressure against
I was nothing to put on the mask.
You
keep talking like that, it's going to end up as another shit post. You can't encourage me too much. Yeah, I feel bad for Seb. Is Seb still here? Because Seb was trying to get food to watch food to eat while watching this.
Awesome Jake there as well. Luckily,
I hope his
you have the ability to sustain up small engagements like that.
Man, it's just when you think about this.
I hope his food has finally arrived.
These playoffs hasn't it just been these two? the whole week.
Feels that way, huh?
Where this duo lane just has dominated every matchup. I even in the losses to the Tartarus Titans.
I feel like
really,
for Fino slipping this season, I think Panda's really stepped up.
That was a win
It's not like he had a bad season or anything before. But like they just didn't really need him as much. They tended to win without him, you know. But now Fino isn't kind of being, you know, the usual Fino K. Panda's being a real win condition.
Since last year,
very impressive to me.
They're the ones being aggressive. They're the ones playing on enemy purples. They're playing on that side of the map. And the way the Jade Dragons have selected their gods and the way that they've played,
he's been very blooming good.
They aren't welcome on this side of the map, and that's where they're being aggressive.
Whoa!
Early
Oh, that's so clean. Feeds ult and he just dashes out. And this is how everyone says, right, who wins in a pressure matchup between Fenrir and Merc? Everyone would agree Fenrir, right? That is how you win the pressure. Take away his beads, take away his ult, now he's nothing.
For the Jade Dragons and being aggressive even when you know that that's not a kill opportunity necessarily unless the bolts were to mess up. The instant
wasn't that they ganked like 3 times at tier 2 between his towers?
Ultimate as well, so it is 2 for 1 in that instance.
Yeah, I don't worry for Fino K. It's not like he's gonna be.
Except for setup anyways.
It's not like we're witnessing. Oh, it's the end of Fino K or whatever.
So Lasbra and Sanford Soccer have shown a little love to the mid lane, but Sanford Soccer more
he'll be fine. He'll be
around some of that. Okay. So we'll have to see how Lasbra then plays the next 100 or so seconds. If that kind of slows things down for him, just chooses to rotate around, start to farm up some of this map here. That's not what you want. You want this Fenrir to be active early on in the game.
It's nice and on brand to see Mike, the polar bear, playing the ice giant.
So far in this series because he has absorbed pressure.
Oh, the vines,
well.
the vines.
Something that's easy to do.
Oh, the vines fucked him. The vines fucked him.
One on to hurry win,
vines
and there's
killed
enough
him.
damage for Awesome Jake to
he
grab
had to slow down and
blood.
onto it.
I think they've gotten first blood in all 3 games
jokes.
now.
Yeah.
This one goes on to
That
Awesome
is funny.
Jake.
That's all Jake, man. I mean, he pops Hurry back in with the Riptide.
Let's give the MVP award to the person who deserves it, and
like
that
he
is.
has to go through that vine.
Those fat green vines.
Delay his escape enough.
Yeah, is that the first time we've seen the vines do something?
Barely catch him with that River's Rebuke. The follow-up.
So Hurry was running away from
I don't even know if they need it if Jake
somebody,
because he had Hurry dead to rights.
And Jake Riptides him back. He Scylla dashes under the Riptide and then is running away and is going through the vines down here. Oh, look how pissed off Mike is. Oh, you couldn't see it, but he did like a little yeah, he's running down here and they had to auto twice to kill the vines and it gave time for Jake to catch up, put the walls up either side, they killed him.
To props, we're not going to take any props here. Quick pause before game 3 recommences. So now it's 3 out of 3 first bloods for the Olympus Bolts.
3 out of 3 pauses.
You've been off to a great start in 3 out of 3 games, and this one's clean. Remember, game 2 you get first blood.
Here we go. This is the replay. The Militiades, if you're not watching. See, look, he had to auto those vines, and it lets Jake. He's so nearly slips through.
To play aggressive is something Awesome Jake needs, and we can see it here in the first blood clip.
Really, really clean from him, and that's what you want out of this Yemoja. And look, even though I'm saying it's more of a
that TV is enormous.
Diving as much as you would on Fafnir.
Oh, that's literally one of the biggest TVs I've ever seen in my life.
Well, and so it fits Jake's playstyle overall, and giving him that confidence early on a god that he doesn't play quite as much as things like that Fafnir, I think is a great start for the Bolts.
Agreed.
Yeah, he did. He scuppered me, but I had the photo to go alongside it, so.
In game number 3. So it's about converting now some of that early pressure for the Olympus Bolts into something more, and they've been able to do it in a couple of games. But at some point, look, if I'm a player in this situation, thank God I'm not, because my team would lose every single game in about.
Unless I had Ganache.
Unless I had Ganache, then we win every game. We're going to Worlds.
Yep.
3 O's.
MVP.
2 O's. MVPs.
Yep.
Right. They give me 2 rings just because.
Wow,
even though
you're that much of a difference maker. Right.
That much of a difference maker.
You're actually the world's first 3-time, even though you'd only won once.
They actually just give me 5 rings.
Got to step up this week, game. Don't tempt me, man. Don't tempt me.
Anyone else,
Dolson is fucking.
Most likely. I do wonder though. How the
he put up pictures of old Dolson, like him as a kid. I assumed he's got quite a big build, but I'm not gonna lie, he's quite a skinny kid.
Yeah, I think that they're gonna be in
and now he's swole.
Got this Yemoja with a lead. Maybe that
tough thing is streaming as shit poster. Finally, someone understands the struggle that I go through on a day-to-day basis. Even though this is my second SPL stream, and I still have been shit posting throughout, so it hasn't exactly held me back.
Shadow Sam on these fights because if he shows up and Mike's
has not exactly
beads, you're probably
struck me down
on this Fenrir, or the Mercury just turns and threes you. You probably just die from that CC chain. So those are the sorts of things that really matter in terms of not necessarily getting a kill, but now Lasbra just had 2.5 minutes where he couldn't be aggressive. Now they're coming back up, so now he can try
I'm not going to die before I start shit posting. I'm going to have some shit posts queued up for after the grave, you know.
One more time. It's going to be the Greater Scorpion picked up.
Do you know what? This is something. Do you guys know Mr. Sark? I really hope you do, because otherwise I feel very old. But Mr. Sark is a legend, and he's always said about doing this. Just schedule a video on YouTube, like 50 years into the future. So like long after you've given up, or maybe like 100 years in the future. So you're long dead, right? And then you suddenly just upload it, and there's like one person who's just like, wait, what the fuck? Mr. Sark just uploaded it.
Hard pressed to have a carry performance like that.
Sark was the GOAT, man. His channel is still so good.
But team's backs against the wall here. It's time to step up.
Definitely, and Haddox definitely has looked good. I mean, this is his first really big playoff event this year. He is a rookie, but remember, he did play.
But like the thing is, watching these games, right? Think about the Leviathans. They didn't ban Gilgamesh once, and look at Bolts without Gilgamesh. They do not look the same team. Oh, he's got beads.
Here, then a Rivers Rebuke follow-up from Awesome Jake and
This is
Venenu
good,
now on the board. And this one brought to you by Lasbra and Jake. And Venenu looking better off for it. Another pause rolls through. A San Francisco on the edge.
My soul.
It's looking like maybe a stun there from Awesome Jake, but now it's kind of a repeat play just somewhere else on the map.
Yep.
And we're already seeing the difference.
We got places
to
be.
This type of support pick can make for Awesome Jake.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just so much more aggressive for Lasbra, and it enables him to be that initiator without maybe getting punished as much as he
Jake's
did.
doing well. It's almost like Emoja is
that's where Lasbra
good.
being aggressive ends up working really well. That Fenrir pick instead of this Erlong Chen that we've seen from him, able to facilitate those picks a little bit more easily onto the support.
We don't know if it's high-res' end, though.
And ultimate.
Maybe on a player's end.
He can't be quite as aggressive moving forward, and all of a sudden,
people say fix it, but it's not an easy thing to fix, or it wouldn't be happening, right? You're doing. People are working from home trying to broadcast stuff like this, and the fact that they're like.
Good start to this game 3.
And we saw Venenu on
Oh, that's a good one for Sai. That is good.
Hard to keep pace with. Everyone's Giannis there.
But yeah, if a player's lagging out and stuff like that, if the players are pausing in game, then you know what are they supposed to do? So yeah, maybe they're trying to drag out the playtime. They've seen the script. They've seen it's a 3-0, and they're like, oh shit, you're right. Actually, you're right. It's a 10th pick god. Sorry, that's actually the worst god in the game.
Also something we know a good bit about. Yeah. Do you think that's
the Sai? Have you copyrighted that? Because that's a good one, man. Like. That could be something.
All of that pressure on a pick like this Osiris.
Yeah, Osiris is one of those picks that, of course, when he gets ahead, you think of those moments where he can just
they're in an A, but they're not in the studio or anything. So play like
but even when behind,
they can. Someone had to restart their PC before. It's not ping. It'll be like, you know, people disconnect from site servers all the time. Like PCs cut out.
Mercury Osiris might not be quite as strong in the early stages as Fenrir Arthur.
Like they said that someone had to restart their PC earlier. So,
blue buff invade, or finds Yamoja in the jungle, and all of a sudden Jake's in trouble.
What I'm saying is there are so many reasons it could be. So to say, oh, fix it, it's a bit like when they say, fix the servers. It's a bit like.
I think
there's more to it than that.
One of those sneaky good warriors right now. All the discussion has been it's Arthur and Kikullin, and then a massive drop before we hit any other warrior. But I think Osiris has looked equally impactful as those characters a lot of the time.
Right, it's usually been Osiris kind of next up, whether whether we think in the tier list Osiris
just fix
is
the
way
servers,
down there.
bro. Just fix them.
Kind of on the top of that next stack.
Agreed.
And look, you zoom out of this matchup a little bit between the Dragons and the Bolts.
What was I gonna do?
We love to talk about the
bit of admin while you guys are chilling.
I think it's been a good showing, really, from both mid laners specifically. Obviously, exchanged nothing but pleasantries, and I mean literally before this game kicked off.
This is a good start for the Bolts, though. This is what they want. This is what they want.
Fantastic here today. Haven't what the Tower Boy meme, whatever that is. Haven't seen that
not
all that often here in this set. So I think for both of these teams, really, to kind of bear down, harness some.
I don't think the Bolts have played bad this set. Is what's funny about it all. Like they've not played badly at all. Didn't play great last game.
It's a little bit more fun.
Like they were
fine.
fine.
A little bit more on the line than just the prize money
Game
and the
7,
standing.
right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it should be how it is. Look, I just think that Hurry's really played at such a high level, and no matter the outcome of this game, if you get triple banned with the first 3 bans, you're doing something right, and so you've already.
Why did Fine go Osiris want the kick of this game?
You're that terrified of his 3 gods.
No idea.
In order to make it work, so I think that Hurry's played
Just
well
felt like it, I guess.
up until this point in this set. But so has Ven. I don't think Ven's made a whole lot of mistakes.
Maybe he thinks it uses the Fighter's Mask better. He clearly seems to rate the Fighter's Mask. Once again, Pan with a 2-level leave. Does Barrow hit level 8 off that wave? He does. It's just a 1 level.
Could he do this to Hurrywin? Does not want to try. I'm a monster channeled.
Okay.
And Awesome Jake has done enough. He forced the ultimate out of Hurrywin, gets him
down
quite low. Remember, we went into that pause and right back out.
Did you see that?
Getting stunned there by Jake. And so this Yamoja pick, we talked about it in the pause there, but what a difference this has made here and given the Bolt some legs.
That was interesting.
Still is one of those gods that you got to be in rhythm on, and maybe getting him on this pick was a good call from the Bolts because it seems a little out of rhythm so far. On it,
yeah, that's a way of putting it.
Which means he goes up into the ultimate.
Bumba's Hammer Osiris that sounds disgusting.
At least force the beads out from Jake, but now without that, I'm a monster. Slightly more vulnerable.
I'm calling it. The Fighter's Mask is going to get nerfed really quickly. Ira's never liked tier 2 items like that being good.
Out of the mid lane, not surprising given what we've just talked about.
They'll put the price up to like 1,350, so you can get 3 pots rather than getting a chalice. That's what I reckon. Or just take down the power values. Probably more likely. Ooh. Oh, Haddix. Missed his ult. It's unfortunate.
Truthfully, the I'm a Monster has to be something that this
Mike's just kind of chilling by himself in the mid.
Definitely.
Just hanging out, really.
The Bolts do have good zoning tools now between the Arthur and the Emoja. Those are 2 gods that can create space for you on an objective pretty well. But certainly the I'm a Monster is going to cause you problems. And Sam still has that major look just in case it doesn't go super well for the Jade Dragons.
That's the real secure.
Yeah, that's the real secure that the Jade Dragons have in this game. The way that the Bolts are playing, I mean, Jake has been so far.
I like the new graphics for the buffed up.
He's playing with a ton of confidence right now on this Yamoja.
Buffed up camps.
And maybe a little bit harder to punish than he was on that.
Yeah, it's almost like pressuring an Osiris is a waste of time because he's still fucking Osiris.
Follow his lead and start to put some pressure on Sam's farm because
this early game is a bit of a wash, frankly. I know there's 2 kills, but both junglers have 2 items complete. Second item Rod on Merlin. He's going to be hitting like a truck. Everyone's been going gem. Everyone's been going coin. I reckon he just backed with enough for. He backed with enough for Rod and was just like, fuck it. Let's just.
Gold Fury spawns and Gold Fury started by the Jade Dragons. The Olympus Bolts are going to check in, but it's only Lasbro who's here. It's
I like the Scorpions. Scorpions good.
Barracuda's around the left-hand side here. It's a leap in from Lasbro, but an immediate ultimate from
goodbye.
And it's caught onto Barracuda.
And that's an interesting jingle. I guess it's good.
Spins Venenu's head around, but it's not enough just yet.
Good wall coming from Mike as well, and now Jake doesn't have a lot.
Jake's so tanky.
Still pretty healthy, so he'll be able to live
it's almost
away.
Like
but what
tank
a
boots are
turnaround
good.
Onto Lasbra. Jade Dragons inviting him to jump in and think that you'd be able to punish this Ymir, but a great ult from Mike.
That was a really clean fight from the Dragons there.
Hesitates for just a little bit. And Hurry slams him with that crush damage. Then the Shards of Ice damage comes through, and Lazarus already toasted that point. So just a great turnaround.
I know, the tank is tanky. The tank with tank boots is tanky.
Love the idea.
And pick though.
That's been interesting to follow aggro is
look at him saving the farm for Sam.
Item meta.
That is a bit of a bro move from Fino because I would have cleared those in a heartbeat.
Coin's been pretty popular. We've seen Chronos pendant a couple of times. Venenu feeling like the rod of
you telling me an alien war this?
Way to go here in game 3.
Yeah, I'm curious.
Look at this standoff.
Because that isn't usually the call. Maybe he wants.
Look at them rotating 3 over to the blue buff just because. Oh, dodgy pathing from Michael, but now Lasbro's might be dead. Here comes the Fino. I swear that Fino's key, that Frankenstein skin is banned. I swear it is. He always plays it, but I swear it's a banned skin.
That might have been a kill there. Hurrywin had his I'm a Monster. Venenu does not have beat.
Yeah, I guess he wanted coin and then just got Rod and was like, oh shit, I kind of still need coin.
Yeah, a couple beads get traded there. Hurry loses his.
God, I kind of thought you wanted that.
On the side, so which backliner or which character is
could be going Kronos, but I really doubt it.
That 2-minute timer on their heads. Hurry has definitely got to worry about Haddix on this Arthur. This is a matchup
you reckon that's banned? I actually haven't looked at the list of banned skins in forever.
The root cripple, in fact, but Haddix has beads now. Hurry, it's pretty easy for Haddix to just beads through that Sikkim and gun you down on the Arthur. Once that's down,
does anyone get the lead anywhere? Sam's going for his rage, getting his fat crit percentage. Tank boots Gaia. Why do they bother even hitting each other when you've both got fucking tank boots and challenges and chalices?
Yep, seen great pressure so far out of Haddix is opening up the door to some looks at the blue buff. One successful invade so far. So keep
right, let's have a look at this.
Right blue buff timer. We'll see if Lasbra and Haddix continue to try to combine for some pressure there. Left side
Let's
of the
have
map
a little
is largely
search.
been left
Merlin.
given Panda Cat a 1-level lead.
Fun Guy Merlin is a
Barracuda,
banned
there's an
skin.
assist in
That is a
Panda
banned
Cat
skin.
over around that gold fury, but you can tell the Olympus Bolt's call here is let's combine with Haddix and Lasbra and Awesome Jake.
Naughty,
right,
naughty Veneno.
if we can't strip some farm away.
I mean, Jake
And he's
even
still
tries to
losing.
use the same speed, and he won't get it, but I don't think he's gonna
Fun
get
Guy
punished
Merlin
for
is a
being
banned
that open enemy
skin.
jungle either, so doesn't really do too much.
Nothing ventured, nothing gained there for Awesome Jake. Things have slowed
Naughty,
down
naughty.
for the Emoja. Granted, with how the game started, it was going to be
I'm
very
surprised it's
difficult
banned
for
though. It's
Awesome
not a
Jake
bad
to
skin. Like it's
keep
not.
that pace going
It's not
throughout
like his.
everything here.
Not like some of the other
Stun
skins.
onto Jake here, and then a wall from
Hit it.
PVM, and then an Imamon
Jesus.
won't connect. The Riptide is out for Awesome Jake, and he had
How's
to
he
juke
juking
the
a
last
Scylla
bit of
ult in the
damage
middle
there.
of a
He was
Ymir
It's
ult slow?
really nice juke from Jake. He just puts her in a no-win position in that point, but certainly you'd
Oh,
hope
skins
that
get banned
Imamon
because
would
half the
connect
skins are
a little
fucking
bit
pay
better
to
for
win.
Curry next time around. Jake,
Like think
holding
about
on to those purification beads awfully
Sunstar
long at
Ra
that
with a
point. I
silent
don't know,
ult.
man, but I suppose
It's
so.
when the
He knew.
effects
He had
aren't
under
clean,
control.
or if it
Gold Fury now
changes the
started up.
model.
I'm a
Like for
monster,
example, all
not
the
on the map right now,
TMNT
so
and
that
the
gives the Bolt
Avatar
enough
skins all
confidence
get
to start up
insta
the Gold
banned
Fury and finish off the Gold
because
Fury without any drama on either side. That's
because
gonna give
their
the
whole
Bolts
models change. You
about a
don't instantly
1,500
recognize it.
gold lead here, 14 minutes into the game. All is
Ah, yeah, you
quiet,
can't see
but
what
maybe
stance
no
he's in
more
well
Rivers
at all.
Rebuke won't
Exactly.
catch out onto anyone. And that's what we've seen Jake use.
And
Just
some of them
catch
just
that
just
one person
change.
with
They
that
change the
Rivers Rebuke
noises and
find that
sounds so much,
follow-up.
and then you have
Doesn't
some
hit
like
anyone, and the rest of the Bolts
Poseidon's
back up.
Vaporwave
wonder
one,
if Mike's
where
gonna
instead of
go
hearing
with
"Release the
Rivers
Kraken," you
because
hear
that ultimate is so
"Wah."
good
That's
for Jake
supposed to be
that
your kind
it
of
might honestly be
like,
worth his time.
oh shit, I need to
Curry
ages
can
now
get
thing.
through it, sure.
Epic
Osiris can get
Goose
through
was
it
good.
with the Lord of the Afterlife, of course, but Sam and Mike and Panda Cat are all gonna
There's not been enough geese in the
pretty
channel, so I'm
hard
glad you're here.
pressed once that Rivers Rebuke comes out during the team fights. It would stop Mike from having Blink, but if he's not going Blink on Serket, he doesn't have to go Blink on anybody, as far as I'm concerned. If you're willing to
Mike
make
never
that
goes
choice.
blink. He always gets
So
like
the Ymir
thorns
might
on
just be there for the walls.
on
I
Ymir,
think
which
an
is
upgraded Phantom
rogue.
would actually be sick here for Mike.
We'll keep our eyes on
Not sure I do want to hear it,
that
joke,
relic
frankly.
here, level 12, just one level away.
Ah,
for both-
thanks,
for
man.
both
Thanks,
Awesome
man.
Jake
Appreciate
and
that.
PBM.
I've been
Grab
really
that
slacking on my
second
goose
active
quota.
as this game rolls on. Feels like Mike has been able to hit the stuns that he's wanted to. Kind
Oh,
of regardless
do I want to
of
hear
having that
this?
blinker.
Why are
The
there no
walls have
ducks?
been there just the same for Awesome Jake as
Oh,
they have been for PBM.
should have seen that
Wondered
coming.
what direction Barracuda would look in his build here this game. Bit into the crit there in game number 2.
okay, that was
then
actually right.
transitions
I'll give you that one.
over into a bit of tank shred later on.
Can we ban that
Looks
guy?
like could be considering some crit in his
There
build here. It is a blue buff invade for the
Are you
Olympic
telling me
Bulls.
there's no ducks in
Dropped on
Portugal?
down and fine, okay, we'll get this one picked up.
Definitely no third.
I wonder
item
what Hiram's
spectral
player
here for
damage
the
is. How is he
Dragons.
third in the
That'll
player
be
damage? I feel like he's
but
hit like 2
probably not gonna
abilities.
be too far behind
Bane.
once Barra finishes off this rage. Think that is pretty likely to be the call for him. But maybe
Oh,
he
here we
won't
go, here we
more
go.
after that.
You got those walls behind the tier
That's his
2.
lone crit item, and just relying on that and then the explosive bolts can go into the chin size.
Proxying from Haddix here. This is really important positioning from Jake, because look at where Haddix is up here. Oh, sorry, you can't see my mask. Haddix is up here. Jake is stopping people from rotating like this up there. So they're all grouped on the right here. You wonder if they're going to try and do something, but no, they're just going to farming. They really do not want to fight just yet. I wonder who do you think the late game who do you give your late game to? I give it fairly handily to the Dragons, right? Scylla, Danza, Merc, Ymir in late game team fights. Like Jing is really good late. Merlin can do a lot of damage late, and Yemoja gets good as well late. But
it's really mostly about the Yemoja for Jake and why that's really stopped Sam's aggression, because Yemoja, once you commit that Sonic,
then they got Yemoja on the team, so you know what I'm saying.
Moment, but he's looking in mid
Yemoja
here
is
for Ben.
busted.
You might be able to find him.
Oh, all of my watched items are ending. So no one has anyone got Bayer Dynamics, because I could really do it some advance.
Immediate follow-up from the Jade Dragons. Cursed Ankh, by the way, for PBM is the second active.
Yeah, they do have proper
I guess
cowardly
you're kind of
relics.
juggling too, right?
Ankh from upgraded Ankh from Mike.
How impactful is some of the sustain that
Interesting.
the
You don't
Emoja
often see
and
people
the
go that
stuff
hard
like
into
that
anti-heal
can provide.
against
Yeah,
Emoji,
I
which I
think
do think is a
would've
mistake.
preferred the Phantom
just
here
generally.
for Mike. I mean, obviously
Yeah,
that
doozy is the
Ankh
word.
is going to be valuable, but maybe not
So it's
as
going to make
necessary
getting
as
beads is going to be
Phantom
such a
could
big
have ended
deal.
up
There's going to be
being.
like 2 waves to
Not,
every team fight.
you know,
It's going to be
hating
the first
on
one. There's going to be a big
I think it's
initiation.
fine.
Everyone beads, and
Yeah,
then the
there's
second round
certainly
where
value
the
to it, but
initiations actually hit. Right, Baron
boy,
needs to be careful here, because I reckon Sam's going to look to ult down the lane any second now.
From Jake this game and really making life
Or
difficult for Sam on the
Veneno as
dives
well.
for-
Let's watch
for
Sam
Panda
here. I reckon
Cat.
Sam's going to
Once
look for the
he
ult. Sam's
commits
looking for
that
the ult.
rocket,
Sam's looking for the ult.
once
They're
you're
in mid.
on these
They're in
picks,
mid.
you're in. And Yemoja's one of those really good guys.
Hype it up, like, oh, here he
over,
comes.
overplaying
As he
your
just
hand
wanders over to
and
blue buff.
overplaying your mobility right in front of her on her carries.
Yeah, and you're getting that sense kind of from both teams here, where the only
That's so
difference in
disappointing.
active selection across the board is a Sunder that's now been upgraded for Awesome Jake, and then the Ankh upgrade.
Glad Shield Arthur.
Both solo laners got themselves a blink. Everyone else in this
But
game
I feel
has a
like
blink Aegis.
Ghost to just get
So you
themselves in a
the idea that
situation
once
where
you're
they're
in there, you're
really
kinda
happy
locked
to
down. You're gonna
fight.
need these beads.
I
If
feel
you're
like
everyone, you're gonna need the Aegis.
I feel like
Bolt's
Bolt's comp is ready to fight now, and they're not. And I feel like Ghost are just happily farming up to a nice point. They got anti-heal on Scylla. She's got some flat pen and percent pen. Sam's got his rage ready to go. Mike's got thieves. Mike's got Magi's and bees. And now they're ready to fight, and now look, they're looking to catch Jake. Although that might be the sickest initiation ever. How is he still just half health?
Get on out, and somehow there are no kills here. There might be though on Venenu as Sanford Soccer's found the back.
What just happened to Lasper's jump there? Now Jake dies. What happened to Ven? Oh my god, this is a wipe. Haddox needs to save this super hard. Oh, Harrowing! That was dreadful. If they get Panda here.
Beyblading through, but it's not enough to stop Panda Cat.
What is Harrowing's ult?
For him, and you can see him popping off in the player cam. Just a great ult from Jake, and it doesn't get much better than that.
Yeah, Harrowing ain't looking so hot.
Wants you all grouped up, and he gets a big rocket. He gets a nice taunt.
See.
Everything starts going pretty well for Panda Cat. And Sam also split that fight beautifully. Instead
That
of
was a really that fight started super well for them,
hits the sonic boom
and
right
then
down
it just
the
went
area
so wrong. I want to see what happened to Ven and Barra there. They just seem to disappear.
And then all of a sudden can no longer put the damage onto Hurry and onto Panda Cat where they need.
That's one of those weird
but
things as a hunter where you want to run away, but running away is the
assassin
worst thing you can
right
do.
on
You
top
just
of him.
have to keep
And
left
Sam
clicking.
played that really, really well. Made it very difficult.
Then got
for him to
murked,
be
yeah. So
effective
then
in
what
a
happened to
team fight.
Barra?
He really should have been able to get a ton of damage off. Instead, he was on the run from Sam the entire time, lost the trade, lost his relics. Sam was able to get out temporarily until Haddox was able to come in and clean him up. But then Sam baits in Lasbra. Aegis is the entire brutalize, puts Lasbra down to 1 HP. I think that Sam really turned that fight
may or
around
may not be
alongside
shitposting
Mike's
again.
excellent ultimate.
There's been a bit of a shift in the air here in what could be the final game in the Phase 1 finals. The Jade Dragons pick up big-time kills to pull this game back in their favor.
And I don't know what happened to Barra in that fight, but he must have gotten one shot.
Yeah, literally, what did happen to Barra? Let's get a replay. Where's Jithiz when you need him?
And even though Ven was
Anti-crit on Merc, yeah. He became the very thing he swore to destroy.
Someone should have been able to do a little bit more damage in that instance. Something tells me something bad happened to Barra that fight.
And now you wonder how
Axel.
aggressive the Jade Dragons are going to get
So in
around
sync.
this Fire Giant. Pyromancer gets secured.
I was Panda so far ahead. Being 3-0-3 helps.
by the Jade Dragons.
Haddox, you got a beads, buddy. Doesn't have beads. I was looking at the wrong card. I was looking at Fino. He's like, this is what Yemoja does. How is Haddox at 40% health? He should be dead. Panda Cat's the most important target.
Mike's in a bad spot. Still has that wall, and it stops the
Wait, that
stun
wall
coming from
stops
Haddox,
the Haddox
but it's not
stun?
going to stop Lasbra.
Oh, it's a
Oh, that
freeze
was
on the
almost-
back end, but it will not be enough. Venenu gets the kill on the PBM in the Olympus Bolt.
Yeah, I know
Two down
everyone
for
who's
Dragons.
ever
That was
even
just
like
a really
looked at
great call
the
from the
stream
Dragons
before
to
got a
fight.
sub last
Panda
night.
didn't have any relics.
100
I know the bolts were low on relics as well, and
100.
the
There's actually
game plan was to
101
one-shot
gifted
Haddox
subs in a
coming
night.
in, but Jake
Most
Rivers
ridiculous thing I've
refused
ever
block
seen in my
Hurry's
life. I know.
on the I'm a Monster,
Blame Valknut
and so
there
they
and
complete
Lated
the
and
one-shot on the
Roldy.
Can the Olympus Bolt
And
do the
T-Flan
thing?
as
Got
well.
Sustained from Awesome Jake. You've got a blink from Haddox.
Absolute
over on
insane
towards Sanford
insanity.
Soccer. The Fire Giants at half HP. Hurry wins.
still don't really
Not
know
a
what
Mama
happened.
Monster at the moment, but Lasbra considering it as he leaps in towards the Jade Dragons mid laner. Awesome Jake taking
Jake is
way
just
too much
dying
damage
here.
Fine,
Oh,
okay. The afterlife
fine,
lockdown has not
okay.
found its target. Hurrywin
Harrowin's
linked
on
out,
like
he will send
1
it away.
health. Can
Lasbra
Lasbra
trying to
get
beat
it?
back in, and the brutalized through the Aegis will grab the kill. It's Sanford Soccer.
Is
spins
Jake gonna
around,
get Sam?
finds the auto attack.
Nope.
At the end of it, Awesome Jake's got to be careful here. 1-for-1 trade, but the Dragons have delayed the FG.
Yeah, they
He did
stopped
start
the
it, he
objective
did.
from going down, but Hurry loses both relics on the back
I
end.
thought this
That's
one was going to
really
be,
difficult for him
after
to
that
step
last
up, and
fight,
now
that
you
one
have
at
the relic
Goldfear, I thought this
situation across
was
the other way.
Dunzo.
The bolts in both Ven and Barra still looking awfully pristine.
But the fact they blew up
in
Panda in
that
that fight was
category,
massive.
but
It's one of those
same
things when the
for
fight goes
Panda.
on for
Panda's the
ages at this
strongest
point,
person
people
on the
just
map right now,
respawn and
level
come back
20,
and suddenly he's back
5
in the
items completed on
the
field
fight.
already. Feel like he's the one that the Bolts have to continue to focus. They did so successfully there. He didn't have any relics. Lasbra had excellent target selection, was all over him. Didn't let Panda get away from him in that instance, but now that he has the beads Aegis available, can the Bolts do it again?
Well, that one was very, very close. I think Haddox, under that initial engagement, being able to stay alive, so important. Of course, King Arthur very tanky. He's got the Stone of Gaia, Bulwark of Hope a little bit later on in that build. We'll keep Haddix in a position where he can do some of that. Even if you get immediately engaged on playing it properly with the rest of your team, we'll give you a second lease on life. There are some spectral
some janky builds going on. We haven't seen Soul Reaver in a while.
And
we've got 2 of them in the game at the same time. Look, we haven't seen it, but...
Still enough to force out
wait, why is Barrack on Deathbringer there instead of Wind Demon?
By a stray, and it's a Deathbringer crit from Jingwei, it changes the whole fight.
No, but I think I don't like that at all. I think Deathbringer, no, Wind Demon is the item that holds that build all together.
I think all ADCs have pretty good crit luck, right? With the explosive bolts in addition.
Yeah, maybe it was going to be a bit of a farm fest.
I think Wind Demon is definitely the right idea.
Wind Demon is the most important item in that build. Wind Demon is so bloated.
That feels a little bit awkward in my mind.
Yeah, I don't like that at all, to be honest with you. You're not like that.
Much cheaper investment, and then you don't get as punished in my opinion on the spectrals on the other side.
Well, there are a couple spectrals for the Olympus bolts here as well. Definitely will play a role in mitigating down Sanford Soccer. Now, not that the wind is sucked out of anyone's sails, but
yeah, Wind Demon's just so bloated. Such a strong item.
They had 4 or 5 minutes ago.
The mask is gone.
All the dragons on an aggressive positioning around.
Alex has got his spectral. How many spectrals in the game right now? 5 spectrals. 10 beads, 5 spectrals. Magi's as well. Spear of Dessa Yamoja. Woo! Spear of Dessa Yamoja alert.
Mike has finished off that compassion there in the support role, but it's worth noting.
Yeah, Panda is full build right now. Do you know what I've really gone off at the moment? I really don't think you should be selling your boots and getting speed pot that early. I think you should be going for...
Of that magical protection,
you should be going for the 3k pots as soon as possible. Those things are insane. It's like a 25% power increase. Like, imagine if you had an item that did that. And because like when you're selling boots and stuff, you're spending 1500 on the well, wait, let me shut up a second. He beat? No, he didn't. It looked like his thing. Yeah, you lose the money that from like when you're selling your item, so you get like only like 66% of your value of your item, and you're buying a whole other item on top. So you've lost like, let's say, kind of 600 gold on the sale, then another item that's like 2500, so that's 3100 already, and then 1500 on the pot as well. Oh my god, Mike just got blown up. That was the upgraded Sunder for you right there. They're playing this fight really well. Big. Stop doing that, Heroin.
But both of the solo laners getting involved in the killing department, but the carries better positioned now for the Olympus Bolts. Sanford Soccer melted through, and the Olympus Bolts grabbed 3.
It's just Mike. You have to accept that Mike's dead.
Spear of Dessa Yamoja.
Okay to trade him for that
hitting like a truck. Oh, those from Heroin is so hard to watch, man. So hard to watch. Heroin spending Fafnir, love that.
If I get caught. And Mike gets caught by River's Rebuke, but instead of leaving him,
he looked so good on Scylla early in the season, man.
Up way too much. Panda and Hurry are pretty close together on that fight. Hurry bails and isn't able to really peel for Panda.
I have an official ruling from Overin. Official ruling from Overin.
Dragons just should have left Mike to the
Fun Guy Merlin is not
bad. uses all of his actives and Benanu with a massive burst of damage. In the dirt. Now
Fun Guy Merlin is not banned. He just, the list hasn't been updated.
Here, but the damage being dealt right on back towards him.
Official Judge Judy verdict from Overin. Go on, Fino. Dunk with the 2. I think it's off cooldown. On cooldown.
Able to secure the big one.
Hey, maybe it's not going to be a 3-0.
Down and Haddix will put him down.
Yeah, just one after another. The Jade Dragon's conveyor belt walks in and gets picked. And really, like we said during one of the pauses, getting 3 gods banned away from you in the top end, it's already a win in of itself.
Just said ban him anyway.
You're really looking at Hurry's likely 6th option on the list, because Tiamat was also banned, and you've got Merlin taking
more Smite. Where's where's Seb?
But he certainly struggled, even though the
Seb actually might be able to watch Smite while eating his food. The list is wrong. Who could we trust anymore?
Remember, he got that triple kill on the DSI.
If Bolts reverse sweep this, man,
now he's 3-2-4.
It'll mean they'll get a bad night's sleep.
Because of this dive coming from the Fenrir and the Arthur.
This game is not over though, but they are taking these fights really handily.
Not on the same page on where these on how these objective fights are starting to happen. They've got to find a way to either let Mike do what he wants to do and get involved, or just let him step up in zone and then leave him for the Oni Fury. The fact that they fought afterwards. Really,
oh my god, yeah, if they do reverse sweep, then we'll not stop tweeting until the end of time.
Aren't we, as the Olympus Bolts have dragged this game back. Now all 5 members of the Bolts have the FG. They're sieging down the left-hand side. Tier 1 is already fallen.
These ults have been
and now
ugly.
All eyes on Tier 2 here. J-Dragon
One,
smart.
he shouldn't be ulting the Arthur anyway. 2, why does he wait until Arthur is ulted
back into this game as well. It is
to hit the button?
On the end there for this Jingwei. Sam for soccer.
But the fight kind of fell over before that anyway. Hey, why is Sam... Why is he there?
About what direction you're pushing.
That creep, that one archer.
Sonic boom could fly down from
there we go.
Really smart. This stops the wave coming from mid lane. I mean, no one can stop him. He's going to be able to get his back.
Why is Lasbra trying to like chase him out? He's just like strolling around in the jungle.
Right call from Sam. It limits the offensive options here for the Bolts without putting him in a bad spot. And as you said, the Dragons aren't willing to die and lose the game over at Tier 2, and they needed relics to come back up for Panda Cat and Hurry. Hurry still has 30 seconds on the Aegis, 20 seconds for Final Case Beads. Dragons should give this up if the Bolts...
Could this be the first Arthur win after all this time?
They need to wait for these relics to come back up.
Been a very quiet
upgraded item Sundering rather than Hero X for Fino. Someone, did he just get someone's beads? Lasbra's beads are down. Lasbra's beads are down. Haddock's speeds are down as well. Hurry's beads are down. Not as good as I thought.
A little more gold over to the Olympus Bolts. It was lopsided towards the Dragons earlier on. Now you find yourself
so is Ven as well.
5,500 gold down.
Flan, I swear to God.
Dragons, the Olympus Bolts, absolutely in the driver's seat here this game. Look at the golden
Hurry's doing really well outside his ults. He's been hitting really good abilities and everything else. It's just the ults are the ones where you look. Everyone who's anything about Smite watches out for Scylla ults, right?
Where this lead dissipated for the Dragons, that they have an opportunity because Sam got the beads from Lasbra. Haddock's used Blink and beads in order to strip away the beads from Hurry on that Tier 2 on the right-hand side. Theoretically, Hurry should
Red buff Merc,
Deathbringer
Deathbringer on.
Doesn't hurt him as much as the
It's interesting that Sam just does, no matter who he's playing, just does not mind about picking up a Spectral. When I'm playing Merc, I'm like, I am not building anything that has like even HP on it. I'm just like, if it doesn't help me left click, I'm not interested.
Haddock's out of these fights, it's gonna make the Dragon's job a lot easier.
It's a scary thought, that having to be what you have to
So
do.
beads are coming off a cooldown fairly quickly, actually, just over a minute on each, and they're going to be backing after this and strolling up the lane. So don't think the bead's going to make a massive difference.
Decent timing there on the Primal Fury.
Weird build from Barra. He's doing like a Chins build with a Deathbringer thrown into the middle of it. I wonder if he's going to try and bark an Oboe instead in the middle. He's pretty near attack speed cap anyway. Panda going for this trans Chins build. Those Oboe ticks are going to be hitting for it really hard. Fredwin on Ymir, it feels pretty good. That's a good item.
Specifically in the mid lane, Burn versus Steel has got to be on the mind of both of these teams.
Looks like there's no room for a rod in Hurrian's build, which is interesting. Serrated Edge Merc. People forget Serrated Edge gives 20% pen. That's basically like Titan's Bane levels.
Certainly an option, but
good item on Merc. Definitely good. You ult through, you pop your 2, and you get 2 stacks instantly. You just start bopping.
And of course, the enemy front line with the Serrated Edge. I think that this is there to help him win the 1v1 up against Lasbra. I think at this point...
Yeah, imagine... Oh my god, imagine if he sells Deathbringer now, they will sell their Spectrals, and then he just rebuys crit.
Effectively even at this point.
They have to like redo it all over again.
I mean, everyone is basically full build at this point. I don't foresee it.
Jake is walled off there. Jake is walled off. He's just taking no damage. He's ulting. Doug!
By the Mercury
no,
here.
Nothing happened.
Doug used the Ragnarok. Awesome Jake has used his ultimate here as well. It's an immediate decent ultimate advantage.
What the other? Pendulum, Heartseeker. Heartseeker Fenrir. Not sure I like that.
He actually can't win the 1v1, but he can
I'm just there going, Doug, and nothing even happens. Sam is doing well here. These split pushes really add up. And Merc loves engaging from weird angles. Yeah, I'm surprised Harriman hasn't prioritized getting Pendulum. It's a really strong item. Sam is just... The longer Jade stalls out, the better. Although they are not stalling out. Mike is just dying. Big Pridwin. That's so interesting, the use of Pridwin there. You use your ult as... Ooh! He just bopped Laz. He's lost his beads though. So is Laz. Laz doesn't have beads either.
But Sam has the ultimate ready to go. Immunes it for that Ragnarok.
Yep, exactly.
This time around.
Well, it's only plus 10% CDR on what he's already has, to be fair, but...
ton of damage
on that front end, but final case.
I just think they're really struggling into this emoji, you know. I really do.
Upgraded Sundering Axe ends up making
You're probably really bored of me talking about how good the emoji is, but he just keeps winning. Osiris 2 has stolen way too many objectives over the years for an ability that does like 300 damage.
Can you feel this tension a little bit? Look, this game has been back.
Pendulum is online. Pendulum is here. Magi's 7th item for... And, oh, big ult, big ult. But Jake still doesn't die. Jake still didn't die. Oh my god, these crits. He got a bit baited there. Oh, fade away from Ven. Jake is dead, but Sam is dead. This is a much better fight for the dragon, for the bolts. Hari is dead. This could be game. Although this is really good engagement from Mike. But I think they're out. I think they're out. Look, half of them are running. Mike's going back in. This is a split fight, and now they're back in. This is a nightmare. This is game. 3-1. 2-1, sorry.
The Olympus Bolts, they'll get the D side in 33
well done,
minutes.
Bolts.
What a fight for the Bolts.
Nah, that was
around
Frosty.
And helping peel for Barracuda, able to turn. I mean, Sam just absolutely
very good fight from the Bolts. Very good fight. I cannot believe they didn't kill. They didn't even kill the emoji. They had all the damage and the horror window, and it still didn't hit. It does, yeah. Yeah, it does look like an auto. It's like a really small animation, but I just caught it, having to catch it mid-fight.
That was the best fight for Heroin by a mile.
They're going for towers and phoenixes. I guess they're not looking to end here. Too many structures up.
The fact that Jake survived for that amount of time baits Sam in and makes the fight that much better for the Bolts.
2 quick questions. Do you think the
Jake
Bolts
banked?
could have ended?
No.
And now we're seeing what my
Okay, I guess they couldn't have ended, but I'm surprised Jake didn't stick around. It doesn't give me a chance to do
The
it.
Bolts don't want to risk it here. They'll get the mid lane Phoenix. They'll go back, spend some gold, take a deep breath.
No, they make the right call. Enhanced Fire Giant on 5 members is a huge win.
Yeah, winning is a huge win as well. Oh, did Jake die? That's probably where he was.
It's just a little bit too risky. They still had all 3 Phoenixes to go through. They had a tier 1 or tier 2 tower in mid. I think Enhanced Fire Giant is such a big buff. I think they make the right call. You're able to get a little bit more safely by going for that. But with the way that this team fight goes, I mean, the Dragons are a composition that have so much damage.
Aggro back on his drip.
Winning a game even on a Phoenix defense. I'm not saying it's guaranteed with the EFG, but I think they make the right call.
Yeah, no, I agree. And look, you gotta want the Bolts.
It must be so awkward trying to commentate and trying to fill for another pause.
The way that this set is now gone, and the Bolts with this never give up type attitude.
Oh, you guys are so funny.
On the back foot and a chance to just go one more game.
No, I think he's fine with 6. He can get
Wait, you got Surf and
1 power pot puts him at 40% CDR.
I need some Surf and Turf in my life.
Yeah, but you got the Hawks.
Yeah, I got the Hawks game. You guys can put it on.
Stinky pause. Yeah, there's been a few stinky pauses, frankly.
I have my setups at home, right?
Perfect. Your dad got it all set up.
There have been a few stinkers.
I've never been more nervous in my
yeah, that's a T-Flan. I think you're. Oh, it's Papadolson.
For that. Yeah, just imagine me in that exact same scene.
That's you know what, T-Flan. I think you're onto something there. Aggro's just pausing the game so he can flex on us harder.
But if this set continues the way that Game 3 has gone, at least that might not be for another couple.
You know what it is, Militiades? Your brain power is too spent on GeoGuess or Wisdom.
Do you think that this is a pretty cut and dry now game for the Olympus Bolts? Is this
game
simplified? You siege a Phoenix, you take the fight, you have enough of an advantage that you should win if you play it properly, and you just work into the Dragon's base.
It is simplified, but at the same time, I think it's also easier for the Dragons a little bit. It's pretty easy for Hurry to end up hitting a big root crush combo on these Phoenix defenses. It's easier to peel for Panda Cat, who
you know what, T-Flan, I'm going to tweet that.
That made me laugh. At the very end of that team fight. Can they control the space a little bit better? Because I think that the big advantage of the Bolts composition is that they spread you out pretty well. They're able to use River's Rebuke. Haddox creates a lot of space. And Lasbra, I mean, how many times in that fight did he come up and
saving a file? Did you see that skip? I was literally just saving a file and it shit the bed on my computer.
Elsewhere in the
don't worry. I'm not tweeting the words. I'm tweeting his exact comments. So don't you worry, T-Flan. You get full.
The Bolts certainly have the tools.
Jeez, my computer is shitting the bed right now.
Game here, 35 minutes in, the Olympus Bolts in the driver's seat. Fury spawning here shortly. This one will be an Oni Fury, so that'll help in the mid lane. Oni fire minions. We've seen the Bolts even just yesterday won with some Winions on their side, so something in the
Wait,
mid
how do
lane
you
is
do
gonna have
emojis
to
on a
be looked at, though.
computer?
If you're the
Do I have to
J-Dragon,
copy
you're
and paste
happy
it?
that it's the
Fucking.
mid lane, Phoenix, because you can just send somebody over to clear that.
Why am I? You know, I never used to be a boomer. I used to be down with the
Be a bait
kids.
type scenario here, but if I'm the
And
J-Dragons,
now-
no chance
now
I'm
I'm the
poking my
boomer.
head on out of base. No way, not for an Oni Fury. And so we're gonna have to see what this Phoenix defense looks like. The damage has started to pile up a little bit for Sanford Soccer.
Damn, these crits get raining in pretty hard now.
There were some great auto attacks there in that previous fight that have shot him up. But regardless of where the KDA is, 1, 3, and 5, now this Mercury is still in a
You
position.
click the emoji button below the text box.
Where you're
Oh,
lining
you
up
can.
In this game, you've reached full
Yes,
build, and maybe
that's
that's where a
facts.
difference comes from. But it is a big, big uphill battle.
And Lasbro did end up buying a 3K defense pot on that last back. He's looking for Sam in mid right now.
Sam for Soccer and Lasbra brawling out could be a big difference here. Sam for Soccer feels
Why is
more
it-
confident
what?
now on this one. The auto attack's flying.
Oh,
and Brutalize
shit.
Has to
He's
get
in.
used.
Lasbro's in trouble.
Defensively,
Shit,
Lasbra
I'm
is
not
in trouble.
looking.
That means the Bolts need to win this fight. On the
Handicat's
left.
dead, though.
Panicat, who's found by Haddix, and Haddix gets the
Haddix, that
opening
was
kill
sick.
for the siege. Much more simplified.
Haddix has just broken
for
the base
Olympus
there.
Bolts on the left-hand side. PBS
See, the
shot
ult
through,
just
and
props the
King
bulwark.
Arthur reigns supreme
Bulwark
for
is-
the Olympus Bolts. Fenenu rampaging. It seems like the bucket
Whoa!
Lasbro wins the
And he gets the
1v1.
1v1.
Olympus Bolts
When it rains, it
likely to
pours.
Take us to game 4.
It's all up to Hurry and Fine, and they don't have a lot of damage on the Titan quite yet. Hurry, no ultimate, and now no beats.
And guess who's there? Haddix.
Man,
forcing
this
him
is
back
this
into
is
the
a really
Barracuda
good game from the
swinging
Bolts.
away
I'd be
on a
really
fight.
happy
Okay,
if I was
the book
Bolts.
will close on game 3, and the Olympus Bolts move us to game number 4.
Man, Haddix just closes that gap onto that.
Oh,
damn
don't
set.
worry,
Gotta
don't
find a way
worry.
to get that
G
guy in
Flan got
combat. And
full-
The fact that he's able to get right on top of him, Panda a
full,
little bit greedy with the purification beads.
God, I
doesn't
help us
use them
boom right, yeah.
away.
Neural boomers
That
one.
sets up time for Jake to
Sound
get
is
there,
the
for
1v1.
Barra to get there.
Vamper, this is a good time to come back. The Bolts come back. 2-0 down.
Non-factor in that last team fight, and
But
he's
now
been
it's
so
2-1.
important for this Dragons team.
We go into game
It's a comeback.
4.
We got a series.
What an admirable vote of confidence, though, that this Bolts team has, where Panicat was 3-0-3 after that big Gold Fury fight.
Yep.
Totally understandable if you're scared of going up against that Don Zubero, but it was the opposite. The Bolts
Come on,
dove in
Bolts, let's
harder. Yeah,
go.
onto Panicat
There's some
back
life in
and
the
made
old
the
girl
non-factor,
yet.
As you point out there, towards the end of game number 3. We're going one more right after this.
At least I didn't get 3-0. That would have been rough. This music is always so like. Music is so schizophrenic on this stream, I swear. 3 would have been terrible. Saw an old guy screaming. That is Papa Dolson. That is Dolson's dad. After Mama Dolson made her debut a few weeks ago, Papa Dolson is now in, and he absolutely roasted Dolson, and it was glorious. He said he raised 2.5 great kids. Yeah, you absolutely should. Oh, you both better go back and watch it. Right, one second. Let me close my blinds quickly. Hold up. Up. Actually, Vampire, I'm feeling some more GeoGuessr greatness. Yeah, that segment was gold. Crystal Palace. Why have I lost my where'd my GeoGuessr tab go? Oh, here it is. Right. Free ad for Smite. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm giving you a free ad. Well, who am I saying you're welcome to? Time to win. I need you guys. All the Twitch ads at the moment are all just football based. Everything is football based at the moment. I want to keep Jake on the faff. Oh, Nathan, what's up? It's time for me to win. Oh, look at this. Hilly. Sort of like kind of an American looking. That sign looks a bit American to me. Yellow in the middle. Doesn't really look like American sort of landscape though. Oh, it's not America. South America, like Argentina. Bit green for Argentina though. Who the fuck guessed Norway? Probably you, to be honest. Shall I do it? Stick a quid in Argentina. Oh. Smells Bolivian. Smells like Bolivia. I love Smite Twitter. It's so funny. People are so funny. Yeah. No, agreed, Nathan. We do miss Velasco. Velasco is always here, other than when I'm getting Argentina, and then he just vanishes. He is Fraudmar in game as well, so that's another reason I miss him. That's a great in-game tag. Oh, it's time to get another banger on. Oh, wait a minute. This looks like America to me. Oh, wait, does it? Yeah, it's got to be. Am I right? Velasquez with Hazer? Kidding me? You cheat on me like that? Hey, I was correct. Right, time for another banger. Oh my god. They're not giving me any time. Is this Australia? This feels kind of Australian to me. I'm going balls deep because someone's already guessed. It was not Australia. He went Australia as well, though. New Zealand, maybe? Oh, he just went... Wait, did he go New Zealand? Wait, what? Do they have the same flag? No, they have slightly different flags. Hey, it was New Zealand. Let's go. Exactly. Britain but tropical, New Zealand. That's a very good way of guessing it. I'm watching a Bobby stream. Nathan, there's the door, mate. Yeah. How was Bobby? Young Bobbert. Ooh, this looks like Eastern Europe to me. I don't know why I keep looking at the people. I just, you know. Oh, he's already locked his guess in. I'm going to lose this. Like 50-50, it'd be a pussy. It was Romania. Didn't even get a chance to be a pussy. Like, that was quick, man. How did he know it was Romania so quick? Got flexed on a bit there. It was going well, though. It was going well. Wait. Are we gonna pick some bands yet? Oh, I know. We just got the handsome Leviathans. Look at them. Oh, Benjamin. Right. Singapore. I've seen enough. Why can I not find Singapore? Why am I being retarded? Oh, sorry. Word. Why has my brain power just failed? There we go. Swear it's not even going to be Singapore after all that. Singapore is so... I don't know what it is about it, but it's so recognizable. He probably... Yeah, he might 50-50. Look at this fella. He's up to no good. Why is he walking like that? He's a shit. I don't know. Do you know what? I won a game once. Guess Singapore first round and no one else got it. Yeah, if it looks Asian but it's in English writing, you're in Singapore. But I didn't even need to see a sign there. I don't know what it is, but like, this is very distinctive, I think. Wait, is this going to happen again when no one else gets it? And I just win first round? Ah, there we go. Matthew's in. Yeah, you can just feel it. Feel it in your... Feel it in my fingers. Who else is around? What's he shipping? Down to just 3 of us. Ooh. 4. Okay, 4. Work it hard or hardly work it. Oh, we're in. Somewhere rough and ready. South American vibes, probably. Have a little scoot down the road. If we can't find something good. Someone's already locked in. Damn. Damn, he's found something. Say South Africa, really? Really? South Africa? No, surely. I'm thinking like Mexico or something. It's really dry. Car wash Sierra. I'm down to go for Mexico here. Let's stick a guess in. Hey. It's again not South Africa. Axel, you are just lost cause, Frank. This looks like it's a Swiss flag, but that's a French flag. I'm down to go Switzerland because Switzerland has a lot of French influences. Shit. Do I go again? Shit. That's a Dutch flag. Shit. Why did I just throw them all away? What's wrong with me? Someone found the right location. What was it then? Wait, what did I click? Did I not click the right place? Oh, wait, shit. I didn't mean to start another one. Oh, it's Taco. Ooh, the open road. Right, you Scandi lot. You need to help me. Is this Scandi? Doesn't look too Scandi, does it? This looks more like that Russia round we had before. Oh, Luxembourg. How did you know? Actually, oh no, the round that I thought was Russia before was actually Lithuania, wasn't it? How do you know it's Luxembourg? And why do I not know where Luxembourg is? White plates and a flag. Ah. Wait, are we saying this one's Luxembourg? And where the fuck is Luxembourg? I thought it was up here. I think of Lithuania though, aren't I? Oh my god, everyone's getting it. We're saying Latvia. Well, you're good at this game, so I'm willing to go with you. Oh my idiot. Oh, the last one you're saying, right. Elitiades. Fucking someone give this man a medal. Someone give this man. Can we get an easy clap in the chat? He is the GOAT. That is true. Like I said, I've got the angel and the devil on my shoulder. The angel is Militiades. The devil is Axel. Someone gift this man a sub. We are not short on gift subs in this chat. I literally don't think a single person doesn't have a sub at this point. What does this say? Heinzinger Hauptstrasse. Sorry, I feel bad if there's any actual German speakers whenever I do that accent. Let's just lock it in. Because there's a chance you just lose straight away. Okay, Austria. Oh, yeah. Meerschweinchen. That's like the only German word I remember. Bonus tips if you don't speak German, but you know what that word means. This looks nice, doesn't it? Vitoland. Budapest. We're in Hungary. Oh my god, everyone's locked in. Everyone must have seen it. Oh, that was so close. Meerschweinchen is the word. It's an animal. I hope I'm getting the word right now I think about it. Karine. Why do I not know what that is? There's a tank. What the fuck? Where are we? What flag is that? That looks like a kind of Croatian flag. Why is there a tank there? Is it Croatia? It doesn't look like Croatia to me, but that looks like a Croatian flag. Okay. Serbia, once again. What? Hello? I wonder where this is in Croatia. Starting next to a big fat Croatian flag. Oh my god, where are we here? How is a Google car here? We're in someone's fucking alleyway. Oh, this looks quite German to me. Us. Let's say. Oh, but 2 people who guessed. Oh, Czech Republic. Vamper, that's my boy. Yes, Vamper. You'd love to see that. Oh, it was Czech Republic. That's a bit of a random one. That one's hard. Boys, the P's and the B's are here.
Lo and behold, this Ares, it has been the
oh yeah, I haven't spoken German since like
do you think it'll work here against the
If
12?
Jake is able to be on point with those chains like we've seen him in the
I've
past,
lived over half my
big,
life since I last used that word.
Pose some issues, not just for the Honest here, Gore, but also for the Gilgamesh. A lot of his force that he's able to create in that early to mid game kind of depended on his ability to be able to actually just jump right into the action, really get up in your face style of play, and that's going to be a lot more difficult to do. Or even if you were to look for a blink initiation, well,
hurry, Janus,
jump to escape, but not going to be the case if Jake is on point
with
those Ares chains. And no Fafnir ban still, however, from the Bolts. They actually
boys, I have terrible news.
And the Ratatosker.
If this game goes on, if it goes to game 5, I might not be able to stream it. I might have to stop it before 10:30.
First time today that we're gonna see PandaCat on anything that's not Danzo.
Oh, he's not playing.
Going to be an interesting
Gilgamesh got through. Wait, what the fuck?
Jing Wei stripped away from Bera as well, so he won't be able to be as safe or maybe as successful, depending.
Oh, it's not for bedtimes. Don't worry.
This is where Ho Yi
it was ass until it wasn't, and then it just won the game on the spot.
There's one thing that Ares can certainly struggle with. It's being slow to all hell, and that's exactly what Ho Yi can do. He brings a lot of AoE presence with those Suns in that ultimate, and but Raijin also fairly stationary in his ultimate. Same goes for Chiron. Guan Yu, really the only one so far out of this Bolt composition that could feasibly get away from that slow. And
whenever I see the word "oof," I literally hear the Minecraft.
Because it just makes their damage a little bit more consistent to land. And Ho Yi is also not a bad option choice.
Damn, okay.
In the Guan Yu, just because he has the leap away escape. If it is a Hachiman though, then I would probably anticipate a
I wasn't actually going to stream today, but you guys convinced me.
That's something that we haven't seen a whole ton. I think actually once this year, a lot last year, Hachiman was coming back. And
I'm talking about the noise you make. I think I just did a really bad impression of it.
He can play aggressive, but he hasn't really been.
I'm talking about the noise you make when you take damage on. I'm not talking about the Roblox death, the one you take damage on Minecraft. And he goes.
Actually, PandaCat gonna take it to as aggressive of a laning phase as possible.
That's the more the Roblox one.
Just because he's still relatively strong pick option into the Chiron, and not only that,
I haven't played Minecraft since like 2015.
CC immunity, those are all going to be.
Jay looks like Bubbles from Trailer Park Boys. That's so BM.
The Bolts took their
chance to
throw all of their emphasis onto killing PandaCat, and it works. But Anher might be a little bit more difficult to lock down since he does have that capability to jump over walls. And like I said, the CC immunity on that Desert Fury is also going to be pretty crucial, I think, and the damage as well. Even though
Fafnir.
it was from that 70
they
to
just can't resist this
scaling,
fucking Fafnir, can they?
It still hits pretty hard if you can land at least 6 of those spears.
Well, so far it has been very.
See, look, first ban Yemoja all of a sudden. It's almost like.
Very end to try and lock
it's Yemoja.
What Lasbra is going to be doing.
Good. Oh, I did the whole neck move and everything, but you can't even see me, can you?
A lot of this feels like it is oriented around trying to respond to the Ares. I'm going to be honest with you though that from what I've seen, I give Jake a lot of benefit of the doubts. When I see this pick, I think he's going to be successful. I put more onus on the Dragons to deal with it here than I do on to Jake to perform. So I'm pretty sure he's going to. And now I think this becomes even more important because you already know that one of your pillars in
got the Gilgamesh coming through.
They're going to lock in the Nemesis for Lasbra.
Nemesis.
This is a smart pickup for the Bolts because pressure was already on Polar Bear Mike here, Gore, especially with that Fafnir because it's such a telegraphed ultimate.
I guess Nem can dash through the Gilgamesh ult quite easily. Chiron can dash. Wait, can Chiron dash through it? Ares has a miserable time in the Gilgamesh ult. Yep, Raijin can dash over it. Guan Yu can horse out. Not a bad draw from the Bolts. Not a bad draw. Gilgamesh did look good. The Hannes, Gilgamesh, Sele, Panhu.
No longer have the CC cleanse from the immunity frame.
Mafnir.
That could be the prime time for Awesome Jake or Haddix to look for some form of punish against that Fafnir with their
You know what?
bolts.
I think I prefer the Bolts team, but this is close. It's not like game 1 where I really prefer the Bolts team, even though they lost.
Last game, I mean, Venenu Barra felt pretty safe. A lot of the time, they didn't have a lot of pressure on them. You factor this in, Raijin Chiron feels just as safe, if not maybe even safer, since they can do some of that damage from a further distance.
Yeah, Nem died a bit of a death, as did Pele, at the time of the shell.
More in favor of the Nemesis because of her ultimate.
Shell nerf.
Giannis, through space and times, we've seen how accurate Hurrywind is with those on top of the unstable vortex.
Yeah, go. Good
Dragons
snack times. Snack stop.
Not necessarily pull ahead. They don't have to look for the early game advantage here, Gore. They can
you think
look to just try and stalemate the laning phases. The only
you
one
think
that
this
really
is game 5? Well, not game 3 for the Dragons.
Pele would be the Fafnir as well, but
Nem's gonna shit in the
really
Gilgamesh.
Come down to how well the Jade Dragons can position and how well they can utilize some of those portals from Hurrywind to try and funnel themselves into that backline for the Bolts.
Now we've seen how well they play around it, and again, game 1 when Hurrywind gets it for what we thought was going to be potentially the only game.
Interesting comps. This is going to be a real execution battle. Is there anything we're missing in terms of like?
Worked wonders for him.
Can you training exercise with Chiron and just walk out the Gilgamesh ult? Late, you made it. How you doing, my man?
Lead the Dragons forward. Will somebody else stand up for them to give them this final win?
You got in there before I did.
Give us the surprise we need. Push us to a game number 5. It all happens here in game 4.
You'd be glad to hear there's been no gifted subs tonight, so.
5 we go, but we got a long and exciting
Hey, look who's back.
Before we even consider that, Olympus Bolts, Jade Dragons.
The Impaler on her. I've got some codes up to give away after this.
Aggro, what a different look now we've had from previous games, right? It feels like everyone has some sort of swish except for Hurrywind.
Equals in the triumvirate, Jesus Christ.
Soccer, of course, we've already seen
he can just dash through. Okay. Oh, yeah,
these compositions are built. Feels like a totally fresh game here in Game 4.
Agreed. The Bolts
I feel like this is a good comp into Gilgamesh, whereas it felt like Leviathans were drafting. Well, Bacchus was like, well, I have Bacchus.
As your super hard CC in this game. So you don't have a lot of options.
You missed my speech earlier, right? Thank you. I want to preface this by saying thank you very much, and I really do appreciate you being nice. But you guys are young. Money is important. Save money because houses are expensive, cars are expensive, partners are expensive. Do not spend money on Twitch streamers, especially ones where you never know when they'll stream again. The triumvirate has been broken.
Question here as a knockback on the Barracuda.
I really appreciate your support, and it really does mean a lot. But
how much of this game, how much of the Bolt's success do you
but I feel like the dad in me is saying, son, stop spending money on Twitch streamers.
Either stripping the beads yourself or having someone else strip them away. There are 3 sets immediately for the Jade Dragons to get rid of. Outside of just beads burning,
it's Father's Day, and as your dad, you must pay tribute.
It's very important. I think Jake was the biggest difference maker in Game 3 for the Bolts compared to
Is this a Bluestone Gilgamesh?
Games 1 and Game 2. I mean,
that's not quite as bad. Oh, is that First Blood?
Well,
if he had dash there, that might be.
On that
Why are all the alerts doubling? Why have we got that's by me.
The Bolts are pretty good at that aspect of the game. They're pretty good at putting the pressure on and really forcing you to make some.
I'm not gonna keep doing this speech.
Jake is gonna be out of this lane and just trying to roam.
Yeah, well, Goose. Oh, I didn't realize Goose didn't even have a sub. Goose, you now join the club of everyone in the world who has a sub on this channel.
He's gonna win you the game eventually. He's gonna hit the back line eventually. It's not a matter of if. It's just.
Damn, that was a space.
You can't let Hurry get to full build and then stall out the game from there and just let him wait until he hits the game-winning shot. You've got to put some pressure on not just him, but the entire.
So I need to look at the builds. Anything interesting in the builds?
Going late means that Hurry has enough chances to win it for
Death Toll. There's a Death Toll in the game.
On PandaCat's Danza, where
I do think that has been underbought.
To see where so
the truth is decided without you. Sorry we didn't.
Jake bursted down and PandaCat.
Oh, the spam taunts are here. Lazarus dashing here. If Sam just has to survive, does he have blink? He does. Oh, that's so good for them.
It's a clean first blood for the Dragons.
And that's the worst case scenario for Jake, because I just don't understand the game plan of why he's there at all. You saw
Jake
Bear
just
on
got
his purple.
diddly doo.
Right,
that's the thing with Jake. Jake plays such a like fast and loose style.
And now Haddix is in trouble.
Haddix is so good at getting out.
Wants some more.
Missed it.
What happened?
No good, and Haddix will live on.
Oh, that feels bad because the Dragons.
Why did he miss? How did he miss that? Maybe
Maybe
he was worried about lurking into tower. Like, you know, you do the kick and it drags you in.
Gilgamesh, but still, the pace certainly being set so far by the Jade Dragons. Sam's falling a little bit behind because that was a lot of time where he did not get any farm.
Fine juked himself.
He's got his whole right side.
Jake hasn't had a bad. He had a really good last game, I think.
The Dragons now have a
But
slight lead
the first
in
two
that
games, I
mid
thought
lane in
I agree. I think he looks really good in
was
Yemoja.
able to get his hands
Spear of
involved in that
Deso
first
Yemoja,
one.
that was.
Barracuda finds himself about a half level up over Pandacat despite first blood.
That's troll from Mike. He pulled the minions away from the ball.
Just a little bit more.
And that,
such an interesting and even a unique pick this on her is, especially in the hands of a guy who likes to play aggressively.
yeah, but I don't know if he had the damage to
Pandacat.
just kill him.
You know
Nah,
what he
probably
can do
not.
on a Donzo, where
He knows
the
the damage
ultimate
values a
takes
lot
you
better than
right
I do, I
into the
imagine.
fray. This on her feels like it's almost.
It's really
built
interesting that
to try to push some advantages
Dragons are the
there
only
in
team that really
the
seem
duo
to
lane, so it's gonna be a
much.
tall task for,
They
for
rate
Barracuda
Gilgamesh
keep himself
in
out
the
of harm's way
in the solo
the way
lane
that the
much
game's
higher
already
than
started for Panda.
I mean, clearly the Dragons have
any
not
other team.
respected the Chiron.
I think it's more that Sam
heavily
just doesn't want
with
to play
that
him. Sam
Danza
just plays
matchup,
full
and
damage basically.
Now on the on her, it's you can't jump onto him and knock him up for free anymore. He can just dash to cancel out that jump knock up.
Jake's bought
And that
another
does feel pretty good in the 1v1, but
another
I
hog.
wonder how
Did he just
much
not use
Panda's
it?
just
Oh,
gonna
he
be
just
looking
used it
to play
now.
really aggressively anyways.
Was it Mike? Oh,
in order
no,
to
it is
set
Jake.
up
Jake has
for
a
these
hog. Yeah.
kills on this left-hand side. The Dragons have been very adamant on playing around his side of the map. They've been
What does
leaving
Gilgamesh
Final K a
jump?
lot more
Like, you know the
through
kind of
zone
circle
devices
and
and letting
Gilgamesh
him come
jumps.
in
Does
and
that do
be
like a
that
kind of
guy
Eagles Rally
team
style
fight
effect?
time.
I don't know what it does.
Would expect that to continue.
The bugs prefer
in
it.
this game, even though it isn't the Danza anymore, it is that on her.
Soul Lane finds himself in a bit of a different we've seen.
Oh, thank you, Roldy.
You know, the game felt like it was pushing against
Again,
him, but he didn't have the impact that
You
I
know
think
the
he wanted
speech.
or
You've
would
all
have
heard
wanted
it
on the
before, but
Osiris
thank
in
you. That's
game
very
number
nice. And I'm
3.
glad that Zeeth
So
got
here in
a
game number 4,
sub because Zeeth
recurring
is
pick that we've seen a lot
he
of it
usually
out of the
appears
jungle
when marble
Soul
races
Lane,
happens. He just
pretty
appears
much
out of
the
nowhere.
remainder
But
outside of a support pick or two. This Gilgamesh, such a
teammates
unique
outside the
pick, and it
circle.
gives a guy like Final K real playmaking ability in some of these team
Wow,
fights.
that's
It's a
really
big
strong.
team
What the
fight.
hell?
That's what maybe the
The triumvirate is restored.
Last game in comparison to that Yemoja on the other side, having someone who can get in there and
Oh,
really
oh,
make a
hello.
difference.
Awesome Jake will
Whoa.
use the ultimate.
What the hell was-
time connects onto Jake.
What?
He's almost
How did
baited
he
himself
jump
into
to
it,
disarm?
but he survived for the time being. Over on the
Oh.
right-hand side, Taiko drums
Okay.
used by Venenu and Lasbra.
Wait, Sam's just
turns
dying in the
around that kill
background
onto Sam
there.
for soccer. Hurrywin ultimately on the board as well. Both mid laners getting involved in some fighting here in the mid.
Oh,
All
Fafnir
heroes
Dragon
here.
Breath kills those
Sam bites
vines
off a
so
little bit
quick.
Too much there in the mid lane. Got the beads from Venenu, but with Lasbra and Ven's ultimates, no shot.
Oh, the
yet
body
of
blocks.
surviving that 2v1.
Is he gonna ult? Is he
Great
dead?
patience coming from Mike.
Can Haddix do this? He's in the
He's doing the
cavalry
running to the wall
charge.
thing.
The
That's so
stun
slick.
will not go through on the back end. You're putting yourself further.
Now
in
Haddix might be in
tower
trouble
range
here.
Oh,
Sam's
no.
on the route. Has he got blink?
Haddix
Sam's got
now
blink.
in
Sam's
some
got blink.
danger. He'll dash
Doesn't
away.
have ult.
Saber Soccer does have blink. Could close the gap. PBM.
PBM on the
trying to buy some
rotation.
insurance on the
Lasbra's got to
backside
try
of
and
this
cut
fight
off
as well.
Mike.
Lasbra will have
No,
a
Haddix is
slow
out. Haddix is fine.
BB. Could be a tower dive in the midst, but
There should be no
will sustain
Caesar.
from
That is
Haddix.
true.
Keeps him within a healthy threshold.
Sam's got to be careful here. Still only level 5.
Duke out the.
Van
Oh,
doesn't
that's so
find the
good.
right
Oh, no, but he
rebound
still procs the
quite yet,
Raiju.
but
Now he's
blows
dead.
him
Now
down.
he's
Awesome.
dead.
Jake blinks
Big
over the wall,
blinks.
and it's Sam for soccer
Sa-
down for
Jake
the
plays this
second time
Ares
this
so
game, and now
well.
it's a clean pick on over to the Olympus Bolts. That chase just goes on. It was telegraphed at some point by the Dragons where they
Wow,
were
big
looking.
plays already.
The
This is
Olympus
a
Bolts were able to respond.
And a lack of ward vision from the
Pretty
the
wild
Dragons comes
opening.
back to bite them. They don't know that rotation is coming.
This is fast
from mid
and
lane. They
loose.
saw Vlasbra. Yeah, we can spring the trap for him. We know Haddix can't do too much to help.
Oh, well, he did get double
How
blinked
about
on it. I wouldn't say
Venenu
he's
coming in on this
inting.
Raijin definitely providing a vast bulk of that damage and CC.
Interesting that
which
he's gone
slow-
Death Toll on her.
that slows
I
Sam
wonder if
down,
he's not
and
going to go,
once Pele
like,
falls behind, you're not,
is he going to go
you're not
Assy Death
utility
Temper or
Pele.
something?
No one is utility Pele at any point. Your job
What does
is
Death
simple,
Toll upgrade
and that's
into,
to
the
just
second
win a
one? You know, the
1v1
one
in a
that
team
everyone
fight,
builds
maybe
that
if you
one.
can really find a big play.
What's the other
maybe
one?
more than that. But if you're not able to win your assassin 1v1 as Pele, you're in kind of a bad spot. And or successfully
Death
dive the
Toll
back line.
Smite.
And Sam is now in a position where he's
Not
gonna
original,
have to
I
share
want
some
this
farm with
one.
her in order to try and catch back up.
2 kills,
Death's
2 levels,
Embrace.
1 level and a half down is Sam for soccer. So we've seen this continue.
Death's
trend.
Embrace. Hits the
Granted,
enemy
that
with the
one's
base
brought to you
attack.
by
restores 2% of your health and mana. Basic attacks the deal. AoE damage restore. Oh no, that's the one we already knew. Where's the other one? Let's temper. Here we go. When an enemy dies near you, you gain 1 stack of temper that provides 3.5% increased basic attack damage for 10 seconds. This can stack up to 10 times. If an enemy god near you dies, you get 5 stacks immediately. So you can get 35% increased basic attack damage for 10 seconds if you get like some creeps and a
it doesn't cost the Dragons a whole lot to get that poke damage, but
interesting. I don't think he'll build that. I imagine he'll just go for Death's Embrace, but that is interesting. That has some real upside. 50 magical power as well, but then Death's Embrace gives you 65 and 200 health for some reason. Death's Temper gives you 30% attack speed too.
If you can start to get leads on Ares, then you can be so aggressive because you just have kill threat on the enemy backline. With the position that he's in, the only person that he can really threaten would be Sam. And Sam is really
I nearly just closed. I so nearly just closed OBS then.
In the build in comparison
Budge me.
to Lasbra. So without Sam being the
Budge
pace
me
setter,
sideways.
I feel like the Dragons are going to be pretty content to just wait
Death's
this one
Embrace,
out.
Death's Temper, yeah.
Nice
Plasma of Energy,
to
yeah.
the point where he can be impactful.
We wondered how Awesome Jake would have to play around.
Yeah, probably inconsistent, but I bet the upside of that is pretty fucking poogie woogies.
My memory have been up
yeah, exactly.
throughout
Kill a
large
back
part of
camp
this
and then
game
stroll
so
in with
far,
like
so
10%
Awesome
increased
Jake
basic
hasn't
attack
had the
damage.
ability maybe to play as aggressively. Has been hanging
You
out
can
in
see
the
why
mid
you'd
lane
rather
a lot.
just have the other one, right?
And
But
we talk about the Ares versus the Giannis in that type of matchup.
let's look at builds. Oh, Addict's going for the power boots on Guan. I can't believe that's a surprising thing now, but it is. That's how dominant it has been on.
Because you know Panda is going to be looking for the
with solos. It looks like we're going Mystical Male Gilgamesh. That's a nightmare. Morrowind going for the Chronos Pendant, which means he's probably going for that Chronos Pendant Soul Gem Mirrored In build. Which, as we saw, is AFK for the first 25 minutes and then wins you the game at the end.
And that leaves basically just the mid lane for him to be at, and you don't want to let Lasbra fall behind either. And he's got both the kills early, does Lasbra for the bolts. So this is in a pretty good position for
You'd rather have a full item. You say that, but it gives you 30% attack speed and 50 power. Like, no item gives you that stats otherwise.
And that matters up against this Fafnir because Mike, you know he's going to be looking to use that underhanded tactics to
double conduit gem.
On those auto attack dives, and Nemesis isn't doing
that
a
means
whole
big
lot.
late game mage damage coming in hot.
So watch out for that little interaction as the team fights start to break out.
Well, an important note is that Sanford Soccer has closed what was a 2-level gap down to what likely is about 1.5. Lasbra fully 1 level ahead. I imagine solo laners wouldn't love it if support started soaking up their farm, right? I mean, you said the only option that's left is the mid lane, but maybe solo lane starts to see some love. Awesome Jake.
2 CC immune ults.
There's the response in kind by Hurrywin. Still everyone.
In fact, the only it's not going to be an easy game for Jake in terms of ults.
Lasbra going to use his ultimate, but Jake misses the chain right away. They needed that damage.
Mike is just going to get burned here, yeah.
Still some damage flowing through.
There's only
awesome Jake. He's caught out here.
Oh, that hammer miss from Mike.
What was that? With the Taiko drums has feared away the dragons, but
sick heal from Haddix, but Haddix might have just killed himself for it. Haddix always knows when to get out. I respect that so much.
Oh,
Mike. That would have been a dead Venenu. Sorry. What am I saying? It is a dead Venenu.
I just don't like the game plan from the bolts there. Let's ult this full health Fafnir.
That was a dead Venenu.
How? Exactly. You're just
that was a fat impair. That's what Transcendence on her looks like. But Panda is having such. He's my MVP for this set if they win, I think. He's looked unbelievable.
Good rotation from both ADCs, but Panda gets there a little bit early and in the right position.
Ah, T-Flan, thanks for hanging out, my man.
With Mike missing a couple of stuns in that fight that they really could.
Thank you very much for being here. Enjoy the rest of your night.
Definitely just a bad
and hopefully see you next time around.
The Dragons are not a team that
everyone say bye to T-Flan.
You have to go basically. You got to bat 1,000 on your engagements selection if you want to have a shot.
What a difference a few minutes makes now. Venenu finds himself down in levels. Lasbra also
Flan,
down in levels.
The man with the flan.
Great start for this Nemesis. Sanford Soccer is caught back up. And so we talk about giving Hurrywin chances in this game now. Level and a half.
Do you reckon we'll see Janus 2 reverted? I feel like sometimes as Ares, your chains just come out sideways. You guys feel that?
Finding some early impact.
They come out a bit to your left. Mike.
Jade Dragons, I think,
Hit a
right
hammer,
where they
man.
want to be, about 12.5 in.
And this is what makes a team like them difficult to pick and ban against. Is that
Like then with Jake, I thought he was guaranteed to hit that, but it just kind of came out sideways. I think you have to be W King exactly if you're like even moving slightly sideways.
Remember, this was the first game in my, if I'm remembering correctly, that the Dragons were in the first pick position. That's going to change how the picks and bans go. And so you end up having
I can't believe Gilgamesh got through.
Right now,
I guess Bolts aren't scared of it because they've only really played with it. They've not played against it.
No reply from the Olympus Bolts. That's going to expand this lead to right around just shy of 3,000. Bolts have been in this position. And in Game 4, they were able to turn it around. It wasn't maybe this big of a lead.
I played Ares about a year. I really enjoy Ares, you know. He's one of those that when I'm feeling like, you know, I'm not really sure who to play in support, I just kind of whack out the Ares.
Over here, but the pace of this game has completely shifted on towards the Jade Dragons.
Oh, you're right, and that's when Panadom did 8 player damage. So I guess that's why they're not scared of it.
And again, as you've said,
Haddock still has a lead over Bino.
Is this area going to get better whenever Haddock joins the fight? It's possible.
That's why you mute your teammates instantly. I'm serious. If teammates start being annoying, you just mute them instantly. Like I can't tell you how quick I am on the mute.
From the Bolts composition, I feel like Jake has really been left to make his own.
Bacchus is like my go-to. I fucking love me a bit of Bacchus.
That's not really where you want to be on a pick like this.
Now when the game has started the way it has, right now you're like, man, every time I've gone in and tried to do something, it feels like I've been punished for it. He's got 3 of the 4 deaths. Now Jake's trying to follow up.
He's just so fast.
Engage.
That's the Winged Blade. Winged Blade into Nemesis was the OG counter. That was the OG thing you used to buy every single game. If there's ever a Nem in the game, you always bought.
Speeding up the Pele, who then could speed herself up even more. That's not the position.
Why is everyone just taunting each other? Oh, Jake, you might be dead, my friend. Oh, and Hiron steals the kill. How close is he to Mirrodin? Next item. Fires out. Oh, Shlee, you enjoying your battle pass? Bet you got a ton of
why wouldn't they be? Because Jake keeps putting himself
a ton of like rewards when you pop it. Oh, here comes Sam. Oh, the pillar fucked him over. Not too much, I guess.
Puts Barracuda down once more.
Oh, the taunt.
Drums could make things interesting here. Beads used by
yeah, just leave Hiron here. Just leave him. He's dead. Just abandon him. If I was Hiron, I'm actually turning around.
And Venenu follows up with a kill.
Yeah, Hurry just on the wrong side there. Can't portal into the jungle from that position. Should
and there's no. It's unlucky because there's no walls you can portal along like you can in other spots.
Good initiation from Haddock and Ven, doing some good damage.
43 rewards. We're on level 47 now. Let's go.
Still feel like all of
in fact, I actually have a.
But now, Hurry has no
I'm going to do a big fat giveaway at the end of this because the codes expire soon. And I'm probably not going to. I don't know if I'm going to stream before then, so I just want to dunk some giveaways. I was going to do it on a video, but if my video is a Finch Memorial, it doesn't feel right to be like, hey, comment for a giveaway.
He's now down 2 levels to Panda Cat, who just continues
to still alive.
Jump in and make these plays happen. I mean, that last pick
on her Impaler, yes, the exact skin. Thank you, Military. You're such a good sales rep. The very skin that you're watching in front of you.
They're thinking about setting up a dive. That pulls Jake over, and instead of walking around and trying to do it that way, Panda's up and over the wall.
Is it level 60 to get Crab Rave? Goose is nearly there.
He's not in range in order to make it happen.
The Goose Juice.
Jade Dragon's game plan of playing around the duo side has really been working.
You know, it's maybe more terrifying than the gold differential, the
good stuff, Roller. Glad you're enjoying.
Separation. The fact that PBM has gone Thebes into Divine Ruin.
Yeah.
Because the last time I saw...
Oh, that's right. That's a Divine Ruin Fafnir. I did not notice that.
On this Fafnir, it was because the game was in a state like this where he could build that way because...
I really do think this Janus build is just like doing nothing until 20 minutes until he gets Mirrodin online. And in that time, Ari is 3-1 and 3.
And so Heroin can't really build Divine.
This is on the slow bit of this build.
Mike's gonna walk in here towards the Pyromancer. It's a stun onto Awesome Jake through space and time.
This is a weird fight. What are they doing? Sam's just kind of in there, but no one else is in.
From Lasber onto Sam, who just speeds himself away. Now the Jade Dragon's thanking the Olympus Bolts for the leash. Onto the
yeah, I love that solution. That Hades skin is awesome. I really like the animations on that. Really clean, I think.
Hurry has no ult now and no relics still, so Jake's ult.
The voice back's a bit weird though.
Guaranteed kill onto Hurry.
Oh, it's a stun onto Haddock instead.
Big ult. Big ult.
Chains, only one gets pulled back in, but it's Hurrywin that's a great target. Venenu with the opening.
This is what happens when you just randomly go in, waste some relics. Oh, Fino. Great ult. But they're still, they're just holding this fight. Barra dies. No, that's a nightmare for them.
Can he get it done? No way! There's a stun in on the Haddocks as well. Burning! Cat burning away to Awesome Jake. Fino.
What's going on?
And PBM the last two, and an Awesome Jake will make the DSI.
He's going to try.
I think these two should dip. He could kill both of them here.
Chains could get the job done. And he gets
he
one
can kill both of them with the fire here.
He
didn't save the stun. He didn't save the stun.
Still ticking down, but the yoke down from Fino makes the DSI, and Awesome Jake in the dirt for 38 more seconds. All things considered,
that was insanity.
Could have been a lot worse for the Olympus Bolts. Jade Dragon still though.
Panda saved that fight so hard.
And by my estimation,
sorry, Aggro, that's what I was saying. Get your own thoughts, bro.
Who cares about this Pyromancer that much? It doesn't matter.
He stole my thoughts.
Hurry's got to be the one saying, "Hey guys, I can't."
Because someone clipped that. That was
I know I'm dead.
That was perfect timing.
But they just let it happen anyway.
That was sick. Fino and Panda turned that fight so high. I don't know what they were doing at Fire Giant in the first place. They were just fannying around.
He should have been insta-killed on that play. But Panda jumping in the
midst of
4 and dealing that much damage was a psycho. Just a psychopath play.
Now I know how it feels to be like T-Flan and Militiades.
My man's been practicing jumping into 4 and ranked for years now. And it's clearly paying off.
Well, that was the threat of this on her pick. We wondered, you give an aggressive guy an aggressive pick, and that's what you get here. Now Panda
I'm stealing all your jokes now. I know how it feels.
Over Barracuda, and well
Mirrodin is nearly online.
Barracuda looks like going into Titan's Bane here shortly after the chins. Panda Cat definitely big advantage there in that Hunter matchup, but you gotta respect the signs.
Blimey, I feel like this game is really going to come down to Jake and Laz.
If the Bolts just get swept here, that's the
with this very skip.
Dragons likely don't.
You too.
They kept things
frag as hard as Panda Cat.
Hasn't really changed all that much.
A new car.
Gonna go better for Jake than that.
Yeah, you got Well, actually.
Right, that's the best ult Jake's gonna have. That's the
best
fight Jake
tweet?
can have.
I have not seen it.
I gotta imagine, and you still don't clean it for the Bolts, and that scares me if I'm on their side, because when's the next time you're going to be able to pull a backliner with no relics, no ult, and be able to insta-kill him that easily?
Yeah, you guys are lucky. We had Auburn in the chat so you could
I guess the plan now is
pitch your skins to her in person.
Target, right. And then let Checks Notes, the world's best Giannis player, free cast. Oh, that doesn't seem good.
Yeah,
they're all dads to us.
Now, so the penetration joining that build a little bit. So the burst damage, if it wasn't enough, getting close to being enough now for Hurrywin, who has both actives up and ready to go. All 4 sets of beads ready.
All right, boys, let's look at some timers here. All actives up on the Bolts. All up on the Dragons. All ults ready on both sides. Lots of items being finished. Arendite's finished. Void Shield finished. Mirrodin's finished. Panda Cat's about to finish Chins. As soon as these items start getting finished, they're going to suddenly start fighting.
It's not going to be easy for him to
look at Ven and Lasbra at the bottom of the net worth. They're not horribly behind.
Time farming now, and he's going to get close, and it only takes another item.
Barra's finished his Titan's Bane. His ult's going to be ripping through. He's got like no attack speed in that build though. He's just got attack speed boots.
I don't know. He's got to find a
way. I wonder if Barra is going to go
on those dives. It's got to be on Lasbra.
For the Bluestone one that gives you attack speed.
For Awesome Jake, we've talked a little bit about it. Obviously, doesn't give you the block stacks.
He's got like no attack speed in his build.
Still good.
Always going to be feeling good.
Still good against Pele. I mean, if
I like Jake's build. Jake's build looks
good. Good luck with that one, and just kind of turn around. Yeah, that's
Ben's
not really
build is fine.
Maybe you could go Sunder and try and just get her killed, but
I think the power spike for Lasbra. Wind Demon is online.
Now Awesome Jake.
Corrupted Bluestone. It runs up too fast. I've never seen someone build it, so I have no idea. Yeah, but Chin's only gives. I think Chin's only gives like 10%. I think, and Boots give 20%.
Of the Soul Gem. So if not respected, that's a route back into this game for the Olympus Bolts. Jade Dragon's uninterested.
I was at 20.
At the moment as the tier 1
okay, maybe it's not as bad as I thought.
Has taken a decent bit of damage here. Polar Bear Mike walking on in.
But usually it's Executioner in that spot.
Hey, 3-man chain for Awesome Jake. 2 sets of beats.
That was a lot of cooldowns. Mike is yelling in the player cams.
No man's land and in trouble.
And he's getting some of those
not huge value out there from Fino. I think they should just leave this fight. They got the tower. They use a lot of their big cooldowns. Unless Sam. Where's Sam?
Charging it up. It doesn't
Oh,
land this time.
7-10 split. And the
right
double
back onto
two
it to
doesn't
the
do
right. You
much.
gotta be careful here if
They
you're
should dip here.
overstaying on this
They
Giannis.
should dip. Mike's about to
Maybe you've done
de-transform.
your
Get
job
out.
if you're awesome Jake. You exchange blink, you get 2 sets.
No, I
of
really
each,
don't
but
play
it's
Hunters.
Final K
I
and
literally
Sam
never play
Versaka. You
Hunters.
like it onto Sam. Final K on this Gilgamesh.
Bolt's just going to go straight to fire. Now look at that pillar. That pillar just slowed them down so much. They're looking for lazy backs right now. They're thinking of going for the fire.
Has to do at this position, and he has Relic Dagger, so blinks up in 55. Ultimate should be on roughly that same timer. You've got a pretty big window where the enemy purification beads are going to be down.
Yep.
If you're looking at the other side, can they actually capitalize?
35 seconds till
Dragons
ult.
have done a pretty good job of
What are the beads
slowing,
cooldowns like?
Foot off the gas whenever they don't have
Sam
relics.
and
We saw
Fino missing
maybe
theirs
not
for another
Heroin,
minute and a
but
bit.
After that big fight,
Ults are nearly all
enough
back up. It's only
relics,
Mike's ult that's kind
Dragons
of
hit the
miles away.
brakes.
Jake's
Slowed
ult's
it
up in
down,
that sort of
waited
15
until he
seconds
had
or so
him,
now.
And then as soon as he had him, they grouped up and tried to push down.
It's something
the
that
tier 1
Fafnins don't do
mid.
enough, I
Certainly
think,
not
is
exactly
cancel
what
their
they
ult
wanted,
early.
Just getting the tier 1, but you see how willing they are to play around those timers. I'd anticipate for the next 79 seconds, Dragons are on chill mode.
Yep, I agree with what Mr. Aggro is saying. They don't want to fight until beads are up.
Felt in control earlier on in this game.
Jeff
Now
Hinder
Vanani
was the
finds
worst for
himself
that.
half a level ahead.
Jeff would
And so earlier,
always
just before that big fight
just
broke
walk
out,
around
I
in
wondered
Dragon,
how
like clear
pivotal
back camps with it.
this Raijin might be as the game goes on. I think Very is a pretty
Third role,
easy answer.
if I
The fact
played
that
seriously, I'd be
Vanani's
jungle
been able
for
to keep
sure.
some pace here with Hurrywin.
Oh, that's a
Working
great
off
counter
Jake.
blink.
Blinks on through. He's found Fino
He finds the
K
two
and
people who
Sam
don't have
Versaka, the two
beads, but
targets
there's no
without beads,
follow-up
but
for
now
it.
he's
Oh,
got
there's
the line.
180.
Dropkick puts Jake back in the back
Jake
line
should
with the rest
die
of the
here.
J Dragons. The collapse is
Good
in,
peel
and
from
Paddock
Haddix here,
now
but
alone
this
in
feels like a
here
good
as
fight for
well,
the
but
Dragons.
J
They've used a lot of
Dragons
cooldowns
diving
on a bit of an
forward. They've got some
island.
damage on a
Oh,
Jake.
the ult just
There's
misses
space and
though.
time from Hurrywin, who takes the portal, but he has to Aegis.
Aegis is
In
way
turn,
out.
tail back to
Jake
Fino
is
K.
dead.
Fino K
Lasbra
follows up Barracuda
just
and found
exploded.
the kill for the Bolts.
But
He
Sam ended
survived.
up
Sam
going right into
died.
traffic. Now Panda still no beads, but gonna have to jump away.
Well, look at the jumps back in. Now Haddock taking massive
Harrowin's
damage
twos
from the
just
J
aren't
Dragons.
landing
The
here.
pillars have been aggressive from PandaCat, forcing these jumps defensively from
That
the
should have been a
Olympus Bolts.
much better fight than
That
it
1-2
was.
lead
Sam
from Fino K
explodes there.
TDM
Yeah.
It's kind of terrifying, isn't it? You get a Fafnir followed up by a Gilgamesh immediately in your face, but the Olympus
Watch out here,
Bolts, they
Fino.
will
Watch
keep
out.
things
Watch
even.
out.
They
Watch
lose
out.
Jake, but the
Watch out.
Dragons
Watch out.
will
Watch
stay.
out.
Goldberry
Oh,
down to about half,
KO.
and the Dragons probably
Leave
not
it,
super
leave it.
invested in grabbing this.
They're
at the
gonna get
cost
this
of
for
a
free, I
potential
think.
Team fight because Hurry's in a similar position. No relics.
Yep.
No ultimate.
Lasbra's
Definitely
looking
the
for
right call
a
to play this one slow.
looking to catch
Have
someone
to
sleeping in the
watch
back
out
line.
for a
Panda's
steal
got to be
here
careful
from the
here.
J Dragons. We've seen a hammer
Yeah, no, I
steal
think
away
it's right to hit
once
those
or
balls he
twice,
plays,
though
but
not often you get to see it
risky.
done. Gold Fury gets reset.
Risky.
Both teams step back, take a deep breath. The gold lead doesn't shift all that
This
wide.
game is
one
still
way or
on a bit
another.
of a
The
knife
Dragons
edge.
Still hovering right around 4 or 5K in the lead for the J Dragons. XP starting to matter a little bit less. We're starting to reach that level 19.
But
level
yeah,
20
I would have
mark.
definitely
Everyone
played
from the Bolts
jungle
at
if I was playing
worst.
seriously. I played quite a lot of solo as well. I was quite good at
One
solo
level
for a bit.
ahead, I guess, actually. Everyone
Support
else
as
is level
well.
20 here in
I
this game,
enjoy
so
playing
XP
mid a lot, but I'm terrible
really
at it. And
mattering here,
Hunter,
so
I
it's all
just
about
don't
the gold.
touch
No,
enough.
not
I'm
too much,
terrible
but
at it,
that-
and I don't
that was
enjoy
a
it.
good
So
engage by Jake. You know, I've been
Bit of a
I've been
double
pretty,
whammy, really.
critical of the Ares pick overall, but he does his job twice in a row. Got 2 pulls, but the rest of the bolts just not close enough in order to follow up, and that's really what matters. At
I
the
can
end of
see
the
why
day. It's
people
not
like
who
it.
you
I just
pull, but who you
don't.
get killed off the pool, and certainly that did not happen.
I like being in the
that
middle of team fights doing.
whatsoever.
I don't like the
don't know if
patient play.
Mike
I like
Sunder
being in
missed,
there.
or if that
Which is
was
why
with
when I'm
Sunder,
jungle,
but
I
it's
play stuff
taken
like
them too
Thor and
long
Bats. I want to be
to
hitting with
kill
big
Jake.
ults.
Now, it's gonna
Play a lot
get
of Merc as
better,
well.
Not worse from this position if you're the Dragons, because Hurry does not have a whole lot of pen quite yet. Still just 10%. He's working towards an Obsidian Shard. He's
I like
going to
mid
start
in a
doing
good
more
team.
damage to
When you're in a
Jake,
bad
and,
team,
like I said earlier,
it's just
these through space and times aren't
miserable.
landing quite yet.
What do you guys play?
It's
What are
ju-
your
it's just a matter of when.
what are your
It's going to
preferred
happen
roles?
that he hits a big one.
Someone's starting an
The
SPL
Bolts,
team
every
right now,
time
and they're
they-
like,
they
"I want you
escape,
in my
I feel
team."
like it's just
And you're like,
ticking
"I
one.
play."
No, it's the doomsday clock of the through space and time.
God, I'm getting tired,
We're
man.
getting closer and closer to 0 hour.
Yeah, you're hoping the Olympus Bolts are hanging out around 11 p.m. and,
Mid jungle hunter.
not 11:59 and 59 seconds. Here.
Jungle
This
support.
FG is
He's
gonna
the
be a big
Schlee's the
difference maker.
roamer.
Gold Fury over on the other side, though. The Bolts, of course, would love to grab that
Mid
one.
solo jungle.
Catch up a
Yeah,
little
same.
bit in
That's
the
same as
builds
me. me. Let me do damage. Yeah. You suck at them all. At least you're honest. At least you're honest. Mid supple jungle. Yep.
Becomes quite interesting here. There's a period of time where Hurry
a lot of jungle in mid. I get solo recently. Solo's a lot of fun. When it's interesting. When it sucks, it really sucks, I think. Mid jungle sometimes sup. Yeah. Suck a laner, yeah.
Probably a Magi's if I
oh yeah, me too. I don't have any discipline in my play.
I'm losing it, Dave. Mantle. That's
Mantle
what I'm
of Discord.
for. Mantle of Discord. Thanks, buddy. Thanks for the help there.
Oh, it really swooped in.
Yeah, you really did. Right at the right
your
moment.
mind isn't.
I really like
I
and Dyson.
right? I mean,
together.
if I even
what
attempted,
is going on up there?
If I even attempted, I'd simply crumble into despair. But the Jade Dragons starting up the FG here a bit more.
Yeah, I think that's healthy,
in
Hyper.
the back line. It's fine, okay.
I think you should be.
Barracuda,
Oh, Baron just dodged
nearly
that. That's his Ares. Oh, that's his Janus dodging instincts. Oh, that's a fat ult. That's a bit of a wasted Raijin ult. Big ult by Jake. Did he get anyone? Double beads. It's always that Fino and Sam that he catches. That's three of the that's three of the beads.
You know that Hurry's hunting them.
Sam beads that rather than ulting that. That's really interesting. That means he's still looking to blow up somebody here.
Down a lot of ults.
Watch for Sam on the right-hand side.
It means that Sam is not fighting, not done fighting here. Is that the corrupted bluestone, or is that just the kind of bigger normal bluestone? I don't even know what the difference is. No, that's the normal bluestone, is it? The other one's red, isn't it?
Has both actives now in this game. So for the next 2 minutes or so,
it's regular, yeah. So he's just going for big ults, which I don't hate actually.
In about half that
yeah,
time.
Normal one, thank you. I don't hate that. In the middle of a team fight, just ripping through the big fat Chiron ult, and then the two afterwards, like, that's the most guaranteed damage you're going to get, frankly. Look at this 3-0 and 5 top damage Gilgamesh. This is why Gilgamesh is so scary. So, I think he's the biggest flex. Oh no, this is how the bolt through game 1. He's working into a Heartseeker, yeah. Sorry, oh, you can see it, sorry. Yeah, it will be. It will be a Heartseeker, yeah. Or it might be dominance. Might be dominance. I think you can build that from this tree. I don't like when Fafnir's ult early. I think he just telegraphs it too much. Forces fights too much. That's a huge ult. Oh, that's another huge ult. Hadix is running for his life. Ben is dead. Can they get Hadix here? I think Hadix is really key to get him here. And Sam is here. Godspeed, good sir. I smell a 3-1.
Awesome. Jake pulls a few back in.
Oh, boys, it's happening.
It's Lasbra against the world for 50 seconds, and it looks like the Jade Dragons will take their chances in the mid.
Are they just going for it? Are they just going for it? It's half an hour in.
But who does he kill? The backline all has relics.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's not doing shit. He just gets drunk out.
Onto Lasbra, 35 seconds.
Imagine that you're trying to defend your base. He's got crit though. He can shred here. They've got to be careful here.
For the Jade Dragons, Lasbra's going to have to go massive.
This could go. If he does this could be the most insane moment ever. Or he just dies in the side.
Dragons make no mistake. They'll take the Phase 1 final.
Yeah. Like I said, Bolt's easy win.
Midnight for that doomsday clock. Giannis
yes, I finished the stream.
Gets one tapped.
Look at Barra just noshing. Barra's just eating.
Jade Dragons to be able to pull that one out. Whirlwind makes the difference.
Mike popping
really
off.
Stepped up this whole set.
Well done, Jade Dragons. 3-1 for trolling.
Mike pulls everyone into the same area.
And lucky boys. They probably feel like this was their time. They feel really good at the moment.
Game number 4, and it's what we expect.
GG's to the Dragons. GG's. I told you as soon as I saw the sleeve go on. Yeah, Whirlwind.
I mean, this team.
Whirlwind saw it. If he lost this set, man.
All our pre-player interviews, everything like that.
If he lost that set.
Yeah, everyone's fighting for like 2 through 4, but the Dragons should probably be number 1. It's because of performances like this, man. I mean, they just have so many guys.
Sam tweeted lightning doesn't strike twice. Yeah,
that
is excellent.
Standout player during this weekend, but Whirlwind really stepped up today. Really elevated his level of play. Fine played fantastic on that Gilgamesh.
I think Fine really stepped up in that last game. After a disappointing set, I would say. 100% picks this weekend. Is Vampro around? Oh, Vampro, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, it wasn't Lasbra's best set. When he's off Gilgamesh, didn't look nearly as dangerous. Yeah, Zeeth, there's the gift subs have been flying around thick and fast here, so I'm glad you got one. I was going to say, usually materialize for a marbles race. So usually you like, oh, I think I know why the alerts were doubling. I had 2 instances of OBS running for some reason. But I'm glad you got one though, Zeeth. Sleeve is unbeatable, man. You just can't fuck with the sleeve. A marble race. Boys, it's not just a marble race, it's giveaway time. Because I have codes. And they need using. Need to change my title. Try and get some randoms in it. But one last giveaway. No, actually, that's harsh. You go. You want to be the Flash? Well, now's your time. I'm not going to change the title. That's a wet wipe thing to do. GG to the Dragons. They outpicked the Bolts. Yeah. I still think Bolts outdrafted them game one. I think sometimes the Dragons just do Dragons things. SDC. Wait. Good one. Yes. Little Naz. Righty tighty, boys. Ba-ba-da-ba. Race time. Who's ready? Who's ready to race? Cosmic Chaos. Ooh. Hey, wait, you're going too early on the plays. You're too early. Let's do Cosmic Chaos. This sounds good. Hey, wait. Yeah, exactly. That is funny. Okay, now you can do your plays. Oh wait, actually no, you were in plenty of time. Don't you worry. Come on in, boys. Giveaway time. This is Impaler on her. This is the Impaler on her. Why does it take the names off? Bro. Look at us. Look at them. Me and Goose are hanging out over here. Roldy's off on an island. Right, the man to watch out for here is Roldy. Roldy is a fucking terror. Vamper, you can... Nah, just fucking stay in the race anyway. We'll work it out when we get there. Aussie's in. You don't play it on her bow. Oh, well, you haven't won yet, Epic Goose, so... calm it down. Right, is anyone else lurking in this chat that wants to get in on this? I'm going onto my viewer list. I'm gonna call people out. Commander Root, get in this race. Pleasant Ho, get in the race. Seb, I know you're lurking. Skriz, oh Skriz, you got to get in here. Is Commander Root a bot? Okay, well, fuck. I've never looked at the viewer list before, so. Well, maybe he wants to play. He could win a code. Oh, Skriz, you are in. Oh yeah, you said it ages ago. Yeah, sorry. Shouldn't be calling you out. Right, okay. 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 1. Until the 10-second countdown. Yeah, Aussie, your goal here is just to survive. Dun 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 dun. I need to get in marble casting position here. I'm the new Hindu man. Oh, they're circling the anus. Have we done this one before? We might have done this map before, actually. Who's gonna be the first one to go down? Oh, someone's down. It's Axel. Oh my god, this map looks insane. It is tight, except for me and 28 kills, who are nowhere near. Skriz is off. Wow. Here comes the goose. The goose is loose. I love that profile picture. Oh my god, this is fucking wild. Wow. 28 kills, don't worry. Lots can happen in a marbles race. Frankly, if just surviving is the main goal. Is Aussie still alive? Aussie is still alive. That's a good start for him. Skriz! Skriz, no! Skriz just plunged to his death. Oh, military. Oh, wait, who's in the lead? Axel, what you doing over here, buddy? You're just falling off. Oh my god. Whoa. "28 kills is dead." 28 kills, no. Don't you worry, there'll be another one after this. Oh, Shlee. Doesn't mean you can't get more codes. Jay with the overtake. Oh, here comes Mility. Oh, he's bumped him a lot. Oh, of course, Roldy's at the top because Roldy's the marbles goat. That's why. It says Aussie's in first, but it lies because it only does it as to who's furthest along. Jay is just chilling. Militiades is racing ahead now. Oh, Zeeth. Zeeth is a bit of a marbles dark horse, you know. Oh, he's skirting around. Great technique from Zeeth. You should try it. Let me get some impactful, some tense music on. Oh wait, it's about to end. Roldy at the last second jumps in. Unbelievable scene. Zeeth had that. Roldy, I told you, Roldy is the GOAT. Literally, that was in Zeeth's hands, and he just like, zoom. I cannot believe that. That is scandal. Roldy, before I give you a code, I'm gonna need to see a drugs test here. Like, I need to see some proof there's no performance enhancing drugs here, because that is 3 wins out of the 4 races that you've done. Bright Sides, what's up, man? Thank you for checking out. You come at a good time because it's giveaway time. Giveaway, yeah, rigged. Sub luck. Nah, Skrids is a sub and he died. He perished as well. Look at that time difference, 0.4 of a second. A slow-mo replay. Like taking kid from a candy, as Adapting would say. Well, Roldy, well done. Unless you happen to have the Impaler on her skin. Well, Roldy, do you have the battle pass?
You like rock.
Whoa, Bright Sides, what's up, my man? Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much, my man. You're continuing the ridiculous trend of subs in this channel, so I very, very much appreciate it. Non-gifted sub, I know. Bright Sides, you might have just come in at a bad time. You're like the only person who hasn't been gifted a sub. Yes, Roldy, do you have the battle pass? Okay, Zeeth, oh shit, has Harriman just started something? I'm opening his Twitter now. Lamau at all the clowns hang on to Tower Boy, stay mad losers. I like how his first tweet is like, I don't got to trash talk. Well done to the other team. And then he has to say something else. I respect it. Okay, Zeeth, have you got the on her Impaler skin? Because otherwise, if you don't, then you do now. He kept his cool for all of 5 minutes. It wasn't even 5 minutes. It was like 5 seconds. Right, do you know what we're not going to do? That haunted house one. Do you remember yesterday? Do you remember that one yesterday? This one's called Temple of Steve. I like the sound of that one. Temple of Steve. Right. This is for another on her Impaler skin. Zeeth, drop me a whisper and I shall send you one after the stream, because I always end up showing people my codes when I don't do that. So I'm going to make a note. Zeeth and her. This one's for my second and her Impaler one. And then the last race is going to be for the battle pass. And while you're all getting in there, let's get some music on. And you know it's going to be something again. Right, you have a choice now. Do you want a video game soundtrack or do you want some dirty synthwave instead? Is it my music folder? Oh, wait. Got the idea. Yes. Can I not serenade your voice? I dreamed a dream of days gone by. Right, is anyone not in? Get in here. I'll do that the whole race around. I don't know why I went a bit Susan Boyle on that. Okay, I assume that everyone's in. Susan Boyle. Yeah. Sugan D's. All right, everyone in? Everyone in? We in here, boys. This feels so fitting. Wait, I don't have chat open. I can't see chat. Wait, Roddy, did you make it in? Oh, you did make it in, thank God. 28 kills is looking good. I think he's going to be first one down. Ah, the possum spam is here. 28 kills is in there. No, Rolly's in. Rolly's in. I might as well just give him the code now. Is this too loud? Is this blowing out your eardrums? 28 kills. What are you doing? You are miles ahead, but you are fanning around big time. This is a lot of fanning around. Oh, they're catching. Oh, they're coming. Look at them peeking over there. He's in the plunger. He's got to stay alive. Has anyone died yet? Oh, you nearly... Roldy. Of course Roldy's in second. Of course. You wish it was blown out your eardrums. Oh! Textbook stuff from 28 kills there. Where's Roldy? Oh, of course, he's never far away. Shit, it's ending. Oh, you thought I was going to do a different song? No, son. When they were the exact same song all over again. You are racing ahead 28 kills. This is a bit of a masterclass here. Oh! Oh, and he's got the smack. Yeah, I mean... There's a bit of a fight at the end. Zeeth, Goose, Schlee all lurking for 10th spot. Oh, you are playing fast and loose with this edge. This is making me nervous. Oh. Excellent dismount. Oh, Axel is racing down behind you. The Nutman himself. No, what just happened? Why is everyone just dying? Why does it just plunge you off to your death? What? What just happened? Roldy won! Roldy won again! There is no way! The platform moves? Are you kidding me? And Roldy wins it! I don't believe this! I do not believe this! Fucking Roldy, man! Roldy is steroided out of his mind. Get the man tested. It cannot be real. He just can't lose. He just can't lose. It does not matter where he is. And you called it as well. 28 kills. You said my luck was crap. And you called it. Yeah. Roldy was the original developer. That's basically your symbolic of your college life. Right, I'm about to next time I start a marbles race, I'm timing out Roldy so he's not allowed in. Unbelievable scenes. At least I finished. Goose, that's so sad. Oh, poor 28 kills, man. Can we just take a moment of silence? I was already ready to... I was ready to give the man a code, and he just plunged to his death in front of me. I then went to second place Militiades, who was also busy plunging to his death at the same time. Yeah, Roldy's pay to win. He's got the he's filled up with G Fuel. He's got his gunner optics on. He's got his Game Shark plugged in. He's fucking ready. Yeah, Roldy, next time you have to do a capture before you can come in. What a Chad, man. What a Chad. Roldy, you know what? Next time I get codes, you've earned yourself a code. But for now, let's do something else. Let's go right down the bottom, something we haven't done before. Haunted Hills. Ooh. Love is in the air. That's what we love. What's he going to do with this Dragon Horde? Roldy at this point basically owns shares in Hi-Rez. He's that successful. In you get, boys. Exclamation mark play. Hop on in. You hop on in. Yeah, everyone first though. Before we continue, a moment of silence, please, for the death of 28 kills, 21 gun salute for our fallen comrade. Make sure my camera's not busy dying. Oh, my camera is busy dying. Wait, let me quickly change the battery, because it's done. That's the sound of my camera dying. Right, little biddling. Right, exclamation mark, play for a chance for another skin. I do intend to give them away, but everyone keeps winning who's already got one, or they're just Roldy, who owns every skin that's ever existed in Smite at this rate. He's the fucking goat. Da-da-da-da. Yeah, I am basically a cam girl. Get those vids out. That's my I do have a camera, a webcam, but it's not very good, and this camera is very good, so I prefer to use that. It works for a few hours at a time, so you know. Ta-da! Right. Is Roldy off? Oh, is Roldy off? I didn't realise. Sorry, Roldy. Thanks, Roldy, my man. I appreciate that. Well, everyone, you've been granted a second wind of life by Roldy not being here, frankly. What's this tweet? That gets a favour from me. Excellent stuff. Right. Or web calls. That is, Jesus Christ, I didn't even know you could do that. Right. Anyone else? Exclamation mark play. Otherwise, actually, fuck it, let's start. And in the meantime, let's find another banger to put on. Oh, I know which one I want. Let me see if I can find it in time. Oh, here we go, boys. Who's coming out first? Right side's making a good start here. Skriz as well. In the tunnel of love. Beautiful stuff. Schlee dashing to the front here. A contested J is getting close. Ooh. Let's watch a bit of Schlee here. Whoa, here we go. Schlee's been overtaken in the tunnel. Ooh, Tanner's in. Tanner's making a run for it. He's not had the best marbles luck as Tanner, so this is his moment. 28 kills back at the front, but we all know that that's... Oh, Axel's already dead. We all know that it's only a matter of time, frankly. What's with Tanner's symbol? What does that mean? Why has it got a little box around him? A little cube. What if we kissed in the marble tunnel of love? What was that little symbol next to Tanner's name? Where'd he go? Did he die? Whoa. Whoa! Goose, no! Oh, Goose. You are... And you even said, watch me die here. Oh my god, you're not the only one, though. There goes Zeeth as well. Oh my god, Goose even called it, and that makes it so much worse. Wait, there goes Tanner. I can't lock onto Tanner. For some reason. It won't let me lock onto him. Tanner, what have you done? Why are you like the ghost in the shell right now? Doesn't think you're in first, thinks I'm in first. Like, I can't lock onto him. Oh, he's a ghost. I didn't think... Oh my god, I'm fucking retarded. Sorry, I am... slow brain. So I'm winning. Code for me. No, 28 kills is back. Can't believe Goose actually called his own death. Basically in slow motion. Can he get through the hole in time? Oh, not before Vampir's coming in. It's me! And there I go, twatting somebody away. Oh, here we go. Who just dropped through? 28 kills here to avenge his redemption arc. Valk and Zeeth are dead. Can 28 kills find a way to lose it? He can! To Vamper! Oh my god. It can't be real. Fuck this, it's 28 kills. Oh my god, I cannot believe that. Z, did you see that one coming? Man, I even just did a 21 gun salute to 28 kills. You know what? Vamper, have you got the you've got the battle pass, don't you? Do you have the Impaler skin? Yeah, this is proper Hindu split. Oh, did I? Have you got the battle pass? Or did I just ask you that? Because I think 28 kills has earned himself an on her skin to me. Okay. Right, so that's better than Titan Renegades. Yeah, exactly. You know what? 28 kills. Drop me a whisper and I'll send you an on her skin. Right, boys. Last one, and this is for... Yeah, exactly. There you go, Vamper. So you and Roldy for all the marbles. Oh, yeah, let's go. Community map time. Elim rate 99%. Okay, this one's got a 0% elimination rate, so even Goose might survive this one. Okay, this is for the battle pass, okay? Okay. You hear me? You freaking hear me? Yeah, Goose will be the very first person to die if I know Goose. And he'll know exactly when it happens. It's like Final Destination, he'll see his own death in front of him. I have no idea what this map is, by the way, so brace, brace. Chris is in. Any more for any more. I can't believe I asked a fucking bot if he wanted to join in. Exclamation mark play to get in there. This is for the battle pass, for the Monster Cat battle pass. I know it's a bit late. I do apologize. But, you know, it'll be... It's alright, it's alright. Just get in here. It's fine. Don't you worry. We'll sort something out. In the meantime, while you guys are joining, I am finding another banger. I know you're thinking, Dan, surely... Get Streamlabs in. I know you're thinking, Dan, surely there aren't any more bangers. Surely. Well, that is where... Well, I would say you're wrong, but I can't find anything. But you should be wrong. Oh, yes. Wait, I've got to work out which one it is. Hold up. What's it called? I have the folder in front of me, but I might get it. Is it just called this one? Yes, it's this one. We're gonna have to skip a bit of this. Base boosted bangarang. Where is everyone? Oh, it's me. I'm winning. I hope this is a long course, because I'm gonna fucking cat jam this the whole way. Whoa! Whoa! 28 kills! He's flying again. Are you guys ready to do the... We're in the windmill. Oh, I'm crushing it. Goose, this could be your moment. Are you guys not going to sing the... Oh, yeah, yeah. Scray's looking good. He's right up the shoe. It's probably going to get DMCA'd, but it's so worth it for the marble hype. Skriz is cruising right now. Bright Sides is on his ass. Bright Sides is making a good move here. Vampire, you are. You're just last. Oh, Bright Side's going for the overtake. Goose is in the running, though. Goose is in the running. He's not far behind. 28 kills is lurking. Like a Vampire just doesn't think he's even in the race. He's that far behind. Bright Sides looking good here. 28 kills lurking. Oh, excellent entry technique from Bright Sides there. He's in the cannon. Now, oh, you can lose a race in these things. You can circle these things forever. Oh, 28 kills is straight down. Pipped at the finish. Skriz unlucky. Goose comes in just behind. Last message, don't worry guys, I'll be out any second now. I think if anyone deserves it, it's 28 kills. Godspeed, you beautiful bastard. That is the redemption arc right there. Roldy's apprentice is with us. Why is there Halo music? Why would there not be Halo music? Next round of applause for Mr. Kills, as he likes to be known by his full title. Golf clap, golf clap. Wait, is Vamper still going? Oh, Vamper! Vamper's just up, doing his thing. How do I zoom in on you? There we go. Yeah, Goose, at least you survived. At least you're not Vamper as well. He's going to get DQ'd in a minute. This is what I mean when I was saying you can lose a race here. Whey! He's done it. 28 kills. Well done. So I caved in and said I'd give 28 kills a code because he came twice. Twice. And he won. I talked to the cute teacher. Ooh. Oh. Came twice. Oh my god. Bright Sides, that's so mean. What the fuck? So 20 kills. Do you have the battle pass already? Okay, then I'll get. If a round of applause to 20 kills, drop me a message and I'll send you the battle pass. Well done. You've redeemed yourself in the marbles. That was a pretty tense marbles career arc as well. So that was. So I will drop you a message drop me a message and I will sort you out with that good. You know what I mean? That good. Yeah. Let's not go for Vamper like that. At the full Sorokin 3 races, yeah. Shady sides. Oh, I just opened my own channel. You're going to hear me twice. Right, boys, that is it from me. I need to go to attend my loving girlfriend who's put up with me just faffing around watching Smite all day. So I'm going to send you off hosting somewhere else. Thank you so much for hanging out. I don't know when I'm going to stream again, but it's been a ton of fun doing this, actually. You guys have been awesome. You've been, obviously, subs have been insanely ridiculous, but even outside of that, you guys have been super supportive, super nice. The chat has been, given that I've had a grand total of about 10 viewers at any given time, the chat has been absolutely brilliant. Good insights from everyone, good entertainment from everyone. You guys are a ton of fun, and I really do appreciate it. I feel like we've got a nice little community in this channel. Like, you guys are just really chilled and nice. So I want you to channel that nice and chilled energy when I host somebody else. Hopefully this time I can actually... Oh, and Late nicks in right at the end to give one to him. Thank you so much. Thank you, Late. Thank you so much, guys. And let's drop you a sub, drop you a host to my man Wolfie, the bald talent himself. See you later, my boys. Love you.
Beginning SAS cable connection.
Play it on the all-new Xbox Series X.
Need to go on a journey of getting farm.